Welcome to the fourth annual The Truth About Weight Loss Summit. I am your host, Chef AJ, and along with Toby from Better Life Summits, we are so happy you are here. We have prepared an amazing lineup for you over these next 9 days. The summit will take place starting today for the next 9 days, beginning at 8 a.m. Pacific time every day. We will have 4 to 5 wonderful presentations for you. And after the presentations, if you want to review them again, they'll be available until the next day's presentation. We have 40 incredible speakers this year. Some of them you may be familiar with, some of them maybe not, because we don't just gather around the usual suspects for these summits. We really look to the top people in their fields, scientists, people who teach at universities, health experts who really don't appear in any other online events, who are experts in the field of obesity and food addiction. Some of the speakers this year you've been familiar with from other summits or even our own summit, but 10 of them have never been on our summit, and we welcome all of them. Each day we'll have either 4 or 5 speakers, and in between each speaker, I will be giving you my greatest takeaways from their talks. You know, we have a chat feature where you guys can connect. We can create community that way, as we've done in past years. So always please tell us where you're from, because that's how we connect people and your greatest takeaways from the talk. We love interacting with you live, but if you're watching or listening on the replays, we also appreciate you being here. So today, day 1, we have 5 incredible speakers where we are going to deal with the true cause of the obesity epidemic. And our speakers will be Dr. Joan Ifland, Dr. Robert Lustig, Dr. Joel Furman, Dr. Hans Deal, and Jill and Jeffrey Dalton. Each day we are going to end with a cooking demo and/or success story so that you can be inspired and motivated by people just like you who have attempted this journey of health and weight loss and succeeded. You know, one of the things I've learned from interviewing hundreds of doctors now and doing 5 summits is that it's important as it is to lose weight for the variety of reasons you will learn on this subject. It's really about health. At the end of the day, the diet that these experts recommend that you eat to achieve your ideal body weight is the same diet they would recommend to any of their patients to eat for optimal health, disease prevention, and disease reversal. And they truly believe, as I do, that when you eat in a manner that supports your health, the weight will take care of itself. But we couldn't have a weight loss summit without dealing a little bit with food addiction, because I do believe from my past experience as somebody who struggled with obesity for over 50 years and with food addiction, I still believe I am a food addict, albeit in recovery, that food addiction and weight loss, they're really opposite sides of the same coin. And while it's true, there are probably people who identify as food addicts that aren't overweight, and there's probably some overweight people that don't believe they have food addiction, these two categories intersect more often than not, realizing now that depending on who you talk to, between 75% and 90% of our population is overweight or obese. And genetics, you'll learn, can't change that quickly. So really what is at the root of it is the food. So our first speaker is someone named Dr. Joan Ifland, and I became aware of her probably over 10 years ago when I read one of her books called Sugars and Flours: How They Make Us Crazy, Sick, and Fat. I contacted her and she spoke in one of my programs, and I was really impressed with the breadth and depth of knowledge and research she did on this subject. She's considered one of the world's leading experts in the field of food addiction, and that is because she literally wrote the book on it. She spent years writing a book called Processed Food Addiction with over, I believe, 600 citations, where she spent 2 years delving deep into the literature about food addiction, which exists, which is crazy to me why so many people deny its existence. So she's going to kick off the summit talking about how and when food actually first became addictive, which I believe, as does Dr. Ifland, is the true origin of the obesity epidemic and what we can do to finally end it. Please welcome my friend, Dr. Joan Ifland. Hi, Dr. Ifland, and welcome to the Truth About Weight Loss Summit. Thanks so much for being here.
Oh, hi, Chef AJ. Thank you for having me.
It's always a pleasure because I consider you, if not the world's leading expert, certainly one of them on processed food addiction, something that a lot of
Thank
people
you.
still don't believe exists.
Well, it's a little bit late for that. We have an entire textbook, 240,000 words built on 2,000 studies. The obesity researchers are actually eliminating aspects of the addiction all the time. It's over. The debate is over.
So processed food addiction is real.
It's real, and it's harming hundreds of millions of people around the world unknowingly. Yeah.
How would you define processed food addiction?
So there are two ways to define it. One is by the behaviors. And the most common addictive behaviors are you have tried to cut back and you've failed. You have a plan not to use and you eat it anyway. You eat it in spite of knowing that you shouldn't. You're eating more of it now than you used to. It takes up a lot of time, thinking, planning, getting, recovering, and cravings. So those are 6 out of the 11 signs. If you have those, it only takes 6 out of 11 to have a severe case. The other way you define addiction is by what's going on in the brain. If you have hyperactive reward system brain cells, hyperactive stress, hyperactive movement, and hypoactive, not enough activity in the frontal lobe, then that's the brain structure of addiction.
Wow.
Yeah.
So how long has this disease existed?
Well, I think if you go where it really got told is in the early 1900s when steel rollers were introduced into flour mills. And then you could pulverize the grains fine enough that the body absorbs it quickly enough that you get a high. And once you have refined a plant to the point where it can get you high, then you have an addiction potential because it's followed by a crash. The crash is painful and people will be using compulsively to get out of the crash.
You know, I first became aware of your work many years ago because of your book, Sugars and Flours, How They Make Us Crazy, Sick, and Fat. And a lot of people, whether they use sugar or not to any degree, they just can't imagine that flour could be a problem.
Yes, but it really is, especially gluten-containing flours. In the book Wheat Belly by William Davis, he describes Rockefeller getting interested in creating a wheat plant that would be more productive. So as they did the hybridization of that plant, more kernels, shorter, thicker stalk to hold the kernels, I don't think they realized it, but they were vastly increasing the gluten content. And gluten is a natural morphine. Gluten has gluteomorphine in it. And as they increased the gluten content of the wheat in the 1930s and 40s, it became addictive.
Right. So there's a big difference between eating a whole grain like millet than eating flour.
Totally. You cook the grain as little as possible. It takes a while for it to break down and be digested. Millet is a gluten-free grain. It's a completely different experience.
Right. I think people have problems with that because they're thinking no bread, no pasta. I mean, bread is the staff of life.
Yes. So bread, the staff of life, became a phrase in biblical times. So we're talking 2000 and before. And I'll tell you, they did not have powdered flour. Some poor person had to sit there with a stone and grind that wheat until it would break apart enough that they could add some water and put it on a hot stone and make something that could be carried, a portable food. That's a far cry from these highly refined products that are in the stores today.
It seems like the more highly refined the product, the more potential for the addiction.
Yes, this is very true. So for particularly refined carbohydrates, the measure of addiction is how fast does that substance reach the brain. We know, for example, that sugar reaches the brain. Sugar, fat, and salt reach the brain faster than any addictive drug, half a second. And this is as compared to cocaine, which might be 10 seconds, or alcohol, which might be 20 minutes. The faster the substance reaches the brain, the more addictive it is. So these are highly addictive substances. We have a lot of research showing that sugar is more addictive than cocaine. Even artificial sugars, artificial sweeteners. Rats will choose an artificial sweetener over cocaine or heroin.
Wow. Yeah, I appreciate that you understand that it's not just sugar, that it's sugar, fat, salt, caffeine, artificial sweeteners, dairy.
And dairy. Dairy has 4 different casomorphines. It's designed to put a 100-pound baby cow to sleep so that that baby cow will absorb the nutrients from the mother's milk. It's not designed for humans. It's a narcotic, basically.
Right.
And I just saw, I'm glad you brought up dairy. I'm glad we're talking about dairy. Just as I was doing research for something else, I have now found study number 2 showing that dairy is associated with a shorter life. The greater the dairy consumption, the shorter the life. 2 different studies, one in Sweden, where it was a survey, and how much dairy do you eat, and then how long did that person live. But the second one is from Iran, and it was of school children. How much dairy do you eat? And then they got in and measured the telomeres at the end of their DNA. The more dairy, the shorter the telomere. 2 completely different studies, same conclusion. Dairy is associated with a shorter life.
Right. 'Cause I don't think people realize dairy is a processed food. People aren't, milking the cow and drinking it. Dairy is a highly processed food.
Well, it's highly processed because it's homogenized and all that. But the cow processes it. The cow is processing grass or whatever horrible things they feed dairy cows into breast milk. Yeah, it's a processed food right out of the cow, raw, right out of the cow. It's a processed food.
And like you said, it's meant to put a baby cow to sleep. It's also meant for that cow's baby. Human beings are the only species that drink milk from another species, or even drink milk after weaning.
Bizarre. And there is this wonderful researcher in Germany. His name is Odo Melnick. And he has done work on what genes does dairy turn on. It's breast cancer, it's prostate cancer, it's acne, it's weight gain, of course, as you might imagine. It's just not a fit for humans.
Thank you so much for saying that, because many of the people in the food addiction space basically are just bashing sugar, but I love how you take all the addictive substances.
Yes. I know that when I got off of sugar and flour 26 years ago, 1996, there was dairy on my food plan, my recovery food plan, 2 servings a day. And it made me sick. It made me brain fogged and tired and depressed. And now it's just like, I think it's worse than sugar.
Yeah. Well, it has milk sugar in it, lactose. So it
has lactose. It has a little bit of salt in it. It has fat, of course. And when you take the fat out and you make skim milk, you're speeding up the absorption of the lactose. So you're actually making it more addictive.
That's really interesting. Who is most vulnerable to the effects of processed food addiction?
It's people who watch television. It's people who have watched television as small children. It's people who got the addiction in childhood, which is most people. Because when big tobacco bought the big processed food processors in the mid-1980s, big tobacco bought Kraft, Nabisco, General Foods in the space of 3 years. They brought their addiction business model with them. And this is the 5 A's. I call it the 5 A's. I have an MBA way back in my past. I'm very interested in business models. The 5 A's of the addiction business model. The first one is attack young age of onset. The younger the child, the more different substances, the less likely it is that that person will be able to beat the addiction. So young age of onset. And when you see tobacco coming into processed foods, you see the number of Saturday morning cartoon commercials for these highly addictive substances go from already 150 in one Saturday morning to like 550 in the space of 7 years. And you see Nickelodeon carrying those commercials to 65 million American households. It's like, duh, within 10 years, childhood obesity has increased by 15%, from 10% to 15% of children. And then you lay on the advertising, you lay on the availability, you make it very affordable. And then you hire somebody like Howard Moskowitz to hide massive amounts of addictive substances in the food. That's what he went around to all the corporations to do, is to put the maximum amount of sugar, fat, salt into the food before the consumer could detect it and reject the product. So that's a business model. And I just hope that all of your viewers will just feel that guilt lifting. Just lift that guilt right off of you. You were manipulated by master addiction merchants. They perfected this model in tobacco. They brought it straight over to children. That's why juice boxes are the same shape and color as cigarette packs. It's diabolical.
It's incredible because we know that people used to use sugar back in the day, you know, a teaspoon here or there kind of as a condiment. But now, like you said, they hide it in places that don't even need sugar, you know, salad dressing, ketchup, bread, things that historically can be and have been made without a half a cup of sugar.
It's just, it's so clear what the strategy was and the ruthlessness with which the processed food manufacturers put it into place.
Well, I hope one day they'll be held accountable, just the way the tobacco industry was.
Well,
they are the tobacco industry.
So. I hope so.
But in a way, they are the tobacco industry because Philip
They
Morris,
are the tobacco. It's just an extension of the tobacco industry.
and so they knew what they were doing.
The thing that I think is so interesting about the timing on this is that high fructose corn syrup came into the market in about 1980. So that solved the problem of affordability, because before that they had to depend on another group of drug dealers, the sugar cartel in Florida. So once they got out from under that, the next thing that happened was the dietary guidelines. And there they are. They must have just fallen out of their chairs, although they probably engineered it, when they saw that the federal government not only was not going to be prosecuting them in court, but they were actually going to be advertising these refined carbohydrates. Oh, it must have been like they couldn't race to their bankers fast enough to start buying these processed food manufacturers.
You know, it's interesting that you said high fructose corn syrup was about 1980, because that's when the obesity rates really started rising.
Absolutely.
And from some of the other doctors on this summit is that sugar's not great, but fructose is even worse.
It converts to fat 2.5 times more efficiently than sugar. And so you've got fatty liver, you've got fatty pancreas, and then your body can't filter anymore and can't regulate insulin. It's just, we're being killed from the inside out. 1 million Americans every 2 years die.
And it's put in baby formula. And if a mother can't breastfeed, it's basically her child becomes addicted at day one.
Yes, and so the way I hope that you will cover this. I think you're planning to cover this. But also in the 1980s, the World Health Organization got regulation of baby formula passed, and these corporations are so powerful that these regulations are not being enforced. So we do have really heinous things, like the baby formula manufacturer will give free samples to mothers in the hospital in third world countries. And so the mother is told, oh, this is more healthy than breast milk. She uses it, and her milk doesn't come in. Her own milk dries up before she's even left the hospital. So now she's too poor to buy baby formula, and there she is, stuck buying baby formula. It's heinous. It's heinous.
Unbelievable. And she herself might have had a problem with sugar even before giving birth in some cases, right? The mother?
We do have very startling evidence that if a mother is eating processed foods while pregnant, the baby will be born with metabolic syndrome because the blood that is reaching the fetus has too much sugar in it. And so the baby will already have a hyperactive pancreas, for example.
That's incredible. So many people feel like that you can't say that food is addictive because we have to eat. And one of the things I once heard you say, which I remembered, was that when you're eating for reasons outside of hunger, that's not eating, that's drug use.
That is drug use, yes. So if you're eating because you're tired, because you're irritable, because you're anxious, because you're depressed, if you're eating because you are afraid you're going to hit somebody, which happens, that's not eating. That's not food use. That's consuming a drug orally. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's one of the criteria, which is why are you doing that? You're facing withdrawal. So withdrawal is one of the 11 signs that you're addicted to something. And what you're doing is you're avoiding withdrawal. If you're eating for a reason other than hunger, you're putting off withdrawal. Maybe you have a headache, and if you eat, if you drink caffeine or something, it'll stop the headache. That's withdrawal avoidance.
That's such an interesting way to phrase it because it's never, it's never arugula that they eat outside of hunger.
Nobody's turning to arugula. No.
That is really something. So how do we recover?
Well, if you would like, we can go through what it takes to recover from not just a severe addiction, but a very complicated addiction in a very oppressive environment. Like the government is just standing by, letting all this happen. Really, there's so much wheat and corn grown in the United States. And the U.S. Department of Agriculture is charged with making sure that it all gets sold. Americans are eating almost twice the number of calories they need. And the part the double is sugar and gluten-containing flour. So there's the U.S. government charged with making sure it all gets sold. Well, the only way you can sell that much extra food is through addiction. So now Rob Lustig just said it in his book, Metabolical. Okay, so maybe the USDA isn't killing us, but they're standing by while we die.
Yeah, that's something. Well, I'd love to know how to help people.
All right, so let's do the slides. And Chef AJ, I just can't tell you how grateful I am to you for covering this topic. So before we begin the slides, could I just say that I put together these slides for the primary purpose of relieving people from the guilt of failing in other programs. Other programs that don't recognize the addiction are not going to work. They're broken from conception, and you're about to see why. So just feel that guilt lifting from your shoulders. Here we go. So these are the 20 must-haves. I have had an online recovery community now for 4 years. We are celebrating our 4th anniversary. And this is what I have learned. These are all the things that I've added over those 4 years. And I'm going to say that if you are missing any one of them, your program could suffer. So it's complete support. Processed food addiction is highly complex, requires a lot of skills. And incomplete support, incomplete training is just going to prolong the suffering. It's not your fault. So here's what you need. This is what you need to be looking for. So 5 basic categories. Knowledge of research. There's a ton of research on processed food addiction. The researchers think they're looking at obesity or eating disorders or drug addiction, but they're actually describing addiction to processed foods. How to manage a food supply, how to manage lapsing, because we've got the food industry constantly provoking us into lapsing. How do you recover from that? How do you create a stress-free environment? Because stress is a big addiction trigger. And how do you identify leadership? We all need somebody to follow. We need a well-educated leader. Okay, so what am I talking about? Research-based, you've got to know the story of big tobacco, because that explains then what we need to do to protect ourselves. We have to understand how conformance drive works, and we have to know why we're doing this for a lifetime. So why do I say research-based? You've got to avoid whimsical advice. There are people out there who don't have a good grounding and they just make things up. They write scripts, they teach other people their scripts. They're not the right thing. You've got to be able to look at a study. You've got to be able to say, these are the results that we're working from. Science does show us what is real, and this is how you get guidance that actually works. So this is a quote. This is a colleague of mine. Her name is Jamie Morgan, and she's in a leadership position in a hospital system. And I said, well, Jamie, if you didn't know the research, how would it affect your recovery? She said, I'd be lost. I'd be lost in blame, shame, and guilt. And that's what my doctors have always told me, that it's my fault. If I didn't know the research, I'd be stuck there. Okay, so you got to know the story of big tobacco, because this is how you focus your defense. This is how you focus and organize your protection. There are corporations out there that know how to bombard us with messaging that actually wires our brain cells to crave and control behavior. So if you know that, if you know how those corporations work, then you know how to avoid their messaging and keep yourself from craving. So this is yet another route to relieving yourself from blame. This overeating is something that was done to you deliberately by the big tobacco corporations as they came in and bought processed food in the mid-1980s. So again, Jamie says, if I didn't know about these corporate business practices, I would go on assuming it was my laziness or lack of willpower. It's none of those things. The program must engage conformance drive. You must be on screen with healthy people long enough to get a part of your brain called mirror neurons to copy the people on that screen. Because frontal lobe is not working too well in an addicted brain. The addicted brains are being dominated by the reward systems. You've got to go to your mirror neurons to control behavior. And we have to know that this is for a lifetime. Why? Because as soon as you stop the messaging from your recovery program, you're going to be exposed to the food industry messaging, and you'll be right back where you started. So look for long-term programs. All right, let's talk about meal management. This is getting worse over time. The likelihood that you're going to find clean, non-addictive food out there in the environment is growing weaker and weaker. Give yourself lots of time. If the program says, oh, you've got to be doing this immediately or you're not a good citizen, they don't understand how long it could take. A couple of years to build a meal production routine. You need the freedom to talk about it, no forced foods, and celebrate all the victories of this food plan. So time and training, it does take a long time to organize meals. And because we are withdrawing from so many different substances, sugar, all the sweeteners, flour, gluten, salt, dairy, processed fats, caffeine, food additives, you could take a couple of years to withdraw from all of those substances. They're violently addictive. And you need a lot of time to do a lot of rotation to find out what food plan is going to work for you best, and to make sure that you're in an environment that really supports unprocessed foods. So there are programs out there that traumatize members who don't get their meals organized according to the program's time schedule, and you just got to avoid that like the plague. And make sure that you're in a program that has all the addictive substances out. Members need to be able to talk, and be cherished and respected no matter what is going on with them. And you need to be able to talk about everything, not just the food. The food is just I call it the tail of the dog. The dog has to be happy. Your relationships, your media, your messaging, your exercise, all of that has to be going well. And then the food will be happy. The food will take care of itself. And you have to be in a program that does not force you to eat any food. Food allergies are rampant. They're very closely associated with processed foods. You have to have control over your food. You have to be in a program that gives you a method for figuring out your best food plan. You have to be respected for what you choose, for your process and where you are in your process. Now, this is something that makes me just crazy. These programs that only celebrate weight loss. You're getting your brain to work. You're getting all the organs in your body to work. Your energy is coming back, your mental clarity. It's just like there are so many cool things happening, and you need to be able to talk about them all. Weak programs only reward your abstinence, or they ignore the fact that processed foods are harming us in over 100 ways. You have to be motivated by these just daily, sometimes hourly victories. Like you notice that you're more energetic, or you notice that you stay calm while somebody else gets upset. The number of just very amazing, wonderful things is endless. This is a way to keep us lifted up and moving forward. So lapse management, when we understand how severe the addiction is and how much training we need to fend off the food industry, we also know we need training in how to get back after a lapse. We need realistic expectations about how long it's going to take for lapsing to stop. We need training in cue management, trigger management, before we can expect to stop lapsing. We need to stop the self-blame. So realistic expectations, it could take years. Research on drug addiction recovery, which is not really drug addiction recovery, it's really drug addiction transference to processed foods, 5 years. 5 years before you have a year of abstinence. So you need compassion for lapsing, never judgment. And when you get compassion, the emotional impact of the lapse is reduced, and you're much more likely to be able to come back out of it. Cue management, this is just almost all programs are missing this. This is the reason we lapse. There's a tremendous amount of research showing that a cue, a trigger, a message, stimulation, reminder, could be a smell, a sound, a sight, even an associative cue. Oh, I used to binge with that person. I see that person. Now I feel like binging. It's where the lapse starts. It's not in your childhood issues, as painful as they may be. It's not because you lack willpower, and it's not because you're self-sabotaging. It's because the food industry has stimulated you in some way. So it takes a long time to get the hang of that and to start to measure how much cueing can I tolerate before I'm going to lapse. And also, you've got to give your household members time to learn how to stop triggering you. And yes, that is their responsibility. If you want to quit smoking, no, the household members don't get to keep smoking in the house. It's a respect thing. Okay, and then stop the self-blame. This is so important. If you're blaming yourself, it's painful and the pain will drive you right back into lapsing. So the science is really important here. The science tells you what's going on in your brain, and it's not because you have some kind of weakness. It's because the food industry was allowed to give you an addiction. Stress-free environments are important. Stress, along with cueing, is a leading cause of lapsing. So we feel like because this starts in childhood, that means that all 100 billion brain cells in our head were formed in an addicted brain. The addiction can start at the moment of conception if the parents are using processed foods. That very first DNA duplication will happen in an addictive way. So how are you going to reprogram 100 billion brain cells? It's immersion. You've got to be able to reach somebody and release stress between meetings, talk about any problem, and you have to have your own control over time, pacing, etc. So frequent meetings release a wonderful chemical called oxytocin. Your feel-good pathways in your brain might not be working too well, but oxytocin will come on and actually regulate dopamine release. It's very, very cool. So this is a great way to stop cravings. It's a great way to feel better being online all the time. And the more exposure you get to healthy people, the more your mirror neurons are going to drive you to do healthy things. So stress-free environments, if people are criticizing you, if they're judging you, if they're telling you you're a failure, that will lead you straight back to the food. It's got to be stress-free. Visioning, this is something that's so important. People can develop visions of how they would like to be. This is very, very different from goal setting. You set a goal, you are bringing on the stress, the anticipation of disappointment, of failure, and shame. But if you gently create, you're just creating a vision, you're answering this question, what kind of person would I rather be? Then it comes up from the foundations of your soul, and you can do this. Cognitive restoration, we know the frontal lobe has been deprived of blood flow, and there are ways to bring that back online. Memory, learning, decision-making, attention span, impulse control, those are all frontal lobe. And you can do exercises to stimulate that part of the brain and get your cognitive function back. Okay, so here they are. Here are all 20 of the must-haves, and you need each one of them. This is a highly complex addiction. Oh, just Chef AJ, thank you so much for letting me share that.
Thank you. One of the, I took a few notes, and one of the things that really stood out, because one of the other speakers talked about this, about self-love, is you can't hate yourself into recovery.
No, ma'am. If you're in a program that is teaching you that you're failing, you never get this, what's wrong with you? That program is trying to get you to hate yourself into recovery. It's sad. It not only does it not work, but gosh, it's painful.
You know, so many people, Dr. Flynn, wanting to go on a diet, they're looking for a quick fix. But if I understand you correctly, addiction doesn't respond to quick fixes.
It makes it worse. So if you are on a diet and you don't have enough calories, for example, you're waking up another part of your brain. You're waking up the fear of famine brain. And that now you have a double whammy. You have a hyperactive fear of famine, food-seeking brain, and you've got the addiction. It's not nice. You have to eat full meals.
But
Yeah.
I love how you said that you have to have a recovery plan that doesn't include addictive substances for
Yes.
you. I see so many plans, like you say, that allow dairy, that allow stevia, that allow caffeine, and they take out, yes, it's great to take out sugar and it's great to take out sugar and flour, but they're still drinking alcohol. And I don't think people really fully understand the addiction model the way you describe it.
Yeah, it's so easy to transfer an addiction. And even as you're coming off the processed foods, your leadership should be expert enough to be watching for relationship addiction or porno addiction or gambling addiction or shopping addiction. It's very easy to transfer an addiction. And the corporations are out there with their addiction scientists promoting this all the time.
I love how you said that households should respect those in recovery, because this is what I see as one of the biggest problems. And as you talked about cues in the environment, you mentioned how if somebody was quitting smoking, you wouldn't necessarily tell the family members they had to quit smoking, but they can't smoke in the house. But with these processed foods, I see so many, it's usually the woman, sometimes it's the man, but it's usually the woman who, well, my husband won't eat this way and my kid won't eat this way. And they still have to go out and buy this hyper palatable crap and make food with it. And then they wonder why they can never recover because they're living in a 7-Eleven.
Yes. And this is something that I think is really important, that you know the truth about these processed ingredients. I am working on a presentation right now of the 8 ways. It's based on some material from Rob Lustig's metabolical book, the 8 ways that processed foods attack cell function, how they immobilize cells, how they paralyze cells, how they cause cell death. These are not substances that that you would ever give somebody. No.
I love how you said that in many of the eating recovery programs, they're trying to teach people to moderate these, and then they blame themselves for failing. We have a binge expert on this summit who says, no, you can't moderate those foods.
No, you can't. You don't want to. It would be like saying, okay, good. You've gone from a pack of cigarettes to half a pack. That's great. Let's just stop right there. Oh, no. You would want to keep whittling that down until they were safe. It's very, because there's so many different substances and the industries are so good at deception. These are the same people that tried to successfully persuade us that cigarettes were sexy. Can you imagine anything more repulsive than a cigarette?
I'm shocked. Every time I see somebody smoke, I'm like, really? That's still a thing? It shocks me. So many people say that the reason that they're overweight today is they had childhood trauma or abuse. And again, we're not trying to diminish that in any way, but you said it's not your childhood issues. Could you please elaborate on that?
Well, suppose you're a heavy drinker and you're an alcoholic and you go in to get therapy. Therapists will not work with an alcoholic while they're still drinking. And it's because you don't know what behavior is being driven by the alcohol versus the childhood trauma. But yet they go in and they treat people with processed food addiction without getting their diets cleaned up. So how in the world can that therapist know whether that person is sobbing in their office because they're crashing off of a sugar high or because they've uncovered a childhood trauma? That is not a fair fight. And you've got to really work with that patient. And our message to therapists, to doctors, to dietitians, to nutritionists, to physical therapists, to nurses is simple. You need a surround support system for that patient. Yes, we want to work with you on food plans. We want to work with you on prescriptions. But the idea that you're going to take a severely addicted person and get them to a safe place with a once a week appointment or a once a month appointment, no, it's going to leave the practitioner frustrated. My heart breaks for practitioners who are being trained to believe that they can medicate or surgically alter A person, no, it's 100 billion brain cells that need reprogramming, rewiring, remessaging, and you're not going to do that in a once a week office visit, and you're not going to do that with surgery.
Right. It's interesting how you said at the beginning how when people are using these hyperpalatable foods as drugs, it's almost not to feel good anymore, but just to avoid the pain of the withdrawal.
Yes, that's the progression of addiction. You're not drinking anymore because you really enjoy it. It's because you will get the DTs in withdrawal. The pleasure has gone out of it. The liking has gone out of it, and wanting has come in to take its place. It's a miserable life.
Yeah. How long does it take for someone to detox or withdraw from processed food and to have these cravings go away? I know they can always be reignited by cues, but
Yes.
if they're in a clean
Yes.
environment and in a program, how long does that serious detox where they're really miserable take?
It's 4 to 8 days, sometimes 10, and sometimes you might have a resurgence of strong emotions, day 14, day 23. But as long as you're in a program and you can go in and talk about it, it will take the agony of it away. And this year, actually, I've learned about supplementation to reduce the agony withdrawal. The agony I'm talking about typically is a bad headache. So there is supplementation. There are kind of recipes for supplements online. I'm not a nutritionist. I'm not licensed to recommend things, but there's 3 specific minerals that, as I understand it, this is outside of my area of expertise, the kidney will release those 3 minerals. You get a deficit of those 3 minerals, and you can just take them,
Wow,
and you'll avoid quite a bit of the worst of it.
that's great. So, is it important to have a clean environment if one is recovering from an addiction?
We have excellent research showing that if your brain, your addicted brain, knows that a food is available, it will be pumping out dopamine. You can't pay attention because your brain is filling with dopamine until finally there's so much dopamine in your head that you're doing what I call the zombie walk. You're going to get it. Your brain is screaming, no, no, no. But your body is moving forward. It's because so much dopamine has built up from availability alone, that that can get control of your behavior. That's not you. That's not your frontal lobe. Frontal lobe has gone offline. It's a mechanical, chemical reaction to availability. So a clean home environment, even if you start getting triggered out in the real world, you can just you get home, and then this is our peaceful place. This is where we have absolute control. All of that part of your brain will be triggered. You've got to have a kind of a sanctuary somewhere, a refuge.
I couldn't agree with you more. And the amount of time that people complain about how they can't get a clean environment, they could maybe learn techniques to negotiate that, because I think that it can be negotiated. Maybe it would take therapy or a counselor or something, but until one has had the benefit of a clean environment, I don't think they know how peaceful one can be. You always talk about that calm, stable brain. I think if I had to live amongst processed food, I wouldn't have been able to manage my food addiction and keep the weight off.
No, it's not. I love this topic because we are asking ourselves, what is reasonable? What is realistic? It's not realistic to stop lapsing if processed foods are piled up everywhere in your home. So it's one of the things when we say go at your own pace and talk about what your voice of wisdom wants to talk about. It may be that person has got to stand up to an emotionally abusive household member before they can even start thinking about a food plan. It may be that they have to work with their physician to get off some medications before they're going to be successful on a food plan. So the getting your food in order is just kind of on the list of things that need to be built up And you need to build skills to execute those things over time, a long time. I've been in my recovery program now for 4 years. I'm still throwing off mean things that my parents said to me. And the more I throw those off, the more I like myself, the easier it is to maintain a clean food plan.
Okay, thank you. The word conformance drive and mirror neurons might be new to some of our viewers. Could you kind of give a down and dirty definition of
Yes, yes. This is something that's very, very surprising. I worked very hard for 22 years to find a way to reliably get people off of processed foods. It took me all those years to realize how severe the addiction is. And then January 1st, 2018, I said, okay, I know what Zoom is. We're going to have an all day long program, 7 days in a row on Zoom. And I don't know, I got 10 volunteers. I had a daily phone call. I got 10 volunteers from that program. And they had all been struggling. I'd had the daily phone call for maybe a year and a half. It wasn't enough. And there we were that very first day on Zoom. We came to the end of the day and I went around the room and I said, how did you do with your food today? I ate clean. I ate clean. I didn't think I could do it, but I did it. I've been trying to eat clean for 20 years. All the way around the room, everybody had eaten clean that day, and I was shocked. I didn't know about mirror neurons. They're not in the textbook, but I went looking. I went looking for some explanation of why all of those people were able to eat clean on that very first day. It was conformance drive. Conformance drive, as it turns out, is the second most powerful system in the brain. The most powerful system is making our blood pump and our breathing. But right next to it is conformance drive. Like, what? How could that be? It is because if you believe in human evolution, not everybody does, but even if you think of this in creationist terms, it still makes sense. If you were in a tribe and you conformed to that tribe's way of doing things, you would live long enough to pass on your genes, to have children pass on your genes. Why? Because it was the tribe that fought off predators and found food and found shelter and watched over children. If you were the kind of person who went off on your own, those hyenas were waiting for you. You would not survive long enough to have your own children. So the people wandering off, those genes did not get passed on. The people who would conform to a tribe, their genes got passed on. This is hardcore survival wiring in the brain. So the food industry just exploits this mercilessly. That's why you see commercials that have somebody sitting on the sofa eating bad food. Your conformance drives to say, oh, we should sit on the sofa and eat bad food. It's diabolical. This is what I really like the way I think about mirror neurons. They will either kill you or they will cause you to thrive. And it depends 100% on who you are around. So if you're around people who are eating processed foods and you're beating yourself up because you can't stop, that's not your fault. Nobody's ever given you an alternative group of people to conform to. It doesn't mean you love those people any less. It just means that you've managed your mirror neuron, your conformance drive compulsion in a safe way. I eat what these people eat. I love these people over there in my household, but I eat the way these people eat. And that's crucial. And that does, so how does your conformance drive decide who to conform to? It's who you see most often and how well you know them.
We had one of the experts on the summit, Dr. Scott Stoll, talk about the obesity contagion, that you are your friend's behaviors, basically. We do, and there's really strong, and it's relatively new research. I have a workshop called Catching Processed Food Addiction from Social Circles.
This researcher went so far to say that if your social circle is not losing weight, you cannot lose weight.
Wow, that's profound. This summit is called The Truth About Weight Loss. And in addition to excess weight, what other effects do these processed and ultra processed foods have on the brain and the body?
Oh gosh, they impair cell function. So every cell in the body is being impaired. Brain wise, you get the addiction that we talked about before, intense cravings, loss of control over behavior. You will also get that cognitive impairment, poor attention span learning, decision making, impulse control, and memory. And you do see epidemics of all these things. So Americans are eating over a pound per person per day of these highly toxic fattening substances. So you see epidemics of these things. It could be any organ, skin, heart, lungs, stomach. It could be any muscle group. It could be any endocrine. It could be thyroid. It could be pancreas. It could be all your reproductive organs. It could be skeleton. It causes, they're highly acidic. The stomach will neutralize the acidity by pulling calcium alkaline from the bones, so osteoporosis. It erodes cartilage, the cells in cartilage. This is why we have these epidemics of hip and knee replacement. And it accelerates aging. So it creates something called a glycated end product, and those build up inside of cells, and they make the cells inflexible. They prevent the mitochondria in the cell from functioning. So but you're touching on what's so fun. I know people are like, what? This is not fun. This is incredibly fun. All these things that your health professional told you are never going to go away, they go away. All these things that you didn't know you had. And people might have told you that you were slow, or you had low IQ, or you were not a good learner. Boom, all of a sudden you have this terrific IQ. You learn like crazy, and you can pay attention for hours on end, and your memory is sharp, 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 and you're making great decisions. Oh my gosh, all the pain goes away, the inflammation, the leaky gut, the stomach aches, the asthma. There are 144 diseases associated with processed foods. And the basic foundation for that is the processed foods gradually and painfully destroy cell function. They're that deep.
I believe you. Is there like an addiction severity index?
Yes. So the way the American Psychiatric Association has defined this is there are those 11 signs. We talked about six or seven of them. The more of those you have, the more severe the addiction. We have a self quiz. It's not a diagnostic tool, but it'll give you an idea of whether you're experiencing the signs. And that self quiz is right at the top of the services we offer at processedfoodaddiction.com. Six or more out of the 11 is considered to be a severe addiction.
Right. Thank you. You mentioned in one of your talks that I heard about waking up the food-seeking part of the brain.
Yeah.
How does one, because obviously a lot of people with processed food addiction do have excess weight that they need to lose. So how do they do that without waking up that part of the brain?
Well, you eat a lot of non-fattening foods. So you had another guest whom I just really admire, Barbara Rolls. And I didn't really believe this when I was listening to her, because of course I tried it out for myself. If you're eating a lot of like a leafy green, there's a big volume on your plate. This is really fun to try out. You will see that you are less hungry. And it's not a matter of calories. That's not how the brain computes whether you've had enough food. It's literally by the volume of it. So the way to to lose weight and avoid, so how do you wake up that brain? Not eating enough. So it is the one situation in which the conformance drive becomes the third most powerful part of the brain. And it's if you've woken up the food seeking, fear of famine brain. So famine is a leading cause of death on the planet. Like a volcano could erupt and block out the sun for a couple of years. You would have tens of thousands of people dying of famine. Now, today, famine is used by political leaders. Mao used it to quell peasants in China. Stalin used it to quell peasants in Russia. It's horrible, and it's done. But famine is very much fear of famine is hardwired into the brain. If you're in a famine situation and you find food, this is where you would break away from your tribe. You would not share that food. That's no longer the best survival strategy. You would eat it all as fast as you could because you don't want your tribe to discover you eating it, and you don't want the predators who are gathering around to get you before you finished eating it. And so you would eat it as fast as you could, and then you would run away and hide. That's the description of binge eating disorder.
Yeah.
Binge eating disorder is just a woken up fear of famine brain. It's very sad. And you do that by dieting, not enough calories, and by fasting.
Yeah.
We do have good research showing that after even just 24 hours of fasting, the addictive part of the brain is hyperactivated. Fasting is not for people with processed food addiction.
Right. So,
Yeah.
Dr. Iflin, what's the real truth about weight loss?
The real truth about weight loss is that it is a severe, complicated addiction. And when you treat the addiction, the weight loss issue goes away.
Amen. Thank you so much, Dr. Iflin.
Thank you. Thank you, Chef AJ. You are a light in the world.
Oh.
You are a light in a very gray, dim world, and I appreciate you so much.
Oh, and the feeling is mutual. Thank you for
Oh, thanks.
Wow. I mean, it's really hard to take notes on something like this when everything is a key takeaway, but I did my best, just like I was a good college student taking my notes pen to paper. That's how I prefer to take notes. I learn better when I actually write it down rather than type on my phone. And I'm going to share my key takeaways with you. But it's amazing how she says when you treat the addiction, the weight problem goes away. And I think you're going to hear that from pretty much all of the speakers that deal in that realm. You know, when she said the USDA isn't trying to kill us necessarily, but they're just standing by and watching us die. And I think, you know, the same could actually be said for the processed food industry. And I love how the speakers in this summit are so respectful of the other speakers and knowledgeable of them. Like, I had no idea that she was familiar with the work of one of my heroes, Dr. Barbara Rolls, who's going to be speaking about calorie density, when I actually asked her about, you know, how do you lose weight if you don't want to wake up the seeking part of the brain? And she basically said what I've been saying all the time: large volumes of food, leafy greens, foods low in calorie density, so that the brain computes you've had enough food by the volume. That's why, in my opinion, for most people, the weighing and measuring programs, I don't want to say they don't work. They work quickly, but we learned from Dr. Iflin that you can't treat addiction quickly. They take the weight off, but they don't really deal with the underlying issue. So here are some of my key takeaways from Dr. Iflin. And she talked about how there are over 2,000 studies in the medical literature proving that processed food addiction exists and that it's harming hundreds of millions of people around the world unknowingly. So that's why when I meet a healthcare professional, it's one thing if a layperson doesn't believe it, but when a doctor tells me, oh, there's no such thing, I'm like, well, have you read the science? Have you read Dr. Iflin's book? She talked away that you define it by the behaviors. Have you tried to cut back and failed multiple times? Have you had a plan not to use? And by using, it doesn't mean heroin or cocaine, although it could, or alcohol, but have you tried to cut back or not have coffee or a cigarette or sugar or flour or even peanut butter, knowing that you should, but you weren't able to? just the thinking about eating these foods and the planning, and these cravings, it take up a lot of time for people that suffer from this affliction. And she talked about that even if you have only six of the 11 criterion, that is the definition of addiction. And she said the other way to define addiction is what is going on in the brain if you have a hyperactive reward system. There's not enough activity in the frontal lobe. And I love that she talked about the history of when it started, because I'm always interested in that. Because, if you look back throughout most of human history, people weren't overweight. People didn't binge eat. There wasn't anorexia. People weren't suffering from these diseases like processed food addiction. But she said she believes it started in the early 1900s when steel rollers were introduced. And now you could pulverize the grain fine enough so they were absorbed quickly enough to get a high, especially for people that are sensitive. And once you refine a plant to that point, it gets you high. You have an addiction potential. People say, well, they ate bread in the Bible. They didn't have these steam rollers. They could pulverize the grain finely. It was very, very coarse, and it didn't have the amount of gluten it had today. And I love that she agrees with some of the other doctors, like Dr. Erwin Linsner of True North, about gluten having the potential for addiction in the sensitive because it contains gluteomorphines, just the same way that cheese or dairy contains casomorphine. Some people are not sensitive, just like some people can drink alcohol and not become an alcoholic. There are probably people that can eat gluten, but generally those that are suffering from weight and food addiction should consider avoiding glutinous grains. There are such a plethora of delicious whole grains that we can be eating that don't have gluten if we have this particular problem. And she said that generally, when you consume these foods, it's followed by a crash. And then what happens is people begin to reuse or use these foods compulsively to get out of the crash. So it's almost like they're not using anymore to feel good. It's just to avoid the pain of detoxification and withdrawal and not feel bad. She said the more we refine a carbohydrate, the more potential it has for addiction. And that is completely makes sense. It also, the more it increases in caloric density and lowers in nutrient density. We really weren't meant to be eating processed and ultra processed and refined foods. As popular as they are, as inexpensive as they are, and as socially acceptable as they are not human food. And she said how fast it reaches the brain. It determines the potential for addiction. And she talks about how sugar and fat and salt reach the brain faster than any other addictive drugs, that it takes only a half a second, whereas cocaine takes 10 seconds. The faster it reaches the brain, the more addictive. So sugar and flour are highly addictive substances, as are dairy and caffeine too. She said that even artificial sweeteners are more addictive than cocaine, as rats will choose those first. And that's why we don't recommend all the sugar alcohols, the stevia, erythritol, or xylitol, and all those things. We talked about this a lot in our GI Health Summit when all the GI doctors said they're actually worse for us, and worse especially for our gut microbiome. She said, dairy, I love how Dr. Clapper didn't make it this year. Hopefully he'll be back next year, but he's talked about how dairy is highly addictive. It's supposed to put an 800-pound baby calf to sleep. It's not for humans, and it's a narcotic. So kudos to you, Dr. Rifflin, for telling the truth about dairy. She mentioned a study, I'll see if I can find a link to it, where dairy consumption is associated with a shorter life. And we certainly know it's linked to all the reproductive cancers like prostate cancer in males and reproductive cancers in females, because it's a hormonal secretion not meant for our bodies. It's meant for the mammal that it was produced by. I love how she said it's already a processed food. It's processed by the cow. She has a great sense of humor. She said the study that she saw that dairy shortens life showed that the shorter the more dairy, the shorter the telomeres. Dr. Ornish talks a lot about this, and that when you take the fat out of milk to make skim milk, you're actually speeding up the absorption, which makes it even more addictive. People think they're doing a good thing by having skim milk. Well, no, not at all. She said people who watch television are just so much more vulnerable to food addiction. And 3 years ago, when we moved to the desert, I stopped watching TV, mainly because I couldn't figure out how to turn it on. But we don't even have TV anymore. I mean, we actually have a television, but we can't really play it because we don't have cable. Doesn't mean I don't watch a show here and there, on the computer, Netflix, but I haven't watched TV in 3 years, and I've never been more peaceful or happier. But of course, we can't undo the fact that most of us watched it a lot in our childhood and were exposed to all these commercials and Lego My Eggo and Tricks Are for Kids and all this kind of thing, Cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. She talked about the addiction model, the 5 A's, and that basically big tobacco bought processed food, and they did the same thing to the children and to adults as they did to smokers. Attack the child. The younger the age, the better. Make them customers for life. And the other 5 A's of the addiction model: advertising, age, advertising, availability, affordability. And she talked about Howard Moskowitz. I actually know somebody that knows him, and I'm trying to interview him. He's retired, but he's the guy that was hired to put sugar, fat, and salt, but put it in places where we couldn't detect it. So, for example, everybody knows a dessert's supposed to be sweet and they expect sugar in it, but he hid it everywhere, in luncheon meats, in tomato sauce, places that you really, salad dressings where you don't really have to have it. And she said when high fructose corn syrup was introduced, it was much cheaper. You're going to learn about that from Dr. Lustig in the next session. And it's much more harmful, as you learn from Dr. Michael Gorin, the pediatric obesity specialist in this summit. It is much more deadly. It converts to fat 2.5 more times as easily. And she talked about how in third world countries that mothers are given baby formula and told it's better, and then their breast milk doesn't come in and they can't afford to buy formula. I mean, this is horrible. This is horrible. And that the addiction even starts before the mother's pregnant. You're going to learn from other speakers like Dr. Nicole Avina. It's really scary. She said there's evidence that if a mother is eating processed food while pregnant, the baby will be born with metabolic syndrome. And when you're eating outside of reasons of hunger, it's not eating. That's drug use. Withdrawal is one of the 11 signs that you're addicted to something. And many people use, and that means eat, these foods just to avoid withdrawal. And so, for example, they get a headache, so they drink some caffeine because withdrawal is just too uncomfortable. She talked about if you want to have recovery from food addiction, you need complete support, and you have to know the story of big tobacco. That whatever program you're in must engage your conformance drive and be research-based so that you can get your neuron neurons to control your behavior. And you have to have successful people to copy and know that this is for a lifetime. Recovery is a lifetime. It's not a diet. You need time and training, and you need to learn to meal plan and prep. And you have to be in an environment of unprocessed food and around people that support eating unprocessed food. And that's why we've been saying, since I've been speaking on this, what Dr. Lyle has always said, one of our speakers, we must work harder on our environment than we do ourselves. Because she talked about how dopamine is just going to keep pumping out if the food is in your home. So you need to talk to those people in your environment. And that's where recovery starts, in your environment. You need to be in a program that takes all the addictive substances out. And that's why so many people I see, oh, I don't eat sugar and flour, as they're drinking dairy and coffee and alcohol and smoking cigarettes. You need to take it all out. None of it's good, especially if you're suffering with weight issues and addiction. And you have to be in a program that doesn't force you to eat any particular food, like, oh, you've got to have nuts, you're going to die. No, that's not a recovery program. And one that celebrates all victories. And probably the most important is getting your brain back. And I remember before I even lost my weight, just going sugar and flour and processed food free, I remember saying to my husband, oh my God, I feel so good in my brain. I don't even care if I lose weight because I felt so good. The cravings were gone. The compulsions were gone. You need realistic expectations about lapses. You know, if you saw last year's summit, remember Dr. Jen Hawk said relapse is part of recovery. And so you must include some kind of management of that and learn about the reasons that you lapse. And it's often because of cues. And where are these cues in your environment? Sights of the food that really shouldn't be there. Sounds of people crunching the potato chips, smell of people making toast and bringing in pizza, those kind of things. And I love how she concurs with Dr. Hawk and Dr. Lyle talked about last year. It is not your childhood issues that is the reason you're overweight or have food addictions. It's your environment. And you have to be able to negotiate this clean environment. Your household members have to learn to stop triggering you. If you quit smoking or drinking, they don't get to keep smoking and drinking in the house. And it's the same for processed food. And I hope Susanna's listening because I know how much she struggles with this, having so many kids. The more exposure you have to healthy people, like we provide in our groups, the more mirror neurons you're going to have to drive you to do healthy things. You need to have someone to talk to and learn about craving prevention. And I love this, and I've heard this from a few other people in the summit. You can't hate yourself into recovery. If that worked, we'd all be very successful. When you go up on a diet, you wake up the fear of famine, the food-seeking brain. And that's why she talked about eating in accordance to calorie density, eating large volumes of nutrient-rich, calorically dense food, calorically dilute food, nutrient-dense food, greens, beans, those kind of things. Until you're abstinent, you don't know if the behavior was triggered by childhood trauma or by the drug use, because pleasure and liking has gone out of it. You're just in a place of wanting, which is actually a miserable place to be because you're not even using to feel good anymore. You're just using to avoid feeling bad. But the good news is that horrible detox for most people usually lasts as little as 4 days, maybe up to a week for most people. If your addicted brain knows the substances are available in your environment, you will continue to pump out dopamine. That is why the research shows a clean environment is crucial to your success. The availability of the substance alone can control your behavior. It is not realistic to think that you can stop lapsing if you have processed foods in your home. If your social circle isn't losing weight, you won't. Remember how Dr. Stoll said last year about the obesity contagion, that you're more likely to be overweight or obese if even your friend's friend who you don't know is overweight or obese. So pay good attention to the company you keep because you're going to be just like them. Processed foods impair cell function and cause intense cravings. It impairs memory and decision-making. And things that you may have attributed to other illnesses often go away when you stop using processed foods. And there's over 100 diseases associated with their use. If you have at least 6 or more of the 11 criterion, it is considered a severe addiction. So wonderful, wonderful presentation. I just love Dr. Iflin. She really understands this topic. And speaking of understanding the topic of food addiction, we are so honored that for the first time on our summit, we have Dr. Robert Lustig, who is a professor emeritus of pediatrics at UCSF. His YouTube, which is called The Bitter Truth, I believe has close to 20 million views. And he is giving a wonderful presentation called Fact or Fiction. What is the true cost of sugar and fructose consumption? Please pay very good attention to this talk, and please welcome for the first time to the Truth About Weight Loss Summit, Dr. Robert Lustig.
Hello, I'm Robert Lustig. I'm a pediatric endocrinologist and obesity researcher, and I am going to talk to you today about all of the diseases listed here. This is a very long list of chronic diseases, but they all have one thing in common. They are all made worse by sugar. So we're going to talk about the role of sugar in chronic disease today. I do have these disclosures. I did write these books for the general public, most recent of which is Metabolical, The Lure and the Lies of Processed Food, Nutrition, and Modern Medicine. And I am also the chief medical officer of 4 companies and a paid advisor to 4 other companies. I will not be discussing any of these companies or products during this discussion today. It starts here. It starts with this fiction. This was a video that was displayed in 2013 on every football game in America, sponsored by Coca-Cola, called Coming Together. And this is a direct quote from that video. Beating obesity will take action by all of us based on one simple common sense fact. All calories count no matter where they come from, including Coca-Cola and everything else with calories. So you can get your calories from carrots, so you can get your calories from kumquats, so you can get your calories from Coca-Cola, or you can get your calories from cheesecake. It doesn't matter because it's energy balance. Therefore, it's calories in and calories out. Therefore, it's 2 behaviors, gluttony and sloth. Therefore, any calorie can be part of a balanced diet because it's diet and exercise. Therefore, don't pick on our calories. Pick on somebody else's calories. All of this comes from the notion that calories are fungible. That is, it doesn't matter where they come from. The problem is the science says something else entirely, because the science says that some calories cause disease more than others, depending on which foods they are in, because different calories are metabolized differently. Because a calorie is not a calorie, and sugar turns out to be the most egregious of all calories. So you know that this is true. The question is this true as well? And we now have the data to demonstrate that indeed this is the case. Now, the public health community says that in order to regulate a substance, it has to meet 4 separate criteria: unavoidability or ubiquity, toxicity, abuse, and negative impact on society known as externalities. In other words, how does your smoking affect me? Or how does your alcohol use affect me? So that's the question for today with sugar. Does sugar meet these 4 criteria? So we're going to go through each of these one at a time. So from an unavoidability standpoint, well, it's in all of our food. Now, our ancestors back in 1820 getting fruits and vegetables and occasional honey, consumed about 5 pounds of sugar per year, which is virtually nothing. And there's the growth of the sugar industry during the late 19th century, C&H and Domino, et cetera, Texas, Louisiana, Hawaii, which reached stabilization there at the beginning of the 20th century when price equaled demand. There's the rationing of World War II. Came back up to the same level. And then we had the advent of processed food in the mid-1960s. And then we had the switch of high fructose corn syrup for sucrose. And we also had the dietary guidelines, which caused an increase yet again. All right. So if you look at our diet, it turns out that 56% of the food sold in America is currently ultra processed. That it means different nutrients, different ingredients that are taken out of other foods and put into virtually new created foods. This accounts for 62% of the sugar in the American diet and 67% of the sugar in kids' diets. And as you can see, it's in virtually all foodstuffs, not just the obvious candy, cakes, desserts. All right, so ubiquity, solved. Now about toxicity. Now, this article you may have seen in the New York Times Magazine about now over 10 years ago from Gary Taubes, is sugar toxic? And our response in 2012 in Nature, my colleagues Laura Schmidt, Claire Brindis, and I wrote this article in Nature called The Toxic Truth About Sugar. And the question is, were we, guilty of hyperbole? Did we really mean it? Well, the definition of toxicity is the degree to which a substance can damage an organism. Now, notice it does not distinguish acute toxicity from chronic toxicity. So we have acute toxins like sarin and ricin and VX gas, cyanide, parts per billion, keel over and die on the spot. We also have chronic toxins like benzene, carbon tetrachloride, tobacco smoke, pollution, etc. Okay, they're still toxins. They just don't kill you immediately. So one cigarette won't kill you, but 10,000 might. And that's what we're talking about with sugar. We're talking about chronic toxicity. Now, in order for me to demonstrate this, I must show that sugar is an independent risk factor and that it is exclusive of its calories. Otherwise, calories are toxic, and that's not true. And it has to be exclusive of weight gain and obesity. Otherwise, obesity is toxic. And it turns out that's not true. So the first problem, the first thing to understand is that fructose, the sweet molecule in sugar, the molecule we seek, the molecule that makes it sweet, is not glucose. Glucose is the energy of life. Every cell on the planet burns glucose for energy. Glucose is so important that if you don't consume it, your body makes it. All right? Fructose is another story. Fructose is completely vestigial to all vertebrate life. There is no animal cell on the planet that requires dietary fructose for any purpose. And it turns out fructose has some very specific properties that are not shared with glucose. Fructose is 7 times more likely than glucose to form what we call advanced glycation end products. This is the Browning or the Maillard reaction, and this causes chronic disease. Fructose does not suppress the hunger hormone ghrelin. So if you take a child and you pre-treat them with a soda, and then you let them loose at the fast food restaurant, they don't eat less, they eat more because the 150 calories in the soda didn't register. Acute fructose does not stimulate insulin, and therefore it doesn't stimulate leptin, except it causes insulin resistance, which is even worse. And hepatic Liver fructose metabolism is completely different from that of glucose, and chronic fructose exposure alone causes all the diseases of metabolic syndrome. And that can be seen here. This is a liver cell, and you can see what happens to glucose when it enters the cell. Pretty much all of it ends up with that big arrow going to glycogen, or liver starch. This is what your liver wants to do with excess energy. This is why marathoners carb load before a race, is to increase their stores of liver glycogen. And glycogen, for the most part, is good. Very little of the glucose will actually make it down to the mitochondria, where it will be burned by the Krebs cycle or the TCA cycle to create ATP and carbon dioxide. And even less of it will get thrown off via a process called the citrate shuttle here, where citrate will ultimately be turned into fat, VLDL, by these three enzymes right here: ATP citrate lyase, acetyl-CoA carboxylase 1, and fatty acid synthase. This orange pathway here is known as de novo lipogenesis, new fat making. This is what happens to excess carbohydrate that enters the liver that the liver can't handle. Well, turns out only a little bit of glucose will make it to fat. Conversely, fructose, you'll notice no glycogen. All of it ends up down at the mitochondria. Therefore, there's an overwhelming of your mitochondria. The citrate leaves the mitochondria through this citrate shuttle, and then there's plenty of substrate in order to form VLDL. Some of it will make it out, and that will ultimately lead to either cardiovascular disease or obesity. Some of it will precipitate as a lipid droplet, and that causes liver dysfunction, causes insulin resistance, as you can see here, hepatic insulin resistance. And that hepatic insulin resistance drives excess insulin, which drives hypertension and drives the brain to not be able to see its leptin signal, which would tell it to stop eating. And so this accounts for the overeating and the chronic diseases associated with sugar consumption. But that's not all. There is a second problem, and I mentioned it before. Here are 5 pictures of food. They all share one thing in common. They're all brown. Now, the common link is this Browning reaction, or the Maillard reaction, or non-enzymatic glycation. So here's the way to think about it. You can roast your meat for an hour at 375 degrees, or you can roast your meat at 98.6 degrees for 75 years. All of us are browning all the time. And the question is, how fast? Because the faster you brown, the quicker you die. And it will prove to you you are browning right now, because here we see newborn rib cartilage, nice and white, and here's 88-year-old rib cartilage, nice and brown. We are browning as we speak. It is part of life. The only way to stop the browning reaction is to be dead. All right? You can't stop it, but you can slow it. And the way you slow it is by providing substrates that don't engage in it as fast. Turns out glucose engages in it relatively fast, and this is the biochemical reaction itself. This is the aldehyde portion of a glucose molecule binding to the amino group of a hemoglobin molecule, and ultimately leading to this covalent linkage, which we call hemoglobin A1C. This is what diabetics measure in their blood, and the more they make, the higher their blood sugar is, and also the quicker they die. Well, it turns out fructose does it 7 times faster. And every time it does it, you get cell dysfunction and death. You release a reactive oxygen species, an oxygen radical, which can damage the cell even further. We have shown that increasing sugar availability within any country increases diabetes prevalence. So every extra 150 calories per person per day that's available within any country's borders increases the diabetes prevalence of that country only by 0.1%. But if those 150 calories happen to be a can of soda, then diabetes prevalence is increased by 11-fold, 1.1%. And we're not consuming 1 can of soda's worth of sugar, we're consuming 2.5 cans. So take that up to 2.4%. These data actually meet the criteria for causal medical inference, the same level of proof we have for tobacco and lung cancer today, because we've shown dose. The higher the dose, the quicker the diabetes. Duration, the longer the exposure, the quicker the diabetes. Directionality, those countries where sugar went up, more diabetes. Those countries where sugar went down, less diabetes. And finally, precedence. Whenever sugar changed in a country, diabetes changed in the same direction 3 years later. We have demonstrated that approximately 25% of diabetes worldwide and 29% of diabetes in America is explained by sugar and sugar alone. We've also done a placebo-controlled trial to demonstrate that sugar is toxic unrelated to its calories. What we did was we took 43 children from our own clinic at UCSF, and we took the sugar out of their diet. We studied them on their home diet first and showed that they were making lots of fat in their liver and lots of VLDL. And then we put them on an isocaloric, that is, same number of calories, sugar-restricted diet. Now, if you take the sugar out of somebody's diet, you have to put something else back in order to keep it isocaloric. We gave them starch. So it was a starch for sugar exchange. And what we showed was that in 10 days, we were able to reduce liver fat by 22%. We were able to reduce that de novo lipogenesis by 46%. We reduced their VLDL by 49%, and their insulin started being released appropriately and normally from their pancreas. In other words, we reversed their metabolic syndrome in 10 days with no change in calories and no change in weight. This has now been independently confirmed by another group from Emory University and UC San Diego. Also, this fatty liver disease is a huge problem. As you can see, adolescent fatty liver disease increases the risk for type 2 diabetes over control by 2.6-fold. So if you have fatty liver, and currently today, 25% of adolescents have it, and 45% of adults have it, you're at risk for type 2 diabetes because your liver is sick. This brings us now to the question of, well, the sugar's in ultra-processed food, but the sugar, and therefore the ultra-processed food, is making us sick. But it's food, right? Well, is it? Is ultra-processed food actually food? So the question I'm asking is, well, what's the definition of food? Well, if you go to the dictionary, here's the definition. Substrate that contributes to growth or burning of an organism. Does sugar meet this definition? Well, let's look at burning first. All right. This is a study done at Joslin Diabetes Center where they showed that glucose, the energy of life, stimulates the enzyme that tells mitochondria to work, and it also stimulates one of the enzymes in the mitochondria called hydroxyacyl-CoA dehydrogenase. So beta oxidation of mitochondria is increased by glucose. Okay, glucose is food, and it causes burning. But fructose, on the other hand, that sweet molecule in sugar, it suppresses these genes. It suppresses AMP kinase. It suppresses this enzyme here called ACAD-L, acyl-CoA dehydrogenase long chain. It suppresses this enzyme here, carnitine palmitoyl transferase 1A, which is necessary to get fatty acids into the mitochondria for beta oxidation. Fructose actually reduces burning. Well, if it reduces burning, is it food? Ron Kahn, the head of Joslin Diabetes Center, said about this study, the most important takeaway of this study is that high fructose in the diet is bad. It's not bad because it's more calories, but because it has effects on liver metabolism to make it worse at burning fat. As a result, adding fructose to the diet makes the liver store more fat, fatty liver disease, and this is bad for the liver and bad for whole body metabolism. Another study done by Dr. Kevin Hall at NIH looked at patients who were in a room calorimeter where they lived there for a month and were fed either an unprocessed diet or an ultra-processed food diet that was matched for all the different components of food. And what they found was that when they were eating the ultra-processed food, they were eating 500 calories a day more and gaining weight compared to the unprocessed, where they were actually losing weight, because their mitochondria were not working. They were not burning. So burning is a problem. How about growth? Remember, you need growth or burning. Well, this is a study done by my colleague, Dr. Efrat Monsenigo Ornan from Hebrew University, Jerusalem, showing that cortical bone is being laid down appropriately in the control situation. But look what happens with an ultra-processed food and sugar diet. And you can see that all the bone is being washed away compared to control, and it's being thinned as well. And in fact, what ultra-processed food does is it actually hijacks the growth paradigm to increase cancer formation. Every 10% increase in ultra-processed food consumption increases risk of cancer by 12%. So not only are you inhibiting growth, you're actually hijacking it. Thus, in fact, sugar, and thereby by proxy, processed food, is not food because it doesn't meet the criteria for either growth or burning. In fact, processed food is toxic, as demonstrated by this Newsweek article. Okay, how about abuse? Well, National Geographic summed it up very nicely. Why we can't resist it. In fact, sugar is addictive because it works on the reward center of the brain, the nucleus accumbens, in the same way that cocaine, heroin, nicotine, and alcohol do. Now, there are people who say that no, there is no such thing as food addiction. There was a great debate this past year in the American Journal of Clinical Nutrition. On the European side, they said evidence that specific food ingredients are key determinants of addictive eating behavior is lacking. Okay, whereas on the American side, highly processed food are complex substances developed through engineering by combining reinforcing ingredients, refined carbohydrates, fat, and additives, salt, etc., to deliver unnaturally heightened levels of reward. In fact, we actually know that sugar is, in fact, addictive, and it works on the nucleus accumbens to reduce pain. Because this stuff right here, this is something you find in the neonatal intensive care unit. As a pediatrician, I'm very familiar with this. It is called Sweeties. Sweeties. And what is it? It is a super concentrated sucrose solution, a 24% sucrose solution that you dip the pacifier in and then stick in the newborn boy's mouth before the circumcision, because it releases endogenous opioids in that reward center to reduce pain, even in neonates. The Jews have wine, everyone else has Sweeties. In fact, it has been shown that fructose and glucose act on different parts of the brain to cause changes in fullness, satiety, and hunger, because fructose is addictive. And we actually have an economic version of this. It's called price elasticity. So price elasticity says, how much does a food consumption change when the price goes up? And it turns out that if it's price inelastic, that is a sign of addiction. And the three most price inelastic items that we consume are fast food, soft drinks, and juice. In comparison, eggs, which are not addictive, are the most price elastic. So when the price goes up, people stop eating eggs. But when the price goes up on these guys, they don't stop. And the reason is because they're addictive. How about in humans? Well, in humans, the American Psychiatric Association has given us different definitions for addiction, either tolerance and withdrawal or tolerance and dependence. And here are the criteria for dependence. And if you read through them real quick, what you'll notice is that sugar satisfies all 9 of them. And finally, now, negative impacts on society. We've shown that if we could get the sugar out of people's diets at a rate of 20% reduction, which would be like a tax, fatty liver disease, heart disease, type 2 diabetes, and obesity would all get better. A 50% reduction would do even more. In fact, Harvard just published a paper showing that reducing the sugar in packaged foods could improve the health of millions of people and thereby reduce insurance costs and reduce healthcare problems in hospitals. In fact, the International Diabetes Federation went to the G20 several years ago and told them to tax sugar to save lives and money, because this was breaking the medical bank of virtually every developed and developing country around the world. Finally, if you take a look at that same graph I showed you before, showing the increase in sugar, now I'm going to superimpose on this the percent of GDP spent on healthcare spending for the same period of time. What do you see? When processed food entered our world, that's when healthcare costs started to climb out of control. So, is sugar public enemy number one? Well, trans fats used to be, but we now know that, and we got trans fats out of our food back in 2013. Sugar is now public enemy number one, and appropriately so, because sugar does not meet the criteria for food. In fact, it meets the criteria for poison, an addictive poison, just like tobacco and alcohol. And for that reason, sugar needs to come down in all of our foods, and people need to be wary of the sugar consumption that they are engaging in order to be able to mitigate chronic disease. With that, I want to thank my collaborators at UCSF. We affectionately refer to ourselves as the Sugar Hill Gang. My colleagues at UCSF Hastings College of the Law, and also UCLA Resnick Center for Food Policy and Obesity. Thank you so much for your attention.
Unbelievable, wasn't that, guys? Now, I stand corrected. I said it had 20 million views. It actually has 16 million, but that is still pretty impressive, don't you agree? And he ended with, sugar doesn't meet the criterion of food. It meets the criterion of poison. All right, so here are my takeaways. And by the way, I'm getting lots of messages, both on the chat and just personally, that you guys are enjoying my takeaways. I really appreciate it. I don't know. I'm passionate about this topic and helping people that are struggling. And I've always, it's funny, I've always been a good note taker. Even in college, I was the note taker for all the disabled people. And I don't know, I love to listen. People are asking where they can get a copy. I don't have an actual copy, but if you upgrade to the Summit package, which helps us continue our work and allows us to reach more people. And by the way, you get a 2-for-1, a buddy pass, you get all of my takeaways, that's included. And actually people that aren't watching live don't get to hear them at all. So thank you for telling me that you enjoy them. So Dr. Lustig, he talked about the role that sugar plays in chronic disease. And he mentioned one of the Super Bowl commercials of Coca-Cola, where they said they didn't want people to pick on their calories, because this idea that, and I love this word because I love to play word games, fungible, the calories are fungible, that it doesn't matter where they come from. It's not true, guys. The research, the science says something else. It absolutely, you have Dr. Furman as our next speaker. It absolutely matters where calories come from. It is not simply calories in, calories out, because calories are metabolized differently. So a calorie isn't a calorie. And sugar turns out to be the most egregious of all calories. So he talked about how in order to regulate a substance, it has to meet the criterion of avoidability, toxicity, and abuse, and have external and negative impacts on society. Well, I think we could all agree that processed food meets those criterions. And by processed food, meaning sugar, and really anything that comes in a can, a box, a bottle, or a bag, for the most part, of course. We're not talking about a can of tomatoes or beans, but I think you know the difference between processed food and ultra processed food and whole food in its whole food form: fruits, vegetables, whole grains, legumes, nuts, and seeds. And, you know, Americans are eating something like 92% of their calories from animal products and processed food. And even vegans I know eat 100% of their calories from processed food. Most Americans eat about 67 to 72% of their calories from processed food. It's not food. He said it's pretty hard to argue with an unavoidability in sugar because it's in just about everything. You know, half a cup of tomato sauce, at least jarred tomato sauce, has more sugar than 2 Oreo cookies. And we don't need sugar in tomato sauce. I make it all the time. Sometimes I don't even need to put dates in. It's get ripe tomatoes. He said, excuse me. In the 1800s, people ate about 5 pounds of sugar per year. It's a wonderful book called Sugar Blues by William Duffy, who was the boyfriend of the actress Gloria Swanson, that talks about the history of sugar in the world. Very, very fascinating. So 5 pounds of sugar per year, but now it's over 150 pounds of sugar per person per year. That's just the average. I'm not eating any, so probably somebody's eating my share. 56% of food is now ultra processed. And, you know, he talked about the definition of food, and I think we need to stop calling it food. I think that's part of the problem. Dr. Lustig mentioned that the definition of toxicity is the degree to which a substance can damage an organism. And fructose is much different than sucrose. No organism requires any fructose, and it's much more likely to cause the Maillard reaction that he talked about in advanced glycation end products. But the thing is it doesn't suppress ghrelin, which is the hunger hormone. So you can, you know, they switched in soda pop a long time ago. Unless you go to like Mexico, you can get Coke. Not that you should be drinking Coca-Cola, but at least it has, you know, sugar in it, sucrose. But they switched using sucrose to fructose, which was cheaper. And that is what started creating all these problems, because of the fact that it doesn't suppress hunger. You could be drinking thousands of calories from it, and you don't get full. So he talked about insulin resistance and the Maillard reaction, and he talked about how the faster and quicker you brown, the quicker you die. And that he did a study with pediatric patients at UCSF to show that sugar is toxic unrelated to the calories. And in the placebo-controlled trial, they took out the sugar calories and gave them starch calories, which is what we're really in favor for. Wait till you hear Dr. McDougall's talk. In 10 days, they reduced their liver fat by 22% and de novo lipogenesis by 46%. You're going to be learning a lot about liver fat in this summit by gastroenterologist Dr. Edwin McDonald, because non-alcoholic fatty liver disease used to be very, very rare. And unfortunately, there's really no symptoms. And so many people have it now, and children included. We know about fatty liver disease from people that are drinking alcohol, but sugar becomes like alcohol to children. You're going to learn from Dr. Michael Gorin in this summit, and you're going to learn from Dr. Hanna Kalyova that if you eat the diet we recommend, you can reverse non-alcoholic fatty liver disease. He talked about a VLDL. I'm not sure what that is, but it was reduced by 49%. And in this study, their insulin started being released normally and appropriately by their pancreas. And they reversed their insulin resistance in 10 days with no change in calories and no change in weight. It was simply by switching sugar calories from starch calories, which is what we're going to recommend you do as well. Maybe adding some fruits and vegetables as well. And I thought this was amazing that he did that research. He said that when people have fatty liver disease, especially children, it puts them at risk for diabetes. And he asked the question, is ultra-processed food the definition of food? I don't think so. A lot of people talk about the NIH study that Kevin Hall conducted, where people were given either ultra-processed food or real food, and it's incredible the results in weight and health when people didn't eat these ultra-processed food, and even decreasing their risk of cancer by 12%. He believes, as do I, that processed food doesn't meet the criterion of food because it's toxic. And he talked about that it works on the same area of the brain, the nucleus accumbens, as does heroin and cocaine. And of course, there have been multiple studies showing that in vulnerable people that sugar is more addictive than these substances. Dr. Iflin just talked about how it takes cocaine 10 seconds to reach the brain, but sugar, fat, and salt, 1 second. He talked about something called sweeties that's used in the neonatal intensive care unit when they circumcise babies. In the Jewish religion, they use usually just some drops of wine the moil puts in. But the fact is it's basically a narcotic. He talked about it being an endogenous opioid, and it reduces the pain. Sugar reduces pain. People are in pain. People eat sugar. It makes perfect sense. So let's deal with the pain. And I love how he said it doesn't meet the criterion for food. It meets the criterion for an addictive poison. And I've been saying this since at least 2003, and people are finally starting to listen. And now we have medical backup that this is true. Sugar is not food, and it's not safe for children and other living things. And our next speaker is going to concur that. I have to say that I'm very appreciative to Dr. Joel Fuhrman. And, does he really need an introduction? Multiple New York Times bestselling author, multiple shows on PBS. He is one of only 2 people that has literally been a speaker in all 5 of our summits. He is so passionate about this, and he's so willing to speak in these summits. None of the speakers get paid. They devote their time and their energy and are always creating new talks for us. And really, he is just one of the people that I so admire, because if you read his book, Fast Food Genocide, or even Disease Proof Your Child, he is one of the first and people, because so many people in the plant-based movement, which I understand, we want people to not eat animals for the environment and for the animals, but so many of the food plans in the plant-based world are including sugars and flours, and people are wondering why they can't get off this addictive eating cycle or lose weight. He has always said from day one not to eat those foods, and I really appreciate that. He's going to talk about how we can overcome that habit of eating those foods and why people overeat and snack in the first place. And I'm so honored that he always graces us with his presence in our summits. He's always one of the first people to respond and do his interviews. Sometimes it's like herding cats trying to get these doctors. They're so busy helping people just to get them to do the interviews. It's such an honor. And I got to tell you, if I wasn't the host, I'd be watching, because this is so good, because I'm watching with you, and I appreciate all your comments in the chat and the private ones I'm getting. Without further ado, you are going to be blown away by Dr. Joel Fuhrman. Hi, Dr. Fuhrman, and welcome to the Truth About Weight Loss Summit. Thank you so much for being here.
My pleasure. Looking forward to our discussion today.
Well, you are one of my favorite people to interview, Dr. Fuhrman. You've been a guest on every single summit that I've hosted, and I really appreciate your work, because you are really one of the few people that not only believe in food addiction, but actually treat it. So thank you for that.
Yes, it's been a thorn in the side of people, of enabling people to achieve excellent health, is the fact that they know they should be healthier. They know they should take better care of their health. So why don't they? And so obviously addiction and the addictive nature of processed foods plays a huge role here in the difficulty people have in changing to a healthy diet.
Right. And you've written a whole book about it. So
yes, I've written multiple books that discussed it. I think the end of dieting, I tried to focus on addictive eating and emotional overeating the most, but of course, in all my books, I've talked about it, and especially I talked a lot about it in my most recent book, Eat for Life, too. But I do have a lot of, and I've obviously published scientific studies on it, too, and I think my study on food addiction that was published in Nutrition Journal in 2010 has been referenced by nutritional scientists and weight loss experts and people publishing scientific studies all over the world thousands of times. So I have a core of knowledge that's been utilized all over the world that I've published on. So I'm proud of that fact that I've been contributing to this field of food addiction to enable people to get better control of their eating behaviors.
Because we really do understand it. And the book I was actually referring to is Fast Food Genocide, where you really talk about how harmful it is.
Who wrote that one?
Wasn't that you? Okay, sorry. See, I forget you have a good sense of humor in your
I
teasing.
tricked you on that one.
Yeah, of course you wrote that. So, Dr. Furman, a lot of experts that I've talked to, they feel in terms of like, especially where weight is concerned, that animal products and oils are what is most detrimental, and that the refined carbohydrates, sugar, flour, and alcohol, while not really health promoting, aren't that bad. And then we have another group of so-called experts to think that animal products and oils are fine, especially if you weigh and measure them, but it's sugar and flour that's the problem. So are they both a little bit right and maybe a little bit wrong?
Yes. I mean, because you know what my feeling and my niche is that I don't go with any of those. I don't agree with anybody, because my goal is to give people what's the most effective anti-cancer diet and longevity promoting diet and anti-dementia diet. So therefore, if you could get a little better weight loss by your diet being unhealthier, that's going to cut short your life, I'm not into that. You know what I mean? I want to give people what's best for their long-term health. And then, of course, their optimal weight will follow as a result of eating for excellent health. Because obviously, there are lots of unhealthy things you can do to lose weight. I mean, smoking cigarettes help with weight loss, and snorting cocaine helps with weight loss, and drinking alcohol could help with being an alcohol. You know, whatever it is that you're doing, there's lots of ways of eating too that are better than the American diet that people get results with. But if they're not ideal, they're not the pinnacle of nutritional excellence. It's not my thing, because I'm trying to go for that, you know, for the full push all the way to, you know, to push human longevity, to push that envelope of human longevity. And then, of course, all the other beneficial effects happen. And I'm also suggesting that the most longevity promoting diet is most effective for disease reversal. So and most effective for prevention of cancer is most effective for preventing of recurrence and increasing longevity in people who already have cancer. So all these things obviously work together. So I'm considering that and wanting to include that full cornucopia of foods with powerful anti-cancer effects. And neither processed carbohydrates nor animal products and oils are longevity promoting foods, and they're foods that should be either eliminated or minimized to very low levels. So the whole argument is kind of moot. Follow me?
Right. But they're really, even if they were healthy, they're not really weight loss foods.
Yeah, for sure. You know, and it's funny because I'm always saying, you know, why do people consume things that are not in their best interest? You would think your own body, you only get one body, and you would think people would try to eat a diet. Sure, you want to make it taste good and enjoyable, but you want to eat foods that are going to protect you against disease, prolong your life, and prevent tragedies from befalling yourself and your family. But people do the opposite. They're busy trying to do the worst they can and try to come up with some rationalization why it's okay not to eat healthfully. And it shows you the nature of the human mind and how you could take it over and how it can be twisted and how the ability to perform and to act in your own behalf can be taken away from you by the addictive nature of processed foods, and particularly the danger of obviously high glycemic carbohydrates like sugar, honey, maple syrup, and white flour. Do you mind if I open the door and let my dog?
Not at all. We love having.
Otherwise, she's going to be bugging us, you know.
Oh my God.
Yeah, she's a big dog now, but
she really loves you. She is a sweetheart. Oh.
Okay, that's enough, Rain.
Okay, she really. This is precious. Oh, so Dr. Furman, what is the culprit, at least in terms of food addiction and obesity? Is it the processed carbohydrates? Is it the animal products and oil? Or is it just all the crap that people are eating?
Yes. Thank you, Rain. Go down now. Well, you know, I divide food into three categories, right? And of course, we have the processed foods that are also, low in nutrients, and the animal products that are low in nutrients too. What I'm saying right now, nutrients doesn't include only vitamins and minerals. It includes antioxidants and phytochemicals. And because when people don't achieve micronutrient adequacy, including sufficient amount of phytochemicals and antioxidants, they build up more free radicals and advanced glycation end products and other toxins build up in their tissues. So what I'm saying right now is that we have to pay attention to the toxic load in the body, because the toxic load in the body drives your appetite. I'm going to have to take her out. I'm sorry.
It doesn't bother me, but I can understand it might make it difficult.
Yeah, Rain, stay down now, okay? Stay down. I don't know why she's taking advantage of the fact that I'm talking so she can lick me and jump on me and, whatever. She wouldn't be doing this if I wasn't busy doing something.
Yeah, of course. That's how they are.
Yeah. Anyway, so let me just explain. There are three categories of foods: produce, processed foods, and animal products. And I'm saying a piece of chicken is like a bagel. The piece of chicken is like a bagel because they're sources of macronutrients. The chicken gives us protein and the bagel gives us carbohydrate, but neither one contains a large micronutrient load, and neither one contains sufficient fiber. Now, your appestat is controlled by fiber and fiber breakdown products, and also the fact that you're not supplying phytochemicals and antioxidants means you're in the processing of that food. As you metabolize that food for energy, then you're producing free radicals and other toxins. And then that's okay that you're producing free radicals and toxins when you're metabolizing those foods for energy, because the food contains the antioxidants and the nutrients, you're able to metabolize that food. So therefore, you're not going to be seeking extra calories to get the micronutrient needs met, because the foods you're eating that contain calories contains micronutrients. So sugar is a perfect example, because when you take in sugar, sugar is like pure energy. I'm going to have to take her out. She's behaving. Rain, up. Yep. Okay, you could say goodbye to everybody now because you're leaving.
Sorry.
Yeah, I was explaining that that here's what happens with the body is the body needs nutrients to metabolize food. And when the body utilizes nutrients in the mitochondria, it uses cofactors, vitamins, minerals, magnesium, other types of minerals and electrolytes. But in the process of using nutrients to metabolize food, your body produces free radicals from the energy generation process. But food, that's okay to produce free radicals because the body produces, because we eat, in the food that we eat, there's things that prevent free radicals from leaving their confines within the right places within the cell, and free radicals from getting too much proliferation of free radicals that can cause cell damage. So we have the antioxidants that's supplied to digest an apple. You have the antioxidants in the apple that prevent the excess production of free radicals from eating the apple. Now, when you eat sugar and white rice, of course, or white flour products, then your body tries to make energy from that sugar, and now it's utilizing nutrients, vitamins, minerals, and phytochemicals, and it's producing free radicals. Since the sugar and the white rice and the white flour products don't supply sufficient micronutrients for the energy production in the mitochondria and the cell, therefore you're not going to get full energy out of them. You're going to be eating a lot of food and still be fatigued. And also, it's going to strip the body of its nutrient reserves in the process, making you marginally nutritionally deficient, and then eventually severely nutritionally deficient, which then makes you into a calorie consuming monster, because your body is just striving for nutrients and you have to overeat. And the foods you're eating aren't giving you adequate energy. They're still converted into fat. No, you've not produced too much energy from them. So they're more readily produced into fat. And now you have more free radical production from eating those foods that can't be checked, creating inflammation and predisposing you to cancer. Now, in the process of eating too much of those low nutrient calories, including, we're talking here about low nutrient carbohydrates in particular, now you get deposition of intramyocellular lipid. In other words, your muscles now get coated with fat, impregnated with fat, and you develop more muscle weakness. And you have muscle atrophy. So the more you eat, you get your carbohydrate from eating sugar, honey, maple syrup, or white flour, the more you're weakening your muscle tissues. And now you're going to feel lethargic, and not feel like exercising. And you're weaker in response to exercise. And you continually get more nutrient deficient, more immunosuppressed, more predisposed to infection, and more predisposed to cancer in the process. And that's before it even affects the brain. We're just talking about how it affects muscle tissue. Furthermore, there's one extra thing to consider here. Because those things weaken muscle tissue and impregnate fat into the muscle tissue, it leads to shrinking of muscle tissue, which then shrinks your bones, because your bones grow in response to muscle density. So we increase bone growth by lifting weights and lifting heavy objects and keeping our bones dense. So our muscles, because the electrical stimulation that the muscles place on the bones grows the bones and keeps the bones dense. When the muscles are dense, the bones stay dense. When the muscles get weaker and impregnated with fat, the bones get more porous and weak, and we develop osteoporosis. The word for weakening of the muscles with aging is called sarcopenia. I'm saying this vicious cycle of sugar, white flour, white rice, and honey and all these sweeteners with, of course, we're talking about inflammation, increased risk of infectious death, increased risk of cancer, besides the fact that it's going to blow your weight loss, but also the fact that it's going to, now you're going to feel lethargic, dysthymic, and develop sarcopenia, osteoporosis, and eventually dementia, because then you're not going to get the nutrients for the brain as well. So, I know I went fast, but it just gave the overall pattern of how really serious these foods are.
Right. Most speakers, when I listen to them, I have to speed it up, but for you, I have to slow it down. So if I understand you correctly, it's eating a diet that's low in micronutrients, low in fiber, that makes us become, as you say, these calorie consuming monsters. And then when we eat adequate amounts of these micronutrients, it sort of turns off our appetite for this unhealthy stuff.
Yes, there's a lot of mechanisms involved, and that's what I was discussing earlier with the research I've done, is describing some of those mechanisms. And the one, such an important mechanism that I've discussed and published research on was the mechanism that as these toxins like free radicals, advanced glycation end products, urea, ammonia, lipofuscin, as toxins build up in the tissues, you get a more uncomfortable sensation when you're not constantly digesting food. So that you're using food now as a drug. And so what I'm saying is that when you finish eating and you finish digesting, that's when the body enters the catabolic phase of the digestive cycle. And when the liver's not building glycogen and storing energy, it can more effectively detoxify, remove free radicals, deconjugate toxins so they can be excreted in the urine or sweated out through the skin or breathed out through your lungs. So the liver is a detoxification organ that's centrally involved in detoxification. And what happens is that while you're eating, it doesn't really do its job for detoxification. It really works more effectively in cycles, and it cycles in and out of detoxification modes that are enhanced when you're not digesting food. So the person that's toxic and malnourished now is going to feel more fatigued when they're not digesting food as the detox stress is elevated. So they're going to feel maybe shaky, maybe headachy, maybe anxiety, agitated, withdrawal, depression. But the major feeling they feel is fatigued and wiped out, stomach cramping, headaches, whatever it is they're feeling. They'll feel better if they keep eating. So they're forced to overeat to keep their energy up, because they're starting to go into a phase of weakness and feeling wiped out and fatigued when they're not digesting the food. And they think in their mind that they need those calories for energy. And they think the reason their energy is dropping and they're feeling fatigued is because they're hungry and they got to keep eating. Before they go to the gym, they got to eat. They're feeling fatigued, they got to eat. So they're overeating, they're overweight, and they're still eating to get more energy. Now, how is that possible? How can a person be overweight and think they have to eat more calories for energy? Why can't they just not eat anything and live off the energy off their body, live off the fats that's on their body? Unless they were too thin, what would they think they would have to eat for energy? But the human mind always rationalizes things to protect its, the human mind doesn't want to create cognitive dissonance, which means it doesn't want to put itself in like competing and fighting with itself. So when you're overweight, you learn to accept being overweight. You don't see yourself as overweight. You don't see what you're doing as harming yourself. You try to put it into a different compartment so your mind is not focused on it. And you make rationalizations and excuses, and you think you just need to eat that much food to keep, But when in reality, it's the quality of their diet and their low exposure to these beneficial nutrients that allow the increased toxins to cause their fatigue. And then, of course, the fatigue causes the desire to eat more calories. So it's, and a lot of people think they got to eat before they exercise. Oh, I got to eat, I don't have enough energy for the gym. I got to eat. They don't understand it. Well, what about the fat on your body? Why can't you just burn the fat off your body? Well, you all have some fat on the body. Even us thin people have fat on their body. You don't need to eat to get it off. We can just, but in any case, they constantly think they need food for energy. And they do, because obviously they've got a vicious cycle of nutrient and micronutrient deficiencies, and the body is seeking micronutrients. And of course, it's trying to lift their energy with extra eating because the foods they're eating are inefficiently supplying them with energy. So all these things work hand in hand. And then you have, of course, the stimulation of the central nervous system with the pleasure centers in the central nervous system, the dopamine centers, which further complicate addiction. And then you have leptins and all these other issues. Leptins that all intertwined. So hunger and a desire for calories has about 20 different factors that controls it. And you would try to control it with a drug or a pill or a thyroid medication it never works, because there's so many different factors involved in the creation of hunger and creation of your caloric drive, including emotional, where you deal with food emotionally. And so unless you address the basics, you're never going to solve the issue. It's like when people come into me complaining of like knee and back pain, and I usually start with the feet and work that way up. Unless you get the feet in alignment and then get the calves stretched out and get into the spasm in your lower part, it works its way up. Then with each step you have the knee going and the hip going. So we got to start somewhere and try to fix things along the way. And you got to start with the things that are most important, the basic things. And the basic has to be, you can't lose weight in the long run and keep it off unless you're eating a diet that's nutritionally adequate and supplying you with an excellent level of nutrients. And of course, that means comprehensively across the board, we want all those nutrients to be present that humans need to maximize immune function and good health and good mental function. Because when you have good health, physical health, you have good mental health. And when you have good mental health, you'll be able to follow your diet better and be better attuned with eating for health and eating for longevity and sticking with something long-term.
It almost sounds like many people continue with this addictive eating, not so much to feel good, but just so they don't have to go through the detox.
Exactly. That's right. They're doing it because they continue to eat poorly just to make them feel okay. Because if they eat healthily, they feel too sick. Because then they go through detox, and it's like coming off cigarettes or cocaine. And when people switch from an unhealthy diet to a really healthy diet, they temporarily feel worse for the first week. So unless they're willing to feel poorly for a week, they can never get to healthy eating. They always go back and say, well, I felt better on my old diet. And then they're and then if they are losing weight and doing it and doing what they're supposed to be doing, then they're dropping, subcutaneous fat and visceral fat, and saturated fat stores are going down. And all those things, you're burning more fat for energy. And when you're burning fat for energy, it's animal fat that you're burning for energy. Because you're an animal, it's fat on your body. And when you're burning animal fat for energy, you're still not in great health. And you're still not going to see maximum lowering of your cholesterol, maximum anti-inflammatory effects, because you're still circulating and burning too much fat,
It sounds like if they're willing to get through that discomfort and stick with it, eating this high micronutrient diet will actually help them fight cravings and then not overeat.
That's exactly right. You have to go through the difficult parts, and I always say, take the initiative, dedication, repetition, and perseverance, dedication. All those things are important to get there, and then eventually you like eating this way better than your old diet. I always give the example of look at the way Roger Federer plays tennis. If you know anything about tennis, because us tennis players, if you've taken tennis lessons, they've showed you Roger Federer's maybe swing in slow motion on a slow motion camera, And the fact that he has these things perfected where his wrist goes back 30 degrees, his arm straightens, it doesn't bend till his elbow gets across, and then his body turns to the shot. His belly button, like a laser, turns at the aiming spot. His body turns. He's facing he keeps his head on the ball, contact point of the ball. Even the ball leaves the racket, his head is staying looking at the point where it's connected. The point I'm making right now is that he had to take years of practice to dedicate himself to form. And even if he couldn't have form and function, he was learning. He had to have a coach that was such a nitpicker that tried to make him have perfect style, not concerned with winning a match. And he probably had to have the dedication and the perseverance to not do well while he was constantly being focused on getting good style and good form. And then eventually everything comes together and it becomes perfectly easy. He just plays, it's just automatic and it's easy to do. It's the same thing here. When people start out, I tell them the first month, don't think about what you think you should eat, what you like to eat, what you think you have to eat, what you thought you should, in other words, just do what you're supposed to do. And I often tell people, I'm going to write out what you eat for breakfast, lunch, for dinner. You don't make no decisions, just do it, just eat it. And then we'll evaluate how you did with it. And you're not giving it a scientific test. We're not evaluating how much weight you lost and how you feel doing it unless you've done it for a month anyway. We can't say you don't like it if you haven't done it long enough. And then eventually, I promise you're going to love it. And you're going to like it as much or better than your old diet if you stick with it long enough. So your taste buds can change and taste buds can get healthier and stronger. So you can taste the sweetness in romaine lettuce and the flavor of a strawberry and the creaminess of an avocado or a cashew nut. The point I'm making is that people can't evaluate if you even like it or not, because their taste buds have been distorted and weakened and jaded and perverted. So the fact that they don't like it is irrelevant until they doing this long enough. So all this thing, it's hard for people because they don't really have the dedication and the knowledge to know if they persevere with this, they're going to get such great results and they're going to really like it. And that's my job, is to motivate them and educate them. So to let them know that I promise them they're going to love this way of eating if they stay with it long enough. And then it's most important thing, they're going to get their full mental faculties back. The brain fog is going to live. They're going to see more clearly. They're going to be able to weigh, reason more accurately, see more clearly, and most importantly, have a better and happier attitude towards life and not be as easily agitated or angered. And they're going to have their brain function better and be happier and feel better about themselves. All those things emotionally are going to happen, but not in the first week. These things take time. But when that does happen, and they lose their dysthymic sensations, because I'm saying something that's very important here, is that when you eat a conventional diet with all these processed foods in them, it makes the nutrient deficiencies that affect the brain, makes most people dysthymic, which means don't have major depression, but they're not excited about their life. They're not passionate about their life. They don't wake up excited about the day and able to enjoy all the beauty in the world around them and being really, so they're kind of just working, getting their work done so they can go imbibe in drugs and, take their pills and drink their coffee and drink their alcohol and eat their burgers and pizza. And they're just, working so they can continue to sustain their addictive behaviors and self-destructive behaviors, and because they think that's what gives them pleasure. So in other words, they're getting most of their pleasure in their life from addictive behaviors and unhealthy way of eating. And because of that, the rest of the world loses their interest, and they really don't have an exciting or interesting or passionate life.
You mentioned that they have to have dedication and knowledge. I've met a few people that had both, but they live in an unclean environment or have social pressures or live with family members that don't eat this way. How can we help them?
Well, it's true that, the compassion that we have for people makes us feel saddened when people know what they should do and then they can't do it or they don't do it, because people aren't perfect and they can't be perfect, but we want to help them as much as we can. So obviously that's what I do in my career to a degree, is, coach people, and I have part of my staff or, have training in food addiction and give people coaching and connectivity. And of course, that on my website, we have all kinds of communications and forums. And then I eventually set up a retreat in San Diego, where we're open, every month of the year, where people who have where their food addictions are so significant that they don't think they can break the cycle of addiction or eat healthfully on their own. They have to be in a protective environment. It's the same as cocaine addiction. People with cocaine know they shouldn't have cocaine, but until they have until it's really enforced and they have the cocaine taken away from them, they have to be away from it for about a few months. Then they have a better shot at staying off cocaine, less chance of recidivism the longer they're off it. Well, I find the same thing is true with food addiction and with people who have this problem with chronic obesity and yo-yo dieting, that a lot of them, they know they should eat healthier and they have a good idea of what they're supposed to do, but they keep bouncing on and off a diet and they can't stick with it and they don't feel, so they're not succeeding. And if they go to a health, a health farm or a health retreat and they stay there a couple of weeks, it doesn't help them, because they lose weight and they feel better, but they go back home again and they gain the weight back again. And temporary weight loss is of no benefit. It actually is worse than not losing weight to begin with. It's not, so going on and off these diets isn't beneficial for them. So I set up as part of my practice and my passion and mission is to have a place where a safe place where people can come and stay a long time, like 2 to 3 months. So I really had this dream of mine so that these people who I couldn't help before, and I felt like saddened that I couldn't help them, at least now I feel that I can help them by putting them in such a safe environment while I'm educating and training them and teaching them and having their personalities change and they get happier and learn how to. And then it's amazingly effective because we've seen when they go home now, their chance of recidivism and gaining weight back has been reduced so greatly. And also they get excited about doing this and their personalities change and they continue to lose weight after they go home. For example, I had a young woman who came in weighing 380 pounds and she lost about 100 pounds when she was here, but she went from 380 to 280. She still needed to lose more weight. But when she came here, she didn't even want to be here. She was like forced into it by her family. And she said, no way she can stay eating like this or do this. So we thought, but then of course, when she was here a long time, she not only did it, she loved it. She learned to love it. And she went home and continued on doing it and changed her whole life, her whole personality, her whole perspective on her future life. And that's just one example, multiple people like that who failed so many times so I'm doing this. I enjoy doing this kind of work. It's really fun for me and very rewarding. And that's why I went into this field, I think, because even though, I've written a lot of books and done a lot of public speaking, it's still the biggest thrill is actually working with people individually and transforming their lives and knowing that their life is now protected and better because of your interactions, because you know them and have this relationship with them and you've had a good effect in their life. And actually dealing with these people individually is very rewarding because you get to know people and you have a feeling for them, and you care about them. And of course that is a win-win for them and for us helping them. You know what I mean?
It must be very rewarding. I'd love to hear from some of those people. That is amazing. You mentioned that temporary weight loss is actually worse. Could you please elaborate on what you meant by that?
Yes, and it's very important to understand this because people don't, even though it seems so logical and simple, how could a person think that losing weight temporarily is going to benefit them? But it's still, they don't get it out. They can't stop. They don't do it. They still go after temporary weight loss. That just makes things worse. Number one, there's a lot of things that makes it worse, but we'll talk about a few of these things. Number one, when you lose weight, as your weight drops, you're slowing your metabolism down to a degree as you reduce your caloric intake. And that's favorable to slow your metabolism down because a slower metabolism is aging slower. But if you try to do something like fasting or juice fasting or the caloric reduction is so extreme, then your metabolism could make you then regain weight when you go back to normal eating again, or then you're hardly eating that much. So in other words, after the extreme weight loss, it makes it harder to stay on a diet and keep losing weight, and most likely you gain weight. Let's say you went on a fast to lose weight, right? And you fasted and you lost 20 pounds in 20 days. Well, now your metabolism is going to stay really low for 3 months, super low from the fasting. And most likely, even if you're eating carefully, you're still going to gain all that weight back and more. But if you're not eating absolutely perfectly carefully, you're going to overshoot the 20 pounds you lost because your metabolism is so slow, and you wind up getting the 20 pounds you lost and even more weight. So your weight will be even higher. So what I'm saying right now, here you have this person who hasn't even perfected their diet yet, and they're just starting to lose a little weight. And because they haven't perfected their diet and haven't done it long term, they're not even certain, and you're not even certain they're going to stay with eating this healthfully for the rest of their life. And then you put them on a fast and they lose a lot of weight. And then they go back to this way of eating that may not be so perfect. They're going to gain the weight back again from that fast, but they're going to, because they slowed the metabolic rate down and it takes so long for the metabolism to come back again, they're going to actually put on more weight. And it's the regaining of weight where the fat gets stored more viscerally, because you can only put subcutaneous fat on so fast. And whenever there's a rapid regain of weight, you're putting on subcutaneous fat and more visceral fat, because the limit on the speed of subcutaneous fat growth, right? So you're about on, and visceral fat is more saturated, more internally. It's called visceral because it's in the viscera. It's on the other side of the stomach muscle. It's internally around your heart, around your liver, your kidney, around blood vessels, more effect on blood pressure, more raising of cholesterol, more metabolically unfavorable for insulin resistance and making you more diabetic. So when you have this, when you regain weight, you have more detrimental biological events happen. So it's more dangerous. The fat is more dangerous when the rate's coming on you. Like, for example, let's say a person loses 30, let's say lose 30 pounds. Then they say, oh, great, I'm 30 pounds light. I can afford to gain 10 pounds back again now. And I'm going on a cruise and I'll have all this buffet. I'll go to Vegas and eat all the buffets and all. So that's when their heart attack occurs. They gain back 10 pounds, they have a heart attack. They're still 20 pounds, they're still 20 pounds down because they lost 30, gained back 10. But it's the rapid regain of weight that's more dangerous than the overall body weight, because when you're regaining the weight and you put down and you're putting back more visceral fat, that's when you're laying down more cholesterol. And it's the newly laid down plaque, not the old plaque, because the old plaque in your heart is calcified, it's invaded with scar tissue, smooth muscle. You have a bigger, you could say, demarcation zone between the lumen, where the blood flows, and the lipid or soft part of the plaque is separated by a band of calcification and smooth muscle and scar tissue. So there's not going to form a clot that's going to cause a heart attack. But when the new plaque is newly laid down, the cholesterol is very close to the calcified cap, abutting the lumen. And if that can, with the movement of blood vessels, if that cap cracks, exposing the cholesterol to the internal blood vessel, then it stimulates platelet clotting and inflammation, and a clot forms and you have a stroke or a heart attack. What I'm saying right now is most heart attacks occur around the holidays when people go on parties and binge eat. When they gain weight, even 5 pounds of weight gain can precipitate a heart attack. And going away on vacation and gaining 5 or 10 pounds could precipitate a heart attack or something dangerous. So losing weight and then gaining it back again is putting yourself at a dangerous position. While you're losing weight, you're lowering your risk of heart attack. But when you put the weight back on again, you're increasing your risk again, even if you're at a lower weight than you were originally, and you're regaining weight due to the higher danger point from the speed of fat coming on the body. Did you follow that?
I did. If I heard you correctly, it sounds like that you don't recommend things like water fasting or juice fasting for rapid weight loss.
Of course not. Right. Yes, that's right. I mean, I may utilize tools like water fasting in cases where I have an asthma patient and they're coming off their inhaled steroids, and I don't want them to flare up with an asthma attack. So I'll use the anti-inflammatory effects of fasting, but I'm not doing it for weight loss. I'm doing it because they already ate healthy to get to a good weight. Now I'm trying to help them remove the anti-inflammatory effects of their steroid inhalers. I'm trying to suppress the lupus nephropathy. I'm trying to help a person with inflammatory bowel disease rest their bowel. Or in other words, there's a reason why I might be fasting people. And if I am fasting them, it's usually because they're already eating healthy for a long time, and I know them, they're going to eat healthy after the fast. When you take a person with weight loss, you have a person who has not consistently proven they're going to be sticking with this healthy diet for the rest of their life. If you intercede with putting them on a fast, now you've sabotaged their ability, make them more into a food addict, and they constantly think about food and think about eating food, and it makes them have a worse relationship with food. Instead of trying to get them to develop these behaviors of repetition and consistency, and staying with a salad and soup and one piece of fruit for lunch, and a vegetable crudités with a dip, and cooked vegetables for dinner, and a frozen fruit. Instead of trying to build up consistency and getting rid of their addictions, now you've interceded with something so aggressive that's going to make their addictions actually get worse when you're done with that in many cases. So my experience, and I have a huge amount of experience with this, is that the amount of people that keep the weight off that they achieve through fasting is minuscule. Very small percent of people, the majority of people that undergo these aggressive measures like fasting or juice fasting, gain the weight back and don't keep it off, and do not, and for many people, it could stimulate their food addictions tendencies and emotional overeating and make their emotional overeating worse, because now they felt so deprived and they after the fast. So it's usually not something I want to do initially with people. And I certainly don't want a food addict to think about that. I'm not going to fast people who are food addicts. It doesn't make them better. I'm going to fast people who maybe have some serious illness, who are not food addicts, but that's a different subject. a different interview, how we can utilize fasting as a therapeutic tool in some cases, but it's not the same thing as using it for weight loss. It's not a good idea to do it for weight loss.
I really appreciate that perspective because everybody I know that has fasted to lose weight or juice fasted to lose weight has gained it all back eventually and then some. And the people that specialize in treating eating disorders say anybody with discordant eating, like that has a history of anorexia or bulimia, shouldn't be fasting anyway.
Yeah, of course, they shouldn't be fasting history of bulimia and anorexia, but I'm saying even the history of obesity, yo-yo dieting, and weight gain, and hard to control their appetite, that's not good for them to fast. It's not going to help them get rid of their addictive cravings. And people will say it'll retrain their taste buds and get them acclimated back to eating so they can taste the flavor of natural foods. But there's too many emotional issues that intercede and interfere with this, and it usually doesn't work. It's better to have them regain their taste more gradually and develop this with repetition and deal with their emotional issues and try to have them change their attitude about life. And you're not going to change a person's attitude about life while they're fasting. It's too narrowly focused. It's a narcissistic kind of self-involved thing. You have to, people to change the way their attitude and relationship with food. They have to change their relationship and attitude with the outside world. And they have to get through pleasure with different methods, and they have to learn how to appreciate the aesthetic structure of the universe and beauty and their own passion in aiding the world and aiding other people. They have to go up to new things that give them pleasure and their ability to emote and care for other people. Because when you are an addict, your world becomes more narcissistically consumed with your own needs, and other things that outside of you or your fingertips end matter less and less. And the more you're an addict and the more severe your addiction, the more you're separating yourself from other people, and the less ability you have to emote and care and feel and relate to other people. The more you get into your own self, and you have to get these people to change that way. And the combination of fueling the body with nutrients, with a type of emotional counseling to have them not concerned how they're seen by other people. They have to feel that they generate their own feeling good about themselves from their own way of seeing things, not from how other people see them. And because what happens is, when they're, like you said about a half an hour ago, you said people go back to their house, their social network, their family, they're made fun of, they're not supported right, if they have a negative home environment, they don't seem to be able to do it well. And that's going to be, unless the person has changed the way they're seeing the world, those things are going to affect them. But once they've learned the emotional component to their overeating, then they can solve, then those things don't bother them as much, or don't bother them really at all. So I'm saying that the solution has to be more comprehensive and has to involve, and have to reach that solution while they're continually learning how to eat properly, not while you do something extreme like fasting.
Right, because I once heard you say that if what you're doing you can't do permanently, the results won't be sustainable, and nobody can fast forever.
Right. I mean, that's so simple, but it's not the way people think. Well, let me explain that, or just embellish on that, because that's just so important, what you just said. And that is, anything you do in the short term is not going to stabilize your weight because it's only short term. It's only what you do in the long term. Eventually, your weight's going to gravitate and remain to what you stick with long term. So if you're doing something short term you're not going to sustain that habit, it's not going to benefit your weight, because eventually, when you don't go off that way of eating, the weight's going to come back and you're going to achieve the weight that's adapted to the diet you are eventually eating. So what we're saying here is, there's no advantage to short-term weight loss, and there's no advantage to speeding up your weight loss using methodologies that you can't maintain long-term, because it's not going to work. And it's only stabilizing your weight at a favorable weight for decades that makes you live a long life. Yo-yo, so you're trying to lose weight and then keep it down, gain some back, and lose weight again and keep it down. Yo-yoing your weight on your way to successful weight loss is not great health. Great health of people, the best and most longest of people, are people who get to their favorable BMI and stay there for many decades. And it's ideally, you should be at the same BMI from you are when you're 20 years old to when you're 95 years old. You should be you should be a BMI between 19 and 22, for example. And whatever your best BMI was, you should be there forever. And you have to learn how to live and eat to maintain that and stay with that long term. And so you shouldn't be doing anything that you're not going to be prepared to do for the rest of your life.
Great.
And that's what we're teaching people. We're teaching people how to enjoy healthy eating. And we're teaching people that why not be your own best advocate? Why not strive to being your own best version of yourself? Why not take the best care of yourself you can? Why should you be your own enemy? Why should you work against your own best interests? And of course you are if you're an addict, but people work against their own best interests. But once they get rid of their addiction, every day counts, every meal counts, and every mouthful counts. Because with every mouthful, you're either helping your health or you're hurting your health. And why would you want to hurt yourself, your health, with a mouth, with anything you eat? Because healthy things taste great, and you can learn how to make them taste great. You don't have to be damaging your health to get pleasure. Because you know how people think. They say, shoot me right now, and I'll die if I have to eat that way. Because there's no pleasure in life if I have to live on carrots and celery the rest of my life. Now, that's a food addict talking, right? They totally... And they don't enjoy eating healthy food. They don't know how to prepare and make healthy food. And their taste buds are jaded, and they're a food addict. And the food addict comes up with a rationalization. How, as illogical as it may be, it's I always say an excuse is no excuse, because the excuse is generated from the primitive part of the brain that wants to maintain their addictions, and they're their own worst enemy. Their own brain is their own worst enemy, and they develop that way of thinking by being an addict, and it affects their way of seeing the whole world. It affects their way of their lack of compassion for others with their lack of compassion for themselves, are mixed together. So it affects their way of thinking. I always say you can't change the way you can't change your health until you change the way you think.
Great. You mentioned about not even doing methodologies you can't do forever or sustain. So I'm wondering, what do you think about these very popular weighing and measuring programs? People seem to do very well as long as they're willing to weigh and measure their food forever.
That's right. And I'm really, that's why I really prefer people not to weigh and measure food, and to try to learn to be instinctually in touch with their own hunger signals, and try to get so healthy so the amount of food they desire is the right amount that they require. Because we talk about this a lot, that how much do I eat? Well, I eat what I feel like eating. But what I feel like eating is the right amount. It's the right amount because I'm eating the right type of food. And so when you're eating the right type of food, you're naturally moderately calorically restricting, because the human stomach can only hold a liter of food. The fiber fills you up. You get nutrient fulfillment. You hold, there's a lot of different methodology where, like, the apostat in the hypothalamus is controlled and made satisfied by this substance called butyrate. That's a breakdown product of short-chain fatty acid that comes from the degradation of fiber. And with the right type of assortment of fibers, right, then you have maximum production of the best biofilm that covers the villi, and the best production of short-chain fatty acids, and the most suppression of the apostat in the central nervous system. So in other words, and then when you eat healthfully and you lose that toxic hunger, that's the fatigue from eating poorly between meals, it's replaced with true hunger. Hunger exists, but no one know what hunger feels like. But once you're eating healthy enough for a long enough period of time, you start to feel hunger in your mouth and throat. And one of the symptoms of hunger is that it makes food taste better. So you actually prefer to eat when you're hungry. And then so you're desirous of the right amount of calories, and you're not desirous of excess calories. And snacking makes you, well, you wouldn't want to snack because you're not going to have maximum ability to taste it until you're hungry. You prefer to eat, if somebody comes up and says, "Hey, Joel, you want this delicious soup I made?" And I'm saying, "Well, let me have it later. Thanks for putting it away from me in the refrigerator. I'll have it, heat it up and have it later. I'd rather eat it when I'm hungry, with dinner, or when I get hungry later. I'm not hungry right now because I want to get full enjoyment out of it." You don't just eating all day for recreation, but obviously what I'm saying right now is that nutritional excellence and caloric control come hand in hand, because when you achieve nutritional excellence, you lose your desire to chronically overeat and emotionally overeat. And you don't feel like overeating. You feel satisfied with the right amount of calories, and you don't need to calorie count. The calorie counting may be okay for some people or even necessary for some people who are emotional overeaters. Unless you're dealing with the reasons for their emotional overeating, the reason they need to snack, the reason they need to snuff down, a bag of nuts while watching television or something, unless we've dealt with that, then you're still not fixing the person. You're keeping them. It's like using medication on a person with high blood pressure instead of getting the salt and the oils out of their diet. It's like we want to get to the basic cause. Then calorie counting and measuring food is not the long-term solution for them. It could be a short-term solution, but you really want to get to the reason why they're overeating, both biochemically, physiologically, and emotionally. And I'm saying those restrictive way that restricting food by weighing and measuring is not adequately getting to the reason people overeat biologically and emotionally. So there's some failure there if they need to have to weigh in everything. And you didn't get this person quite emotionally whole, because we don't want to have to worry about food. We want to be able to worry about our life and worry about our happiness and our pleasure in life and being productive. And then, of course, food adds to that pleasure, but you're not a food addict anymore. So you don't need to measure and weigh. You just naturally eat the right amount.
What I never understood is why they limit vegetables, non-starchy vegetables, to 7 ounces. That does not make sense to me.
Right. Yeah, of course not. And I'm saying something, quite opposite to that. I'm saying that we want people to eat a 9-inch salad bowl every day of raw vegetables. We want them to eat a pound of raw vegetables each day, a minimum, where they're having those salad leafy vegetables with scallion and onion with mixture of different type of leafy greens to get the full cornucopia of anti-cancer effects with the lettuces. And by the way, lettuce contains a lot of substances that benefit the microbiome and fuel the growth of good bacteria and suppress appetite. Don't minimize the value of lettuce. And then you have, of course, kale and collards and bok choy and arugula and scallion and red green onion on top of it. Then you have that salad, and you're so full from the tomatoes and all this dressing and all the healthy salad and maybe the soup you had for lunch and the fruit we had for dessert that you don't have room for eating, raw carrot sticks and raw peppers and raw snow pea pods or raw broccoli florets. So I have another serving of raw vegetables with a dip as part of dinner, and then you have your cooked vegetable part of the meal. So as the cooked vegetables alone with the, cabbage and mushrooms and onions and peppers and all the things you're eating, it could be quite a lot of weight and volume of food, but it's very low calorically, obviously. But but for that volume, getting a huge nutrient exposure. And it's the combination of volume, nutrient exposure, and fiber exposure that really helps you control your appetite. So I'm saying that on my nutritarian program, I'm not summing it up by saying it's a diet with a favorable caloric density, because caloric density doesn't explain everything. It's not just a favorable nutrient density. It's not just a favorable that's glycemically favorable. It's not just a favorable because in other words, we're looking, it's not just because it's high in phytochemicals. We're looking at every single factor that makes a diet excellent, sustainable, and protective against cancer, dementia, heart disease, strokes, long life, slow the aging process. And then you put that together and make that taste good, addressing all the factors. So it's a little more comprehensive than just saying, a low glycemic diet or a low calorie density diet. So in other words, we're trying to encompass all the elements that are important for human lifespan, to maximize human lifespan.
Right. And that's more than eating 7 ounces of vegetables, I'm sure.
That's correct.
Great. Dr. Furman, many of the people that are teaching food addiction, they have no clue about how wonderful plant-based diets are. So they're obviously promoting animal products and oils. And one of the things they say, which I'm hoping you can debunk, is that you can't heal brain neurotransmitters if you don't include animal protein.
I never heard anything so ridiculous.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Well, look, animal protein is concentrated calories that raises a hormone called IGF-1, which is growth promoting. And we know that animal protein and animal products are linked to thicker, heavier weights, higher BMIs, and more trouble with, it's not just increasing heart attack and cancer risk. It also makes it more difficult for people to lose weight. So when people cut back on animal products and they lose weight easier. Now, that said, we know that protein is important. And we know that the most, how could I say, surprising, shocking research coming out in the last decade on nutritional science and longevity has shown that increases in animal protein shortens lifespan, but increases in plant protein lengthens lifespan. Let me say that one more time, that this has not been coming out of one study, but this has now come out of many studies right now with high credence, meaning they followed people long-term, looking at hard endpoints like death. And that is, when we're designing plant-based diets, there's reduction in protein bioavailability and the assimilation of amino acids with aging. And there's more deterioration with aging when people are on low-protein plant-based diets. And when you pay attention to protein content from plants, you extend human lifespan. And having protein adequacy is important, but it works better and prolongs lifespan when you achieve protein adequacy with plants, not with animal products. And protein adequacy achieved with plants, meaning you include high protein plant foods in your diet that include seeds and nuts and beans and green vegetables, which are the highest protein plant foods. And they're also the lowest glycemic. Among all centenarians, too, we find that they have a higher insulin sensitivity, lower circulating glucose levels, hemoglobin A1Cs, and the lack of insulin resistance. And the beta cells in the pancreas are burned out by the chronic exposure to high levels of white rice, white potato, white bread, and other high glycemic carbohydrates that not only keeps their protein content too low, but keeps their insulin use of the pancreas too high, that shortens their lifespan and stops them from achieving the great health between the ages of 90 and 100. So you can be in good health to beat out the American diet, eating a diet that's not ideal. It's better than most Americans are eating these plant-based diets that are not so perfectly designed. And that's fine if you just, the average American dies between 78, 80 years old, let's say, and the average people in the blue zone are living to be 85 to 88, let's say. And I'm saying a nutritarian diet is not trying to emulate a blue zone. It's not a blue zone diet. We think we can do much better than a blue zone. We can have the lifespan be 95 to 105, not 85 to 90. And if you feel that's good enough and all you want to achieve an 85 to 90, you can, or 80 to 85 or 85 to 87, which is what most of the blue zones do. The blue zones are number one, they're not mostly plant-based. It's a myth to think they're all less than 10% of calories from animal products. They're not. Some of them are up to 20, 25% of calories from animal products. They're not all. And number two, they're eating what's culturally, in their ancestors, what's culturally available and the locale of what they're eating and how they learn to eat. It's not designed by science to maximize human lifespan. We know so much more. We have so much more information today on the anti-cancer foods and what foods promote longevity that we can design a diet to do much better than the blue zones can do. So I'm saying what we're finding out that protein does matter, and these animal product people advocating protein adequacy have a point, because there is a problem with many plant-based diets that have enough protein for the middle life people, and you can be on a fruitarian diet and feel good in your 20s and 30s, but as the ability to assimilate and digest protein with aging goes down, the diet can be too low in protein to maximize human lifespan to reach that limit of human life. And then paying attention to eating edamame and hemp seeds and broccoli florets and bok choy stems all become more important.
Thank you. I once heard you say, Dr. Furman, that you can't be overweight and healthy. And there's a movement, health at every size. So why can't a person be healthy if they have excess fat on their body?
Isn't that crazy? It's that the reason why they can say the person's overweight and healthy is because most people in America that are of a normal weight with a BMI below 22 are people who smoke cigarettes or who are alcoholics, drug addicts, or they have some medical condition keeping them sickly that keeps them thin. So there's only 2.4% of Americans have a normal weight because they eat healthy and exercise regularly. The other 10 or 15% that are of normal weight are sick people. So it looks like people that are moderately overweight might have better lifespan than people that have a normal BMI, but that's because they didn't exclude for medical conditions and cigarette smoking. They didn't look at the 2.4% that eat healthfully. You know what I mean? So in any case, what I'm saying very clearly is there's no such thing as an overweight healthy person. That even 10 pounds of extra weight on your body causes increase in insulin resistance, which shortens lifespan. In other words, fat cells make you insulin resistant, so your beta cells in your pancreas have to produce more insulin. If you're producing more insulin to keep your sugars better controlled, then you're actually aging at a faster rate than you would have if you had to produce less insulin to have favorable blood sugar. And the fat cells, so what I'm saying right now is that all overweight people are pre-diabetic in my viewpoint, because you're not just pre-diabetic when your glucose level rises, you're pre-diabetic before your glucose rises, before you have any EPS going up, while you have a higher insulin production from the beta cells, because insulin is a pro-fat hormone and promotes cellular replication and ages you faster. Plus the fact that fat cells get a poor blood supply and they spew out free radicals and they excite aromatase, which produces estrogen, increasing the risk of prostate and breast cancer. And also the lipokines, the cytokines, and the free radicals coming out of the fat supplies is increasing the risk of like COVID death due to cytokine storm, because your body has higher circulating white blood cells, an immune system that's always overworking and excessively stimulated. And now you overly react with too much excitation when you get a virus like that. And of course, before COVID came out, the World Health Organization stated infectious deaths were increasing each year to a dangerous point. And we're not going to, if COVID leaves, we're still going to see infectious deaths on the rise due to so much processed foods and poor health in the population. And nobody's talking about the fact that obviously that eating for longevity protects you against these tragedies that could befall people along the way. So yes, this is critically important information. And there's no such thing as a healthy overweight person. They're at increased risk of cancer, they're at increased risk of infectious death, they have increased risk of heart attack, and they're shortening their lifespan compared to a person that's truly healthy. Right.
You know, I interviewed Chris Wark of Chris Beat Cancer, and he had mentioned that being overweight increases your risk of so many cancers. How does that do that?
There's lots of different mechanisms, some of which we've explained, but of course we're talking here about the combination of keeping the body, keeping hormones elevated, particularly it elevates estrogen, and your estrogen testosterone ratio for a male and your estrogen progesterone ratio for a female is skewed. And also fat cells in the body are a chronic source of excess inflammation. And of course, fat cells in the body raise your exposure to estrogen, raise exposure to insulin. And so high glycemic diets are associated with higher risk of different types of cancer, like colorectal cancer and breast cancer. People on high glycemic diets have an 87% increased risk of dying of breast cancer. And we're talking about, let's say, for example, you have an overweight person who are eating more white rice and white bread and white potato, which are high glycemic foods. This overweight person now is going to have a higher circulating level of insulin compared to a thin person eating white rice and white potato. So there'll be a higher glycemic response to those high glycemic carbohydrates. And therefore, we see a higher risk of cancer in the overweight when they have more high glycemic foods like that. So the point is that in response to the same carbohydrate load as a thin person, they'll have a higher insulin level circulating, which then increase the risk of cancer, because insulin is a hormone that promotes angiogenesis. And angiogenesis allows fat cells to grow, because fat cells need blood vessels to grow into the fat to allow it to grow. So insulin promotes the fat cell growth by promoting the growth of blood vessels. And in doing so, it allows abnormal cells in the body to replicate and glean a blood supply and eventually metastasize. And I'm saying right now that cancer cells can't grow and metastasize without angiogenesis promotion. And these processed foods and animal products are also angiogenesis promoting, and saturated fat also mixes into that, because saturated fat makes you more insulin resistant too. So when you have more animal product fats and saturated fats, it distorts the insulin receptors. It makes your glycemic response to a carbohydrate higher. And also the saturated fat hit that CD36 receptor on cells that enables cancer cells to replicate. So if you really want to get cancer, then you have the high levels of animal fats with high levels of high glycemic carbohydrates. Then you really have the witch's cauldron of causation that increases cancer risk. What I'm saying right now is that high glycemic carbohydrates become more cancer promoting the more fat you have on your body. And the less fat you have on the body, the less damaging they become. Not that you shouldn't pay attention to that, because over time, even a person with normal weight is not going to live as long on those foods because they're not as nutritionally rich. They don't contain the anti-cancer phytochemicals. They're not the foods linked to longevity. But in a person that's overweight, they become more damaging and even cancer-causing, where they wouldn't be, even cancer-causing in overweight people because of the relationship with insulin.
Thank you for explaining that, because I always wondered, and animal products and processed food are what most people eat most of their calories from.
Do you know that Americans only eat 2% of calories from vegetables? 2%.
And ketchup is a vegetable now.
Yeah, and we're a vegetable, we're a primate. We're a green vegetable dependent animal. And there's also an ergothioneine receptor on the outer portion of most of our cells, which makes us mushroom dependent for adequate DNA protection. So we are, I could say that that green leafy vegetables and mushrooms and onions and scallions were foods that were primary foods for the human species, maybe the pre-human species, maybe Neanderthal man and other Cro-Magnon, other species that have developed into Homo sapiens and the primates, whatever. What the point is that in the development of human genealogy, we develop a dependency on these foods for normalcy. And you can't really have a normal immune function if you're not eating a high amount of green vegetables and onions and mushrooms and things like that, because our cells are dependent on them. I always say, if you don't like green vegetables, you better live close to a hospital.
I remember you
Not that it makes any sense. It's just a joke, but I mean, because a hospital's not going to help you anyway if you're living close to a hospital. But you're going to be in the hospital a lot anyway. You're going to use up a lot of your a lot of gasoline trying to get to hospitals all the time.
I love it. That is the hardest thing, though, to get people to eat vegetables. So if I hear you correctly, it's not just the excess weight that's the problem, but the food that the person ate to cause the excess weight.
Absolutely. The shortest lifespan of any occupation in North America are linebackers on football teams, because they push themselves to such a high weight. They're weighed between 225 and 275 pounds on the average. The point is that what they have to eat to get that big, they're mostly muscle, not mostly fat. But even though I had to eat a lot of animal products to get that much muscle in the body. I mean, I work out with weights my whole life as an athlete, and I'm not going to get to be too super big because my diet's going to limit my size. If I wanted to weigh 200 pounds of muscle, I'd have to eat a hell of a lot of animal products to get there, And so what I'm saying is these guys, these power lifters and big guys in the gym who want to get bigger, yeah, they can get bigger with more animal products, but they're not going to live longer. They're going to live shorter. You want to, how should you say, inhibit your capacity for largeness, including muscle growth, by not going to that level of animal protein, which means this diet gets very good for sports like basketball and tennis and skiing and running, but it's not going to make you an optimal football player if you need to get that big,
Wow. Dr. Vermeer, can you please explain what dopamine insensitivity is, how it occurs, why it occurs, and why it might be important to some people?
Yes, it's very important for people because I'm saying here the key factor is fast food. And what is fast food? I'm saying fast food means the calories rush into the bloodstream rapidly, and a large amount of calories enter at once. And the medical profession calls that a bolus. It means when you inject a medication all at once into the bloodstream instead of dripping it in slowly. So when you have sugar and white flour, and by the way, I'm saying white flour is sugar. I'm saying there's no biological difference between white flour and sugar. Bagels and pastry and donuts and cookies and pizza and these foods are cake. They're candy, and they're not food. I just made a mistake. I said these foods, they're not food, because food is a substance that supplies nutrients to sustain human life. And white flour and sugar are drugs that take away the nutrients that sustain human life and strip them out of the body. So white flour and sugar and honey and maple syrup should not be called food. They really should be considered a drug and an addictive substance that shortens human lifespan. So I call it doof, which is, what is doof? Food spelled backwards.
You're
anyway,
good with acronyms.
What's that?
I said you're very good with acronyms. G-bombs.
Anyway, getting back to this idea now, what we're talking about. What were we talking about?
Dopamine insensitivity.
Oh, dopamine. Yes, right. Okay. So what I'm saying is the caloric rush it stimulates dopamine receptors in the brain, the same area that narcotics stimulate. And the dopamine rush over time, it makes these centers of the brain dependent on dopamine stimulation. And then you require dopamine just to feel okay, because you don't feel well when you're not stimulating dopamine. So now, and oil does the same thing as sugar, because oil enters the bloodstream so rapidly. And the word is a bolus. When you have an almond, the calories may come in 2 calories a minute. But when you have almond oil, the whole thing comes in the first 3 to 5 minutes. They say from the lips to the hips in 5 minutes flat, because you have a huge amount of calories sent from the bloodstream all at once. So a high caloric stimulation from candy or fried foods are most powerfully addicting, because the calories enter the bloodstream all at once with such a high level. And a high concentration of calories flooding the bloodstream stimulates you like a drug, and then makes people become dopamine insensitive over time. And the dopamine insensitive gives people cravings and make them feel no longer well unless they chronically overeat and seek substances that have this dopamine rushed capacity, like ice cream and candy and sugar and donuts and pizza and burgers and bacon and fried foods. So it adds to the whole process of food addiction, with withdrawal and feeling fatigued and the lack of nutrients and being weak and lethargic. And now you got to crave concentrated calories. And that's why there's no way to get over that, to get well again, except for abstinence. When you're a cocaine addict, you're not going to get over that cutting back on cocaine. If you're an alcoholic, you're not going to probably do well when you're just reducing your alcohol consumption. When you're overweight, you're not going to probably succeed if you just try to cut back and baby step your way to good health. And you're not with you constantly going off and having bread and croissants and pieces of pizza because you had a good week, you ate healthy for 12 hours, you reward yourself with a pizza. It just makes you want that food more, and it just keeps you dopamine insensitive, and continues and magnifies your cravings. They really need time, even years, away from these stimulating substances for the brain to come back to normal again. So the people are fragile, and you could say these people with addictive sensations are certainly fragile in the first 3 months, but that doesn't mean after 3 months they're not still fragile and can't derail themselves with the consumption of addictive substances. And it's absolutely imperative to stay away from oils and high glycemic carbohydrates because of their effect on dopamine. And then the dopamine centers could take a long time to come back to normal, even years.
Right. I completely agree with you on abstinence. The problem is not everybody's able to do it.
It's sad, but it's still, that's the other way. It doesn't work.
I agree with you, Dr. Furman.
That's why that so many people fail on diets. We all, there's always people that succeed, and you can always brag about how many people succeeded, but the majority of people fail. And that's what I'm trying to do. And that's what I'm grateful for, what you're doing too in this interview and what you're talking about here, is give people more information, more education, and more motivation to increase the probability that they can do this, and making it so we're not going to be able to help everybody. Some people can't be helped, and every person doesn't quit smoking either, or every person doesn't get off their cocaine. And most people who are smokers and cocaine and heroin addicts and alcoholics, they don't come off their addictive substances. They switch from alcohol to donuts. They switch from cocaine to alcohol and sugar. They move from one addiction to another. They don't really come off. They still our American society has been so addicted. Addiction has become such a central and intertwined, like the fabric of American society. So almost everybody is addicted to something or living on with addictions driving their behaviors. And it's really sad, and we can't help everybody, but we don't give up, and we help the people we can help, and we feel good about what we can help, who we can help. And the more people you help, the more they can help other people, and the mass of people being helped can increase and grow from the few that we do help. You know what I'm saying? So proportionally, like for me, I've raised $70 million for public television. So that means that a huge amount of people have watched those shows and bought those tapes and books. That's like wow, and I've sold millions of books. So all these millions of books I've sold, that means I've exposed millions of people to this way of doing it, but it's not millions of people doing it, but the more people doing it and the more people you expose, it grows like a snowball. Because the more people that do it, then you say, oh yeah, I know about that. I heard that about it. And then, oh, you look so great. And then, so that then people who are doing it can have a better effect on the people in their community, in their family, in their local area, you know, so it snowballs by the more people that are successful, and you have more chance of moving society, of nudging society in the right direction. You know, we all just can do the best we can, but it's tough. It's an uphill battle.
All right. Well, maybe each one can teach one. You know, Dr. Furman, many people watching have already bought into this idea of a whole food plant-based diet and understand what you're saying about oils and refined carbohydrates like sugar and flour not being good for health, especially not being good for weight loss. But where a sticking point is for many people is salt. And I'm wondering how you feel about it in terms of appetite and weight loss, because a lot of people just say, well, I'll do everything you say, but I'm not giving up my salt.
You know, people can do whatever they want, and I can't get too upset with people, what they choose to do. I try to just advocate what's best for people, because they used to say to me when I wrote Eat to Live back like 15, 20 years ago, they'd say, make it less strict, make it better, so more acceptable for more people to do it, and you'll make more money. And I'm saying, I don't want to do that. I don't want to sell out those people who want to know who want to do what's best, who want to get the most disease reversal, the most longest life, the most protection. If I try to sell more books, then I sold out those people looking for what is optimal by telling them it's okay to do things they shouldn't be doing. So let me just say something about that salt thing. That when you're on a plant-based diet, you can still die of a hemorrhagic stroke, because salt does not just raise blood pressure, it also causes microvascular hemorrhaging. It weakens the endothelial lining of blood vessels, and as it chronically inflames the blood vessels over the years, so that it makes the blood vessels with a higher propensity for rupture or breakage. And a hemorrhagic stroke, as opposed to embolic or ischemic stroke, is increased with lower cholesterol levels. It appears that, so the populations like in rural China or South Korea or Japan have 10 times the risk of hemorrhagic stroke that we have in this country. We don't have so much a risk of hemorrhagic stroke because we have so much atherosclerosis and heart disease that the plaque that surrounds the interior wall and the exterior wall of blood vessels stabilizes the fragile blood vessels in the brain against hemorrhaging. So you're eating more bacon and cheeseburgers, you have a higher risk of heart attack and ischemic stroke, but a lower risk of hemorrhagic stroke. What I'm saying right now is that plant-based eaters, vegans, are still at risk of stroke if they eat salt in their diet. And it's more hemorrhagic stroke inducing when your cholesterol is lower and you don't have atherosclerosis, because your native blood vessels are not coated with a coating of fat. And so you age your blood vessels more rapidly and create more inflammation and fragility with aging from a high salt diet, therefore increasing the risk of hemorrhaging as you age. So they're saying to them, so this person then has to say, I like salt so much and I'm so addicted that I'd rather have a better weight and I'm going to enjoy my diet more, but I'm going to take my risks with a shorter lifespan for my use of salt. And that would be okay, except when you take the salt in, it doesn't make you enjoy the food more. It makes you enjoy the food less, because it deadens your taste for salt. And now natural flavors don't appeal to you as much. Lettuce has no flavor. Avocado has no flavor. An artichoke is not flavorful. Celery is not salty. In other words, you haven't made yourself taste better. You've dummied down your taste buds, and now you just need salt. It's like the person who dummied down their taste buds with all the sweets they're eating, and they can't enjoy what a strawberry or an apple tastes like anymore. They can't enjoy the pleasure of eating a mango because they don't have the ability to taste the richness of these foods and the subtle flavors and the dancing on your tongue where you have healthy ability to taste. It's absolutely a vicious cycle where people think they're getting more pleasure from using salt, and they're not getting any more pleasure than us who are advocating lower salt intake. And just to be clear, I'm not saying a person can't use any salt in their diet. I'm saying they should keep their levels below 1,000, which is not more than 200 or 300 additional salt over what the food contained. Whereas, like the American Heart Association and the American College of Cardiology say those people with heart disease should cut their salt back to a maximum of 1,500 milligrams a day. And I say, how stupid is that? Because that's like telling a person, those people with COPD or who have lung cancer should stop smoking cigarettes. In other words, you wait till a person has heart disease and then you advise them to cut back on sodium. That is, if you're admitting that this person with heart disease would have been better with a lower sodium intake, then why didn't you advise the whole population on a lower sodium intake? Why do you wait to advise people with just heart disease to have that? It makes absolutely zero sense. And also the studies on that shows that decreased cardiovascular death from lowering sodium continuing to show reduced risk of death as you move from 1,500 down to 1,000. You see reduced risk of blood pressure problems and reduced risk of cardiovascular death and stroke. So clearly and when you ask them or look at the data, how 1,500 was picked, it was picked because they knew 1,000 was ideal based on the studies, but they realized most people wouldn't be willing to do it, so they just arbitrarily picked 1,500. And I'm saying you're better off going with with the science and keeping yourself below 1,000, because now you're going to have a better taste buds. And for me personally, I don't even go up to 1,000, because when I even have 200 to 300 milligrams of sodium, I get increased need for water. I don't feel as good. I get a little pasty taste in my mouth, and I don't enjoy it as much. I can taste the sodium. My ability to sense sodium is so sensitive that the food tastes too salty. So we're sometimes using some, like an Ezekiel piece of Ezekiel bread, which has a little sodium, or some mustard or tomato sauce, or some that has a little bit of sodium. I'm not going to be so fanatic of anything that any condiment has a little bit of sodium. But of course, you're still watching that and doing what I consider reasonable is smart. And just thinking it doesn't have to watch that or be that careful with it is foolish in the long term. But vegans and plant-based eaters do a lot of things that are foolish in the long term. They play with dementia. And they think that a lot of philosophical vegans want to believe things about a vegan diet that are not true. Like, for example, we're talking here about the omega-3 index and the need for omega-3 fatty acid balance and adequacy, because the cumulative effect of studies on this has shown that the low omega-3 index is not only linked to cognitive impairment and brain shrinkage, it's also linked to increased mortality from cardiovascular death and cancer death. And paying attention to omega-3 adequacy is important on a plant-based diet. So a lot of people are in denial, and okay, but they'll still be okay, but they're not going to really. But my feeling is, what good is living longer if you're going to be demented and shrink your brain? I'm trying to be conservatively responsible for the people that follow my advice, and to make sure I don't mess them up in any way. The advice I give them might be considered radical by conventional standards, but I'm going to make damn sure that I didn't create some disease in people and and have some people go down the tubes with dementia, Parkinson's, or some other neurologic defect because they thought this diet was good enough, or they thought it was okay. I want to make sure that they're doing the right thing and paying attention to all these small little points.
Thank you. You mentioned that salt can dummy down the taste buds. Do zero-calorie sweeteners like stevia, erythritol, aspartame also dummy down our taste buds?
Yes, definitely. And just that's right. It's amazing, because our chefs here at the retreat make such incredible desserts that melt in your mouth with taste, but they're not that sweet. And the ones that are less sweet are even more enjoyable, because we can, have this, what is it called? Panna cotta, made with, or cello, made with a little agar for like a jello-like consistency, with a little soy milk and real vanilla bean powder and maybe a little banana in there. But I'm saying we make it so it's only subtly sweet, but it's so creamy and delicious that you don't need it to be sweet, and you enjoy it more, not less. A little bit of, but anyway, I'm saying that we have that absolutely, that you enjoy that, that the low-calorie sweeteners keep people desirous of concentrated sweeteners and trying to hit that bliss point of sugar that's too high, and keeps them addicted to sugar, which then drives them to want to eat more calories and eat more sweets and eat more and overeat dates and eat more, because they're keeping their level of bliss point too high, even though it's not putting the calories up in their body.
That makes sense. A lot of women come to me and they want to lose weight, but they don't want to give up their daily or nightly glass of wine. How does alcohol play in this subject of weight loss?
I don't know. I'm not sure. I haven't done a lot of studies on that. I have done a lot of studies on alcohol and breast cancer and reviewed all the data on that alcohol is carcinogenic. So I don't know. Can't have to put the fingertip right now. I remember a lot of studies on alcohol and weight loss. So I'm not sure how one glass of wine would affect that. but I know one glass of wine certainly increases risk of breast cancer significantly. So it becomes a moot point anyway, because it's carcinogenic. And people say, yeah, but we're having the red wine, and yeah, we're eating healthy food, and the phytochemicals will balance the alcohol. But that's just not a real, that's not the way the body works. It doesn't say it's okay to do things that are bad for you if you do things that are good for you. No, you get more benefit from things that are good for you, and you get longer lifespan when you do the things that are good for you and you don't do the things that are bad for you. You don't justify that it's okay to smoke cigarettes because you're eating kale, and you don't justify it's okay to drink alcohol because you're eating grape skins or something. So I think that this is what people don't like to hear, but this is the facts, that a healthier diet is healthier than one that's less healthy. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard, but everyone wants to think the diet they're following and their guru who advocates a diet that's not so perfect is good enough. And I'm saying, well, it may be good enough if that's all you want to achieve, but you can't deny the fact that a diet that's healthier is healthier than one that's less healthy.
You just gave me a great idea. Maybe we could talk to the tobacco industry and actually have them start putting kale in the cigarettes, and then people won't have to eat it.
Yeah, it reminds me of people wanting to take, like, I'll take a powdered supplement of kale and strawberries and bok choy and blackberries, and now I can go eat pizza and hot dogs. It doesn't work that way, because obviously now you just also now rationalize why it's okay to eat. You still got to eat the healthy stuff.
Right. I believe you said good health is earned.
That's right.
Oh, this has been so wonderful, Dr. Furman. Just to wrap it up, if you could please answer one more question. What's the real truth about weight loss?
The real truth about weight loss is that if you don't pay attention to the nutritional quality of what you're eating, then it's impossible to eat a diet that sustains your ideal weight for the rest of your life. The real truth about weight loss is you have to focus on your health, which means you have to know how to eat to protect yourself against cancer and heart disease and dementia. And then the weight loss that's the safest and most sustainable way to lose weight.
Thank you so much, Dr. Furman. I really appreciate all that you do.
Thank you. My pleasure.
Don't you guys just love Dr. Furman? When I look at the photos of all the 40 wonderful speakers, I just realized that I've known Dr. Furman longer than anyone. Some of the speakers I met for the first time in this summit, but I have known him since 2008 when I flew to New Jersey to audition. I guess audition's not the right word, but apply for a job when he was starting his food part of his business. And he's been a friend of the summit ever since. And I got to tell you, when I lived in LA, he had come to my home for dinner many times, and he truly practices what he preaches. He is the healthiest eater I think I know. And when I've spoken at conferences with him, like in New York and Baltimore, he doesn't even eat the conference food. He goes to Whole Foods and gets a salad. So anyway, I'm seeing lots of comments in the chat about Dr. Lustig's talk and that he's not recommending fruit. Absolutely not. Fructose, he's talking about high fructose corn syrup that they use as a sweetener in things like tomato sauce and soda pop now. So he's not talking about whole fruit where you have the water and the fiber, the micronutrients and antioxidants all intact. So he's talking about fructose, that there's no need for it. Just to clarify that. And then people are saying, well, is agave okay to use in my coffee? Well, you're going to learn from some of these speakers that coffee is not really the best thing, but agave is probably one of the worst sweeteners you can use because it's 90% fructose. So that is something you probably would not want to use. So here are my takeaways from Dr. Furman. There's quite a lot, guys, because he said quite a lot. It was a little bit longer than some of the talks. So hopefully you'll enjoy my synopsis. Dr. Furman said that both processed foods and animal products should be eliminated, or at least greatly limited, because they're both low in nutrients. High glycemic carbohydrates like sugar and flour are particularly dangerous. You noticing a theme from all the speakers? When people don't achieve micronutrient adequacy, including phytochemicals and antioxidants, they build up more free radicals in AGEs, advanced glycation end products, and other toxins which build up in their tissues. This toxic load in the body drives the appetite. That's why somebody could be obese and yet undernourished at the same time. Bagel and chicken, he said, they're the same. They just give a macronutrient load, but they have no micronutrients. He says you don't seek extra calories when you're getting sufficient micronutrients, and the body needs nutrients to absorb foods. As toxins build up in the system, you get uncomfortable whenever you aren't digesting food. That's why somebody that even has hundreds of pounds of excess body fat may not be able to stop eating if they're eating a micronutrient deficient diet. They're always going to be driven to overeat because they're looking for nutrients. And if you're looking for it in fast food, you're looking in the wrong place. And so he's always made a point about talking about getting adequate, not just adequate, but really a diet that's very high in micronutrients, nutrient density. You will feel fatigue because you're toxic and malnourished, and it's not hunger if you're overeating. So people say, well, I don't have any energy. He's talking about toxic hunger when you have adequate fat stores and adequate food, but you're constantly driven to eat food. If you're eating processed food and animal products, that's always going to happen until you meet your micronutrient needs. When your body is striving for nutrients from eating low nutrient calories like white flour and sugar and oil, you'll become, like he said, a calorie consuming monster and always be driven to overeat. Toxins like free radicals, urea, ammonia build up in the tissues, and you get uncomfortable when you're not constantly consuming food. That sounds like food addiction to me. And people think they need to keep eating for energy. And he said, like, you know, people, I can't go to the gym and work out unless I eat first. People think they have to eat before they exercise, but you don't. And that's exactly how you burn fat, by not eating before you exercise. If you stick with it long enough, your taste buds will change, but they've been distorted. And I was reading a comment in the chat by Jenny that her family doesn't want to change their taste buds. Well, just keep feeding them healthy food. Don't give them a choice. Nutrient deficiencies affect the brain and make people dysthymic, and temporary weight loss is of no benefit. Dr. Furman said that it's worse than not losing weight to begin with, because he talked about how people put back on the dangerous kind of fat when they gain it back. As you lose weight, you slow your metabolism, so it makes it harder to stay on a diet. And will gain weight rapidly after a fast, because you slowed the metabolic rate down, and it takes so long for the metabolism to come back. That people put on this visceral fat, which is the more dangerous fat, because you can only put on subcutaneous, that's the visual fat, so fast. And people are saying in the chat, well, you know, Dr. Goldhammer, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, he's a speaker on the summit. And like Dr. Furman, he recommends fasting for medical conditions, but not for weight loss. And as we learned from, well, Dr. Iflin, I believe, said this, and we're going to hear this, I think, from Dr. Tarman too. People with a history of discordant eating should not be fasting anyway. We don't fast to lose weight. We fast for other reasons, but he uses that for that, but not for weight loss and not for people that are food addicts. He said rapid regain is even more dangerous than just having overall body fat, because the newer plaques are the more dangerous plaques. And most heart attacks occur on holidays and vacations. Both of my brothers are doctors, and they always would say that Thanksgiving Day was a very busy day. So he doesn't recommend fasting for weight loss. Okay. And it makes food addictions worse. So he never fasts food addictions. And it's better for people to regain their taste more naturally and work on the emotional stuff than just do a fast. Anything you do in the short term is not going to stabilize your weight. And this is what I see for the over 10 years I've been working with people. People want to lose weight very quickly, but we learned from Dr. Iflin that addiction doesn't respond to quick fixes. So they go on a strict weighing and measuring program, they lose weight very quickly, and then their ghrelin levels go up and they're always hungry, and then they gain the weight back and more. This is not a short-term solution. You need to be in it for the long term. And when you work on this to regain your health, your weight will stabilize. There's no advantage to a short-term fast unless you can keep it up, and you can't keep fasting up. You shouldn't do anything that you're not prepared to do the rest of your life. If you're not able to do it permanently, the results are not going to be sustainable. He said food addicts tend to rationalize and come up with lots of excuses. He says you're not able to change your health unless you change the way you think. And he prefers that people not weigh and measure their food and instead get in touch with their true hunger and instinctive hunger. He talked about butyrate, short-chain fatty acids, and the biofilm that are important that we get from eating these leafy greens, which are severely limited on these weighing and measuring programs. I can't believe they limit vegetables to 7 ounces. My goodness. I mean, I ate three or 4 times that at a sitting. He says, when you learn to eat when hungry, you get more enjoyment out of it. And it's true. I've heard Dr. Furman say this so many times. Hunger is the best sauce. And I was recently on a podcast and somebody said, what's your favorite meal? And I honestly said, the one that I eat when I'm hungry, because when I'm hungry, everything tastes good. He said, when you do this, you're more desirous of the right amount of calories, and then you get full enjoyment from the food. He says, when you really practice nutritional excellence, you lose your desire to overeat. And we talked about something that the food addiction people say, that you can't heal brain neurotransmitters without animal protein. And I loved how he said, that's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. And I love his sense of humor. And we had to edit out a little bit of part of this because his precious little puppy just kept kissing him and kissing him. What a sweetheart. And obviously I was laughing at that. So that part you didn't see, but I'll just tell you about how fun it was. He said some of the blue zones are consuming 25% of their calories from animal products. They're not all plant-based, and he believes that we can eat and design a much better diet than the blue zones. He said you can't be overweight and be healthy. And I know a lot of people don't want to hear that. And there's a health at every size movement, and we don't want to shame or blame people for having this problem because it's not their fault. That said, as you watch this summit, you're going to learn that excess body fat has risks. And we learned a lot about this during the pandemic when people with excess body weight did not fare as well, but it's just linked to so many diseases, including many different types of cancer. He said only 2.4% of Americans are not overweight because they eat healthy and exercise. That was mind-blowing. He said most people you see that aren't overweight, it's because they smoke or maybe are alcoholics. He said, can you believe that even 10 extra pounds can shorten your lifespan and causes insulin resistance? And he said that all overweight people are pre-diabetic. Fat cells produce more insulin even before your glucose rises. So that's why he said that people are already insulin resistant. And he talked about the spewing out of the free radicals, poor blood supply, increased risk of COVID death from cytokine storm, and increased risk of cancer like breast and prostate, because exciting of aromatase, which increases the estrogen and increases the risk of heart disease, cancer, shortens the lifespan. Fat cells in the body are a chronic source of inflammation. He said processed foods and animal products are a witch's cauldron. Angiogenesis promoting. We're going to learn a lot about angiogenesis from Dr. William Lee, let me tell you that. And cancer cells can't multiply without angiogenesis promotion. High glycemic foods and animal products are even more dangerous when consumed by the overweight than by a thin person. I thought that was interesting. Only 2% of people consume enough vegetables. And he's always said, if you don't like vegetables, you better live close to a hospital. And that linebackers have the shortest lifespan. We talked a little bit about dopamine insensitivity. And I wrote this down, I don't remember. No nutrients, doof. What does that mean? Anyway, maybe somebody remembers, but it was a funny acronym, doof. White flour and sugar, honey and maple syrup should not be called food. They are drugs, because I've saw people asking in the chat, well, what kind of sweetener? Fruit, the whole fruit, and nothing but the whole fruit. He says they're just a caloric rush. He actually used the word bolus, which is it's a drug term. He said stimulates the receptors in the brain, same receptors in the brain that narcotics does. Oil and sugar do this. And he talked about a bolus. Dopamine insensitivity gives people cravings and adds to the withdrawal and the fatigue. The dopamine rush makes you feel better and makes the brain dependent on dopamine stimulation from these high calorie stimulating foods, which are powerfully addictive. He said they stimulate the brain like a drug, and that's why people crave these concentrated calories. And he believes, like I do, not everybody agrees, but at least for addiction, that abstinence is the only way. He says you need, and Dr. Rifflin said the same thing, you need years away from the addictive substance for the brain to come back to normal, because you don't feel okay unless you're constantly stimulating dopamine. He said that Eat to Live, he sometimes wishes he had made it more strict. His newer books, I believe, are. And that he said that salt can still have problems for people that are even vegan. They can have a hemorrhagic stroke. It causes microvascular hemorrhaging. And it's a powerful appetite stimulant that makes you eat more food. And he says, I love this. It dumbs down your taste buds. I've always said that salt is a very lazy way to season. If you get the right seasonings and the right recipes, you really don't need salt. It really is quite an addiction. And Dr. Rosanna Vieira, who is one of the experts in the summit, always talks about how people that consume salt consume about 11% more calories. DOOF is food spelled backwards. Thank you. Yeah, I just thought it was a funny acronym or a funny word. Okay. He says, why should we wait until we have heart disease and high blood pressure before advising lower sodium consumption? I think he's right. He said we must pay attention to the omega-3 adequacy on a plant-based diet, and that zero and low calorie sweeteners, stevia, erythritol, all those, they dummy down the taste buds. Don't you guys want to smarten up your taste buds? He said they keep people desirous of more sweet and concentrated sweetness, and it keeps the bliss point too high, and it drives us to overeat more calories and more sweets. He said that regardless of its effect on weight, alcohol is carcinogenic, and even one glass of wine increases the risk of breast cancer. He ended by saying, if you don't pay attention to the nutritional quality of what you're eating, it's impossible to reach your ideal weight. Focus on health, not on weight. That's going to be a running theme in this summit. Thank you, Dr. Furman. We can always count on you for a wonderful presentation. You've been a friend of the summit since we started, and we do appreciate you. And we appreciate all of you that are watching, whether live or in the replays to come, and especially appreciate those of you that have purchased the summit package, which really helps us get these wonderful speakers and continue our mission. Just a little bit about it. If you get it, you get a free buddy pass. So it's like getting two for the price of one. It includes lifetime on-demand access to all 40 summit presentations through an exclusive members area, including MP3 downloads so that you can listen to them in the car or travel or while you walk or exercise, and complete transcripts of all the expert interviews as a PDF downloads, which I find very helpful. When I'm trying to learn something, I'd like to see it in writing. And the bonuses of 9 recordings of the live stream with my key takeaways. It's the only place you'll get to hear those again. And other bonuses as well. And I believe we're just adding a couple of free interviews from Dr. Verma Tomrin, some exclusive content, as well as some other products like a Power Up 8-week workout program, a cookbook of my favorite Instant Pot recipes, and even a previous summit from 2017. So please consider doing that. And it would make a great gift for someone, even though it's not holidays, but you never know. So we have 2 more amazing speakers for you. Can you believe that? And, you know, I say this like every speaker, I'm like, that's my favorite speaker, but I get so much from these speakers. And Dr. Hans Diehl, if you've ever heard him speak before, he's just a love bug. He is really just a sweet, kind man. He's best known probably as the founder of the CHIP program, which is the Complete Health Improvement Program. And he's author of many books. And I think he's the person I've known second longest in this summit. He's the founder of the Lifestyle Medicine Institute in Loma Linda and a clinical professor of the School of Medicine there. And he is just delightful. And he really understands this topic of food addiction. And he's going to be giving a wonderful presentation behind closed doors of the food industry. And he's going to tell you the 5 key choices that you can make today to improve your health. Please welcome my dear friend, Dr. Hans Diehl. Hi, Dr. Diehl, and welcome to the Truth About Weight Loss Summit. Thank you so much for being here.
I'm just delighted to be here. When I looked at the speakers that have been brought together to this 9-day symposium, I had the impression that this was the Parthenon of experts and leaders put together to broaden our understandings and to give us more clarity of how we should live. So I'm delighted to be here. I'm also humbled to be part of this symposium as we increasingly realize that what we need more than anything else in winning the battle for a healthier weight is better education, more inspiration, and a higher level of motivation. I mean, think about this. Americans this year again will spend more than $75 billion in support of its slimming down industry to manage a condition that is largely self-made and culturally promoted. Excess weight. It's a condition that shortens their lives and is a major contributor to most chronic diseases. And what is so amazing, it's a condition that barely existed until the 1970s, but then progressively emerged in America, where now only 1 out of 4 adults has a normal weight. That means 3 out of 4, or about 75% of the American adults, are overweight or obese. And from the American continent, it rapidly is spreading around the world. The answer to this obesity epidemic is not found in pills and procedures. No. The answer is found in a fail-safe success formula of 5 better choices that would help people to find a lasting answer to their weight issues. All I can do today, in the next hour, is to give you just a slim view of a broad subject, because obesity is a very complex issue. But I will boil it down for you to 5 basic lifestyle principles of what you can do to become a winner in a losing game. Now, if you follow these 5 guidelines, you have an exceptional chance of not becoming drained by all the propaganda that is out there, where all kinds of things are being offered to us, when the answers are oftentimes much, much simpler. In 1913, a very powerful, well-researched book was published by Random House. It was written by a Pulitzer Prize-winning author, Michael Moss, and it starts like this. In the spring of 1999, the heads of the world's largest processed food companies, from Coca-Cola to Nabisco, gathered in Minneapolis for a secret meeting. On the agenda, the emerging epidemic of obesity and what to do about it. Increasingly, many foods laden with salt, sugar, and fat produced by these companies were being linked to obesity, and a concerned Kraft executive took the stage to issue a warning. At that time, the Kraft Foods company had just been acquired by Philip Morris, the tobacco giant, and this Kraft executive was concerned. With his company now belonging to the tobacco industry, he was concerned that potential lawsuits could emerge because the tobacco industry was known to know how to habituate and addict people to their products. Would they do the same with their newly acquired food line? 11 of the most powerful CEOs in the processed food industry had come to meet. They had come in with their private jets, taking care of 700,000 employees with revenues of over $300 billion. These were powerful men, tycoons of the food processing industry. They wanted to have a secret meeting to decide what should be done. Asked to give the keynote address, this executive had a very clear and direct message. He said, there would be a day of reckoning unless changes were made in the industry. This executive then launched into a damning PowerPoint presentation, making the case that processed food companies could not afford to sit by idle as children grew sick and class action lawyers lurked on the sidelines. When he was done with his presentation, the most powerful person in the room, the CEO of General Mills, stood up to speak. He was clearly annoyed. He was very upset. And by the time he sat down, the meeting was canceled. The meeting was over, and 11 powerful executives got into their private jets and flew home. What do you think this man said to his powerful colleagues in the business? I'll give you the answer later, so stay tuned. So let's take a closer look at the obesity epidemic. 3 chairs representing the years 1900 to 1970. The size of the chairs during that time hardly changed. But then something happened more recently when unexpectedly the size of the chair expanded, almost exploded. And people told me later, well, you don't understand. The reason for this enlargement is a surplus lumber in the Northwest that needed to be used up. That's it. Don't you get it? It's business. Really? I showed the picture of the chairs at a convention some time ago when a man raised his hand and asked, "Sir, my wife is an antique collector. Would you object if I left the auditorium and called my wife? Because I want her to check out and measure some antique chairs that we have in our attic." I said, that was perfectly fine with me. But when he came back, he told the audience, my wife said it was a 140-year-old chair. Well, what about the measurement? All she said, it measured 29 inches. That undermines everything I was trying to illustrate. And then he said, no. The chair is a love seat. It's a seat for 2. Well, I, of course, felt relieved. He made exactly the point that I had hoped for. Wow. I got close to despairing, actually, when he said 29 inches, but it was for 2 seats. Well, let me tell you another story. I was on an airplane, a 737. Every seat was taken except the one right next to mine. And I was kind of happy about that. This was going to be a long ride, and I could spread out some of my reading materials, my study materials, and it would be a great way to go. But then they opened the door once more, and a large man entered the airplane. And I knew I was in trouble. Now, don't misunderstand me. I have nothing against people that struggle with overweight. Actually, I deeply care about these people. But at that moment, I had to adjust my attitude. My expectations had changed. I had to make a quick mental shift. I no longer had that extra space, okay? And I knew that one side of my body was guaranteed to be warmed more than was needed. And so, as a gentleman, I got out of my seat. I even lifted the armrest so that this man could get in and find his seat right next to my seat. And as he wedged himself into his seat, under his breath, he said, "Isn't it terrible? They're making these seats smaller every year." And I didn't say anything. I was very nice about it. And we became friends in the process of the flight. Now, over the years, and especially since the 1980s, our bodies and weights have changed big time. Let me show you some slides that some of you may have seen before, how obesity has crept up in our society. Here you see the obesity trends among adults in 5-year increments in the various states of the United States. Look at the change in color over time. 1985, very few states have an obesity rate of about 12%. 1990, the number of states has markedly increased. 1995, half of all the states are now averaging 17% of their adults to be obese. And then 2000, a new color has now been added. Half of the states are now averaging 22% of their adults are being obese. And then 2005, another color has been added. Many states are now averaging 27% of all their adults being obese. And in 2010, another color has been added. Many states are now averaging more than 30% of their adults are obese. Obesity. The latest data suggests that 35% of the adult population in America is now obese, and close to 40% of the population is overweight. That means that only one normal weight person can be found amidst 4 American adults. 3 out of 4, or 74%, are carrying excess weight. But how do we define excess weight? What really is a desirable weight? There are several ways to do this. There's actuarial data generated by life insurance companies, like the Metropolitan Life Insurance Company that go back as far as 1959. Obviously, life insurance companies are interested in knowing how weight relates to life expectancy so that they can define their premiums for their customers. In their studies, they found height and weight relationships for men and women impacted by frame and bone size. The taller you are and the larger the frame, the more weight was allowed. They boiled desirable weight down to this. Man was allowed 100 pounds for his 5 feet in height, plus 6 pounds for every additional inch. Therefore, the desirable weight of a large frame man 5 feet 10 inches tall would be 5 feet is 100 pounds, plus 10 inches times 6 pounds per inch. That's an additional 60 pounds, or a total of 160 pounds, plus 10% for large bone size. For such a man, the desirable weight for health and longevity then would be 176 pounds. For a woman, the formula was similar. 100 pounds for her 5 feet, and then only 5 pounds for every additional inch. However, she was given an extra inch for her high heels. So a woman 5 feet 2 would therefore be accorded a height of 5 feet 3 inches. The 5 feet then would be 100 pounds, plus 3 inches times 5 pounds. That would be an additional 15 pounds. So at 5'2", she would actually check at 5'3", thus giving her 115 pounds. For the large bones, 10% would be added, totaling 125 pounds. But when you apply this formula, there are always some people that protest. Oh no, that's impossible. I mean, I would look like a scarecrow. No. But could it be that we have become so large in this country that we have developed larger reference points? We are overweight, and yet we think we have a normal weight because it seems everybody's overweight. We know from research studies that when we have many overweight friends, we're in danger of becoming overweight ourselves because we are sharing the habits of our overweight friends. So be careful how you pick your friends, because there may be some consequences to it. Now, since most of our excess weight is subcutaneous adipose tissue, we can do a simple skin fold test. To do this, you can actually use a caliper to measure the skin fold thickness very exactly. Or you can just do a simple pinch test on the skin over your lower rib, grab the skin fold between your thumb and index finger, and if it's more than 1 inch, you just have to pinch harder. I mean, and then we have a third way of measuring and determining our weight levels. That's the body mass index, the BMI, a sort of a new concept where we have certain relationships between, again, height and weight. I mean, you can look up the defining numbers on special tables. If a person has a BMI under 18.5, that person is considered to be underweight. If it's between 18.5 and 24.9, that person is considered to be desirable weight or normal weight. If it's above 25, that's considered to be overweight. And if it's over 30, that's considered to be obese. So you get some of these defining points, and you can look up your definition of your weight. But why are we so concerned about excess weight? I mean, some people are large, some people are small. Do we have to worry about this? Is it just for cosmetic reasons? Or is there more to this? Well, actually, excess weight is often directly related to our lifespan. The longer the girth line, the shorter the lifeline. Harvard studies have determined that on average, every pound of excess weight actually shortens the life expectancy by about 1 month. Get this one? Every pound of excess weight costs you 1 month of life. So let's take an example. If you are 60 pounds overweight, that may cost you 60 months or 5 years. So there's a real relationship between our girth line and our lifeline. Now, in addition, any form of obesity is actually associated with markedly increasing medical complications and then also chronic diseases. For instance, a BMI over 40 would increase the risk of diabetes by 7 times, for high blood pressure by 6 times, heart disease 5 times, and the risk increases also for arthritis, asthma, sleep apnea, and various adult cancers. And of course, people with excess weight often find themselves under the scrutiny of a society which often looks askance at them. And obese people with heightened sensitivity often internalize this, which may contribute to depression. So to summarize, obesity can have well-documented consequences in terms of life expectancy, illness, and medical complications. But by the way, what about the role of genetics in determining weight? Sometimes people come to me and they say, look, my grandparents were obese, my parents were obese, and I'm obese. Obesity runs in my family. It's obviously a genetic thing, isn't it? Well, it's a good point, but I would argue that it's not only genes that are being passed on from one generation to the next, but it's also the favorite recipes in the family, isn't it? Furthermore, the American obesity epidemic has emerged largely during the last 40 years. We also understand now that it takes some 300 to 400 years to change the genetics in a society. Our obesity epidemic, however, has evolved in a much shorter time span. So this is not genetics. There's some other issues involved here. Therefore, whatever role genetics may play, it's a minor part, especially since we have recently learned that our epigenetic system can actually override genetic predispositions and suppress the expression of a genetic code. If it's not genetics, who and what then is responsible for the obesity in our society? And here's some good news for you today. And that is, let me assure you that you are not responsible for your excess weight. You don't believe me? Am I setting a trap for you? Okay then, since you don't take me seriously, let me rephrase my point. You are not exclusively responsible for your overweight. Can you live with that? Are you agreeing with that statement? Well, then who are the players that are contributing to our obesity epidemic? Just help me. Give me some ideas. What about the reduction in physical activity nowadays? What about LSD, labor-saving devices? What role does upbringing play, or thyroid problems? Because after all, despite best efforts, an under-functioning thyroid gland may account for 2% of the overweight problem in our society. So therefore, if you are unsuccessful in losing weight and you've done all your very, very best, be sure you get your thyroid checked. Now, what about watching television? Does it have a relationship to overweight? What happens when the commercial comes on? Have you noticed? When the commercial comes on, the volume automatically goes up and millions of feet begin to shuffle in the direction of the kitchen towards the refrigerator to pick up their carrots and celery sticks, right? Right? Or is it some ice cream, or Oreos, or chips, or some hot dog? And with that, for many television watchers, the commercial break becomes the pause that refreshes. Or have we simply gained weight because we are consuming more calories today than 40 years ago? But why do people actually eat? Is it just because of hunger? Or is it just the clock that tells them it's time to eat? Or is it the socialization with friends who will do their best to make you feel special with some special foods? What about advertising? What about marketing? Look at these huge budgets, advertising budgets of some of the largest corporations that are involved in food production. Their advertising budgets are huge. For instance, Kellogg's Frosted Flakes, that's just one brand, has an advertising budget of $40 million. That's just for one brand of the many, many cereal brands. And the dairy industry is spending close to $200 million to sell its message that unless you get your daily 3 servings of milk, ice cream, or cheese, your bones will fracture and you'll fall apart. But you know, the scientific evidence is just the opposite. The scientific evidence says that the opposite is true. Countries with the highest dairy consumption actually have the highest rates of osteopathic fractures. And then you have McDonald's. That giant is spending $1.62 billion in the United States alone to sell its fast food. On the other hand, you have the National Cancer Institute barely able to spend $1 million to encourage the population to eat more health-promoting fruits and vegetables. Guess who's winning out? And of course, there are many aspects of why we are what we are. Some of it relates to our upbringing. If we're breastfed, for instance, chances are that we have less obesity to worry about than if we had the bottle. Bottle-fed babies may often get more calories than needed, thus leading to the development of billions of excess fat cells that throughout life then will always crave for being fed and nurtured. In contrast, when it comes to breastfeeding, listen to this, there's always the right amount of food. There are always the right nutrients that change from week to week to accommodate the needs of the growing baby. So the amount of food and the nutritional aspects of the foods are always right. And the temperature will always be right too. And the packaging is just exquisite and great. Yeah, what about early upbringing? What about conditioning in early life? You know, when I grew up and I didn't want to finish the food on my plate, my mother would always be there. If you don't eat your food, son, if you don't clean your plate, all the children in Ethiopia will be dying. And since I didn't want to be responsible for that, I began to clean my plate. And then 30 to 40 years later, well, in the meantime, I should have learned a few things, right? Now I'm sitting at the table. I'm somewhat overweight. I've just about finished my meal when the dessert comes around and suddenly something pushes the button. And I can hear my mother's voice. All the children in Ethiopia will be dying. You better not waste this food. And so I finish it, adding more calories to my overweight frame. Early conditioning? Right. Exactly. So why do people eat? What about emotions? What about emotional eating? Like feeling happy attending a wedding or getting a job promotion, or feeling sad attending a funeral, or feeling angry over a missed yet deserved job promotion, or feeling bored or stressed or depressed and lonely. Isn't food coming in to be a nice pacifier, to coming to our rescue? Emotional eating, big time. So why do we eat? Many reasons. Some of them emotions, feelings, big time. I mean, we celebrate with food, we take care of our disappointments with food, we overdose on food, we celebrate the most important high days of our lives, from the baptism of a child to weddings, all the way to funerals, and it's always the worst possible food that we could choose. And something else, when you go shopping, remember, what you bring home, you're going to eat. In the house, in the mouth. Therefore, be careful of what you put into your shopping cart. Be in full possession of your emotions and your mental well-being when you go shopping. It's actually best to have a full stomach when you go shopping. Yeah. Furthermore, the best way is to know what you want to get before you go. As a matter of fact, when I go shopping, I'll do it sometimes by myself or sometimes with my wife. We get our shopping done for the whole week in 30 minutes flat because we know exactly where to go and what to get. Even though there are some 50,000 food items in a large supermarket to seduce us, we know exactly what we want. We regularly get our fresh produce, like lots of fruits and vegetables, whole grains like Bob's Red Mill 7-grain cereal, or barley, quinoa, and millet, and plenty of beans, peas, and lentils, a few nuts and almonds, and perhaps some avocados. Shopping like this is efficient and economical. Actually, it will lower your food bill by 35 to 45%, and you will get healthy, and you lose weight, and you enjoy the ride. And your taste buds will adjust. After 30 days, you will love this new emphasis on foods as grown. You will discover new flavors and nuances of foods that used to be covered and neutralized by excessive salt, sugar, and pepper. And here's my tip for ladies. Don't try to live up to those seductive, slim models you see on front covers of magazines. Leave the beautiful people alone. They create an artificial world. You know, some strut their voluptuous forms that most of them could not have achieved without some special interventions. But tragically, many ladies in our society then internalize these images, and men do too. And many feel the pressure. And in an effort to relieve those pressures, many become vulnerable and all too often fall into the hands of these merchants of misery who promise you an artificial world with all kinds of diets, nostrums, and devices. Don't listen to them. Don't fall for it. Instead, know who you are. Accept yourself the way you are. Develop those inner values of kindness and generosity and loving concerns for others. Know and foster these higher values, and you will not run out of friends. Don't fall into the trap of thinking that unless I have the right shape, nobody will love me. And worse, you may not even love yourself because you cannot live up to what you may have internalized you are supposed to look like. Become aware that you are in charge. Find your own self. You are most valuable as a person, even if you have those 20 inches of extra adipose tissue that may separate us when we meet. And when somebody puts you down because of your weight, don't internalize it. Don't accept it. Instead, begin to do something about it. Here's a powerful suggestion. Make changes for the sake of your health. When you begin to eat and live with health as your priority, then the scale will take care of itself. Don't ever get on a diet. Diets have no place in a rational weight control program. If you want to be healthy, you become lean automatically because you begin to eat the right foods. You get into an exercise program, you get your 7 or 8 hours of sleep at night, and things will begin to happen. So please, don't let the scale tyrannize you. Eat for health, and the scale will take care of itself. Obviously then, obesity is a very complex issue, but there are some answers that I will outline for you in this presentation. I will give you the magic 5 of better choices. If you follow and integrate them into your life, you have an outstanding chance that you're going to be what you want to be. Following this program, you'll be losing 1.5 to 2 pounds a week while eating more, but of the right foods. You will do it for life, where the body will make the adjustments once you have reached your desirable weight. Okay, let me ask you a question. What are you doing when you have a family reunion coming up, or a wedding, or a class reunion? What do? How do you get this weight down? You just plan ahead. If you look for a quick answer in losing weight, it will betray you every time. So let all diets die. No crash diets. If you want to be a winner in the losing game, You have to go for the long haul, and that is 1.5 to 2 pounds a week, and you have to plan it. Gaining weight happens when you eat more calories than you expend and burn. The difference then between the consumed and the burnt calories will be deposited usually into your central fat bank right in your midsection here. Now, once that central fat bank is full, it will then set up branch offices in various parts of your body, much to your embarrassment. You see, our comfortable and convenient lifestyle with its many labor-saving devices will deprive us of the calories we used to burn because of the range and intensity of our activities. Today, many of us are sitting 6, 7, 8 hours at our computers with a health risk that has been compared to the risk generated by smoking. But it's not just the calories that we no longer burn, it's also the obesogenic environment of foods, their ready availability and their hyper-palatability. With those tastes available, who can resist? It's surrounding us everywhere. And it all started some 40, 50 years ago with the emergence of fast food products sold to us as convenience foods. These convenience foods made it easier for women who wanted to join the workforce, and these foods became an instant success. But take a careful look at my next slide. It explains the foundational dietary changes that took place in the 1970s and 1980s and their effect on our health and body contours. That was a diet revolution that became the game changer for our society, for our culture. It has to do with a macronutrient distribution, our diet. It refers to the distribution of fat, protein, sugar, and starch. Developing countries where our Western chronic diseases are difficult to find most predominantly rely on foods as grown. They rely basically on corn and beans, on potatoes and yams, on wheat and rice, and plenty of fruits and vegetables. These inexpensive yet very nutritionally rich foods provide more than enough protein, modest amount of fat and sugar, and plenty of unrefined complex carbohydrates, the body's preferred and clean burning fuel to meet energy requirements. As the gross domestic product, our national income, increased, however, dietary sources then changed dramatically. Developing countries rely mostly on unrefined, natural, complex carbohydrate foods high in starch, which accounts then for 70% of their total calories that you can see here on the graph in the green color. In those cultures, very few calories are coming from fats, oils, sugars, and animal products. On the other hand, the diet of affluent countries is largely composed of fats and oils and sugars shown in red and yellow on the graph here. And their complex carbohydrates are usually refined white flour products that you find in pies, pastries, pasta, and pizzas, thus crowding out the nutritionally rich, unrefined carbohydrate foods, now accounting for only 6% of calories consumed. Diets that incorporate foods as grown, as they come in nature, are naturally very low in fat, they're very low in oil, very low in sugar, and usually very low in animal protein. Thus, they're almost devoid of cholesterol, saturated fat, and hydrogenated oils. Yet they're very high in fiber and nutritional density. However, as these developing countries follow the American diet, their foods turn into industrialized products. They turn potatoes into Pringles. They turn corn into Doritos, and wheat into Zingers, and oats into Oreos, and beans and grains into burgers and sirloin steaks, and water into soft drinks, and lean people turn into large people. With food technology able to create these new taste sensations on one hand, and with advertising able to create a mass market on the other hand, the diet composition undergoes a dramatic and major overhaul. The largely unrefined complex carbohydrate foods become a minority player. In their stead, calorie-rich processed foods, usually high in sugar and fat, as well as meats, sausages, eggs, and cheese, all high in fat, calories, and cholesterol, and devoid of fiber, become the dominant energy carriers. The change is taking place. Among people and populations that follow the diet composition on the left side of the graph, it is difficult to find obesity or arthritis or diabetes or heart disease. It's difficult to find hypertension and strokes and gout, our common chronic diseases. With prosperity, however, we changed from a slow food culture to a fast food culture. We changed from home-cooked meals to eating out meals. And with those changes, the consumption of oil, fats, and sugar increased dramatically. At the same time, our protein consumption increased as plant protein became largely replaced by animal protein. You can see the diet composition on the right side of the graph. That's the standard American diet. It's a diet with plenty of animal products and processed foods. It's a diet high in calories, high in salt and cholesterol, yet low in fiber and nutrition. And it becomes the perfect seed bed for common modern killer diseases. And then on the next slide, take a look. More than 50% of our calories now come from processed and engineered foods. As concerned people are increasingly moving towards a plant-based diet that does not overlook the large preponderance of processed and engineered foods in our diet. For an airplane to fly, it needs to have 2 wings, right? Well, similarly, a good diet also needs to have 2 wings. Lots of plant-based foods and lots of whole foods. Lots of vegetarian foods and lots of foods as they come in nature. And please note that some 35% of today's calories come from animal products. More than 50% of the calories now come from processed foods. And here's the point I want to make, only 14% of the calories that we consume come from foods as grown, foods as nature designed them. This includes fruits and vegetables, whole grains, and legumes, plus some nuts and some avocados. They only represent 14% of the calories that we eat in America. And have you noticed something? These foods, as they come in nature, don't carry nutrition labels. Have you seen a nutrition label on mangoes? No. But can you find nutrition labels on mango puree and sauces? Yes. Do tomatoes carry nutrition labels? No. What about tomato ketchup? Yes. You see, foods coming out of the hand of a master designer don't need nutrition labels. To be in the best of health and to manage your weight well, eat more foods that don't have nutrition labels. But you say, but there are no nutrition labels on meat either. True, because the industry has resisted that. They don't want you to know that when you have a sirloin steak, up to 75% of the calories in that steak may come from fat. You thought you're eating protein. No, it's fat. When you have that pork chop, up to 80% of the calories may come from fat. And you thought you had some protein. No, it's fat. At the same time, you will find a warning label on chicken advising you how to prepare it because of all too common bacterial contamination. So I have enlarged my definition of what I recommend people to eat. I now recommend eat more foods that don't have nutrition labels or warning labels. Okay? That covers it, doesn't it? We all know that weight gain is largely determined by having more calories coming into the body than leaving it. This difference then is deposited in the adipose tissues as body fat. So remember, every time you have accumulated 3,500 calories, you will have deposited very effectively 1 pound of fat. Let me give an example. If you take one slice of apple pie in excess to the calories that you should have that day, you will have deposited an extra 500 calories for that day. If you do this 7 times a week, at the end of that week, you will have accumulated 500 calories times 7. That's 3,500 calories. You have deposited 1 pound of fat. Amazing, isn't it? One innocent-looking slice of apple pie, those extra 500 calories that you really didn't need for that day. Well, times 7 in a week. In 1 week, you have gained 1 pound of fat, 1 pound of weight. As you begin to recognize a gradual loss of agility, as it becomes harder for you to see your toes, as it takes more energy to bend down, you begin to realize that you need to do something about that extra weight. Now, at the checkout stand of your food market, you see the answer to your overweight dilemma. The magazines are all there offering the latest diets, 7 pounds in 7 days, 14 pounds in 2 weeks. Well, first it was the grape nut diet. Then, enhancing its credibility, they offered it as the Mayo grape nut diet. And on this diet program, you eat grape nuts and more grape nuts. And guess what? They're coming out of your ears and you lose the weight. And after 4 weeks, after having lost 25 pounds, you put all your large clothes on one side of the closet because you figure you won't need them anymore because you will have a slender and svelte body. And then 5 weeks later, it's all back again. Well, you say, well, this diet really didn't work so well. But desperate to get rid of those extra pounds because you have a family union coming up, you fall into the hands of those merchants of misery. And you buy another magazine, this time advertising the UCLA grapefruit diet. And what you do next? You eat grapefruits and more grapefruits. And they're coming out of your ears. And guess what? After 4 weeks, you have lost 30 pounds. You're ecstatic and you're glad at the same time that you can get off this crazy, monotonous diet. You begin to realize that these diets are only a temporary answer. These diets will fall by the wayside until a new diet comes in, right? No, this time, it's the green grape diet. It's highly recommended by many physicians, among them Dr. Oz. And when they discuss it on the Oprah Winfrey Show, well, you say to yourself, that's it. At last, I found the answer. And what do you do then? You eat grapes and more grapes until they come out of your ears and you're losing the weight. But as you look back on that diet, what did you really get out of it? Just sour grapes. You become a psychological wreck. And then you ask yourself, is there something wrong with me that I can't shake these pounds? I mean, it must be my glands. Well, maybe it's a salivary gland, right? When she saw me, I asked her, do you love to eat? Oh, I don't eat very much. I can't understand how I'm gaining weight. There must be something in the air. It just doesn't seem to work for me. I mean, I just eat like a bird and I'm gaining weight. Well, I asked her, what kind of a bird are you? Are you a vulture? Well, I do all this exercise, but nothing is working for me. At last, she recognized that these diets were just a yo-yo syndrome that undermined her shaky self-esteem even further. These diets don't last, and they don't offer good nutrition. Now she decided to eat less. That's her latest strategy. Now she counts calories. She practices portion control. But with this semi-starvation diet, her hunger pangs made her feel miserable, and she felt deprived. And after 3 months, she threw the towel. It's not worth it. I don't care anymore. I don't want to live this way anymore. I don't know what to do. And then somebody says, oh, what you need to do is you need to exercise. Haven't you seen the Biggest Loser programs on television? And so she joins these exercise programs. But what she doesn't realize is that these big losers exercise some 10 hours a day because they want to win the trophy as Biggest Loser in the series. Do you have any idea how much you have to walk off one Krispy Kreme donut? Do you know that it would take a walk of 4 miles? Is that donut really worth it? And just think, if you wanted to have a Big Mac, not just a donut, but a Big Mac with fries and a supersized Coke, you would have to walk 7 hours to burn up the calories. To do this, you'd have to be unemployed or take some vacation time. Walking is not the way to lose weight. Walking is something that you do because it empowers you, it gives you vitality, it's the right thing to do. Do it, but don't do it primarily for losing weight. It won't work. If you want to lose weight effectively and permanently, you need to embrace a new paradigm, and that is eat more and exercise more for good health. Are you open to consider this and to take a closer look at my 5 magic suggestions for better choices? And when you eat for health, the scale will take care of itself. Let us recognize 2 major shifts in the food supply. The first one took place in the 1970s and 80s when we shifted from foods to industrialized products. This may be a novel thought. We're no longer eating food. Yeah, we're mostly eating industrialized products. They're made in factories. They're made in laboratory plants. They don't come out of the soil anymore. We don't pick them up from the trees. We have shifted from eating foods predominantly to eating processed foods, industrialized products. Here's the first of the magic 5 of better choices. Number 1, reduce empty calories. These are foods without nutritional value. They're usually calories emptied of nutrition. One of the big factors here is refined sugar. Most people consume about 30 teaspoons of sugar a day, and 1/3 of this comes from soda pop. Look at the number of cans of soda pop that an average family of 4 consumes in 1 week. 32 cans, 12 ounces in each can, and every can has 10 teaspoons of sugar. How about fruit juices? Well, even though they're unsweetened, they are not in your best interest if you want to lose weight because they're still high in sugar. Now, how about a donut? Look at this donut from an anatomical perspective. Examine it closely, and then always opt for the center, the hole. That won't do you any harm. Now, look, just 1 small piece of German chocolate cake, 15 teaspoons of sugar. A banana split, 25 teaspoons of sugar. And look at these Fruit Loops. Are these really cereals, or is that candy, where 48% of the calories comes from sugar? Please note, 16% of all the calories we eat a day comes from sugar, and another 20% comes from fats and oils. Now, these are not the fats that you have in meat, because at least there you have some nutritional value, but these are refined and extracted oils and fats, devoid almost totally of any nutritional value. These are empty calories. Now, imagine it takes 14 ears of corn to produce 1 tablespoon of corn oil. Now, if you wouldn't have these industrial processes that extract the oil from the corn, could you eat 1 tablespoon of corn oil in the form of its original source, the corn? How long would it take you to eat those 14 ears of corn? Isn't it amazing how nature excels as a master in packaging its products? But then we come along and we extract the oil from the corn for human consumption while feeding all the good stuff with its nutrition value to our pigs. Brilliant, isn't it? And then look what we do with the extracted oil. We use it to make corn chips. We're turning the original low-calorie corn into a 9-ounce bag calorie bomb of 1,440 calories. That's enough to meet the caloric requirements of a 5-foot woman for the whole day, plus 90 grams of fat. And we probably shouldn't have more than 45 grams for the whole day. Now, what about Pringles? An engineering marvel and a nutritional disaster. A 7-ounce tube has 1,000 calories. Had you eaten those 1,000 calories in the form of potatoes, imagine you would have to eat 11 potatoes or 10 times that weight. While the fat content of potatoes is only 3%, the fat content of Pringles is 63%. This is a classic example of how food processing concentrates calories. It increases the caloric density. Now, let me ask you a question. Could you eat just one Pringle? And then people come to me and say, well, come on, don't be so hard on those Pringles. I mean, I just eat 1 or 2 of those. Really? Have you ever tried to eat just one Pringle? I mean, even the manufacturer tells you these Pringles are habit forming. Once you pop it, you can't stop it. Right. And again, nature excels as a master in packaging, but we are not. Now, how about this milkshake? Oh, granted, it's a large one, but look at the calories, over 2,000 calories. My wife needs about 1,600 calories for the whole day. Just one milkshake taken as an innocent snack would exceed that allowance for the whole day. Look at it, 40 teaspoons of sugar in one milkshake, plus half a cup of fat. So when you add up the percentages of refined sugar, refined fats and oils, and alcohol in the American diet, you begin to recognize that 44% of the calories we eat have little or no nutritional value. They are empty calories. We are overfed and undernourished. Now, before we go to number 2 of the Magic 5, let me fill you in on the book of Michael Moss and that sacred meeting that was canceled after the Kraft executive gave the damning PowerPoint presentation. Remember we talked about that? When the tobacco industry took over some of the processed food companies, they hired brain research companies to determine how much sugar, how much fat, and how much salt was needed in their products to create those kind of special bliss points. They learned, for instance, how much sugar was needed to reach those 10,000 taste receptor cells in your tongue to send within nanoseconds a message to the pleasure center of the brain that says, give me more, take 2. Some thoughtful people have said that this book by Michael Moss tells the chilling story of how a processed food industry is making a fortune by slowly poisoning an unwitting population. It suggests that the fat and salt and sugar in excess may be purposefully used by the processed food manufacturers to create brain activation of the pleasure centers. And with that, the allure and the habituation, if not the addiction to these products. Now you see, that's why you must have that second M&M. That's why you must have that second Oreo. That's why you must have that second Pringle. And that's why America runs on Dunkin' Donuts. So we talked about principle number 1. Reduce empty calories. They're habit forming, high in calories and price, low in nutrition and fiber, and high in caloric density. But now comes principle number 2 of our Magic 5 of better choices. Reduce animal products. We have seen the gradual rise in the per capita consumption of meat from 124 pounds before World War I to 200 pounds today. In a lifetime, would you have guessed? An American meat eater processes 12 cows, 25 hogs, and 2,400 chickens. And they're all very high in fat and the main sources of saturated fat and cholesterol, and they account with dairy products for 50% of the fat eaten in America. Well, let me show you some slides. Here you see the protein and fat content as a percentage of total calories in different animal products. Looking at meats, sirloin steak, 26% protein and 74% fat. Similarly, pork has 20% protein and 80% fat. Looking at processed meats like sausages, like salami, 17% protein, 83% fat. And similarly, an American hot dog, you know, the sausages, listed at 15% protein and 85% fat. Now, while the milk consumption has dropped precipitously over the last 30 years, the cheese consumption has soared, going from an annual capita consumption of 3.8 pounds in 1910 to now 32.8 pounds more recently. However, cheese is a product that is high in fat, very high in fat. 71% of its calories are from fat. And most of these calories are from the more dangerous saturated fat, which has an influence in shaping the production of cholesterol by the liver. At the same time, cheese has no fiber and plenty of salt, and many consider it addictive. Hard to break the habit, isn't it? Let me share some powerful information from the famous Adventist health study headquartered in Loma Linda. Now, the US government spent some $35 million over the last few years on the study of these people. These are people that are in the blue zone of the world population. Per capita, they have the highest number of centenarians. These are the people that are living a very similar lifestyle, and you find them all over the world. They don't smoke, they don't use alcohol, they attend church regularly, but they have different dietary patterns. About 10% of these people are vegans, no animal products at all. Some 30% of them are lacto-ovo-vegetarians. They're vegetarians, but they use dairy products and eggs. And 10% are vegetarians who eat fish. And the remaining 50% of these Adventists are meat eaters. Now, the researchers looked at about 100,000 Adventist people in North America and followed them for 7 years. While the vegans clearly had the lowest rates of diabetes, cholesterol, and high blood pressure, I want to focus on the results of their study on how different dietary patterns can influence the weight status of men and women. I mean, that's what we're interested in today, right? They found that the meat-eating Adventist women weighed about 180 pounds. Now, the groups eating progressively fewer animal products have progressively also lower weights, with the vegan women weighing the least, averaging 141 pounds, or about 40 pounds less than the meat-eating church members. And the results were very similar for men. The meat-eating Adventist men on average weighed 193 pounds. Those on the plant-based diet, the vegans, weighed 161 pounds. That's a difference of 32 pounds. So what's the take-home lesson here? If you want to manage your overweight more effectively, may I suggest that you move towards a more plant-based lifestyle. Reduce those animal products. Instead, eat more whole foods. They're filling because of their high fiber content, they're high in nutrients, yet low in calories and fat, and low in caloric density. So, summarizing principle number 2, reduce animal products. You want to drastically reduce them because they're high calorie products with a high caloric density. They contain no fiber, and they're the major carriers of saturated fat and cholesterol in the American diet. And this then brings us to principle number 3 of the magic 5 of better choices. Eat more whole foods. When you turn into a person that settles for eating more plant-based whole foods, you will reduce your food budget by 35 to 45%. It's good on your wallet. Furthermore, you will settle for foods that have a superior nutrient profile. These foods are very high in nutrients, particularly the phytonutrients. These are the micronutrients that are only found in plant foods, and we believe that there are probably over 100,000 of these important micronutrients that will help you to experience superior health and a longer life. So, eat more fruits, vegetables, whole grains, and legumes. These foods are all very low in calories because they're very low in fat, except for nuts and seeds. Yeah, it's true, nuts are very nutritious, but they're also very high in fat. Just look, one small can of mixed nuts, that's 1,700 calories or half a pound of fat. Therefore, use nuts very sparingly. The same is true for avocados. Now, it's true, again, their fiber content is one of the best of any food, yet again, avocados are high in fat. Use them sparingly. So, we need to go back to the basic foods, to foods as grown. You know the mantra now, right? We need to reach out for more foods like fruits and vegetables, and whole grains and legumes. These are the foods that are very, very low in fat and calories, but high in fiber. And fiber is essential and magical when it comes to better health, and especially when it comes to successful weight management. Now, when you have fiber-rich foods, then you can easily fill your stomach and enjoy the feeling of satiety without all those calories. And you wonder, how does it work? What's the mechanism? Now, as your stomach is filling up, there's a special sensory mechanism located on the inside of your stomach lining that is triggered to send a message to the apostat in your brain, and that signals fullness. I'm full. I had enough. On the other hand, a fiber-depleted food supply requires more food and calories to trigger that sensor mechanism. So, to understand dietary fiber, you want to be aware that the standard American diet, with its emphasis on processed foods and animal products, supplies only 10, maybe 12 grams of fiber a day. That's a measly amount, 10 to 12 grams a day. We would be much better off aiming for at least 40 or 50 grams of fiber that you find very conveniently in a more plant food and whole food centered lifestyle. So, to highlight principle number 3 of the magic 5 of better choices, eat more whole foods. They're filling, they're very high in nutrients and fiber, they're very low in calories, in fat and salt, they're very economical, and they're low in caloric density. And your taste buds, they will adjust. Just give it a few weeks and you'll be just fine, and you will just love these foods. In summary, we have learned that the principal cause of overweight is not overeating, but the reliance on heavily marketed foods with little fiber, but with plenty of calories. So the main culprit in overweight then is not food volume, but caloric density. So if you want to be a winner in the losing game, eat more whole foods, simply prepared without all that sugar and salt and fat. And when it comes to these foods, there are no restrictions in type or volume of food, except, as you know, for nuts and seeds. And for your review, here are the 4 principles out of the magic 5 of better choices for a successful weight loss program. Number 1, reduce empty calories. Do you remember? Restrict sugars, refined oils, and alcohol. Principle number 2, reduce animal products because they're not in your best interest because of the high calorie content coming from fat. Instead, practice number 3. Move towards a diet that is plant-based and whole food centered, right? Yes. But many people may not always be in a position where they're ready to make those big changes. For those, we we recommend a gradual change. If you're used to a lot of meat, a lot of dairy and eggs, and plenty of processed foods, alcohol and caffeine that you see on the left side of the red triangle, then begin to leverage that. Move progressively to the right-hand side of the green triangle. Eat less and less of those foods in the red triangle and more progressively of fruits and vegetables, lots of legumes, whole grains, and with plenty of water. And then there is principle number 4 out of the magic 5 of better choices. May I recommend that you get into a regular exercise program? And not because you want to lose weight, no, but because it's for many, many benefits that come with exercise. But there's one more guideline, one more principle to complete the magic 5 of better choices. When you have a very, very big person, I mean a person that is, let's say, over 300 or 350 pounds, do not share principles 1 to 4 of the magic 5. Don't share them with them, because obesity for these people, especially for very large women who often have been abused, to them, obesity is a solution to that problem. They're often deeply wounded and hurt people. And to them, these guidelines don't make much sense, because their overriding concern is to find relief from the deep pain that has settled deep inside, which needs to be handled first. What many of them need is to tie into professional, social, and emotional resources for long-term success. And here, group therapy may just be the right thing to do. And so, when it comes to understanding obesity, it becomes very important that above all else, we exercise loving care. That we accept people the way they are. That we model our lifestyle for them in kindness. Remember, we are not the food police. We don't tell people what to do. We don't tell people what happens to them if they don't eat the right foods. Those choices must come from within. And you have to give people time to do that. We can only extend to these people our loving care, our understanding, and our help to begin to accept themselves of who and what they are. They are valuable human beings. And when we succeed in doing this, then they might have that aha moment where they begin to realize, yay, my current lifestyle may not be in my best interest, but I can and I will change.
Dr. Deal, that was a fabulous presentation. I especially love when you said that the gland that we have the most problem with was the salivary gland.
Yeah.
So many gems, and like the bigger the waistline, the shorter the lifeline.
That's true, isn't it? You know, every extra pound is 1 month of life.
That was really that's unbelievable. I have one more question for you though, Dr. Deal. What is the real truth about weight loss?
Well, I think we have to make better choices in the foods that we choose, and nothing comes in better and stronger in a successful weight program than to using unprocessed plant foods. And that's your line, isn't it?
Amen. Well said, Dr. Deal. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
You've got to love Dr. Deal. Is he not the most compassionate man? And I will get to my takeaways in just a moment, but I want to address a few things in the chat. And one of the things that really stands out is Mike, who watched the summit last year and has lost 100 pounds. This is exactly what we like to hear and why we do this. Thank you so much for typing that in the chat, Mike, and congratulations. That is amazing. And a lot of people are saying, is this live? So this is really me. This is really me in real time, but you don't see me except when I'm doing the interviews. The interviews are pre-recorded. There is no way I could conceive of where we could get these 40 speakers over 9 days to do it live, where we could interact. It would be amazing, but it would be an Herculean attempt, and I don't know if it would even be possible. I don't know if you guys know, it takes over 6 months to get this summit up. There's a lot of things, moving parts. It's not just like slapping things together, and it takes a long time to, first of all, get the speakers, and sometimes they want to redo their interview, and there's just a lot. And so to do it live would not be feasible, and to have the quality we do. But me talking to you where you don't see me, this is real, this is live. Me and Toby are here the whole time with you, watching the presentations, doing our best to monitor the chat, which is moving very, very quickly. Sometimes we do miss things. So yes, this is real, and this is live, and this is me. And I just want to thank you for your kind comments, like from Jerry, who says, my summaries are what Cliff Notes are to books. So thank you. A lot of people are making kind comments about my takeaways. And yes, you can get them if you get upgrade to the Summit package. People that watch the replays will not hear my takeaways. Let's see. Jesse says the timing of the summit is perfect. It's life-changing. Christy from Chicago says this summit is the best. Annette says mind-blowing. So thank you so much for that. We appreciate the comments. There seems to be a few comments on like hummus. Is it processed? So guys, processed and refined are different, because unless you're pulling out the carrot from the ground and eating it, all food that you buy in the store is processed to some degree. It's the degree of processing. So taking a chickpea and putting it in the blender, in my opinion, is not a processed food, because it retains the water and fiber, micronutrients, phytochemicals, and antioxidants. We're talking about ultra processed food, refined food, where things are stripped and taken away, and there's a big difference. So, we don't mind if you use some tools and chop things up. That's not the kind of processing we are talking about. There was a question from Robert, what's wrong with air pop popcorn? And again, it's not that we're not trying to vilify any food, but for weight loss and health, there's good, better, best. And it's not a weight loss friendly food, because as you'll learn in the presentation from Dr. Barbara Rolls on calorie density, when you remove the water, you remove a lot of the satiety. So corn, which is a whole food, is about 500 calories a pound. Popcorn's 1,800 calories a pound. And Dr. Goldhammer says it's a food for weight gain, not weight loss, because without the water, it's really, really easy to overeat. The same thing is true when food doesn't have fiber. So if you're needing some great recipes to help you out on this journey, starting Monday, I'm going to do a recipe every day. It's going to be before the summit. You can get on my YouTube page from Forks Over Knives, but you can all try their meal planner for free. And actually, we're giving away 8 Forks Over Knives meal planners. So I don't know about you guys. I watch a lot of summits, and to my knowledge, we're the only ones where I'm actually here live and we're giving out prizes. We have hundreds of prizes this year worth thousands of dollars, and you can find all that information on the prize page and how to win. But we're giving away a Nutri-Milk machine worth close to $600, 8 annual Forks Over Knives meal planners, a Holland bowl mill, which you can personalize, an Instant Pot, a Veggie Dome, zip top containers, 20 bags of green salt, which is 50% lower sodium than salt. But it does have salt, but it's much less, and it's made from a sea vegetable. Body Deli, my favorite skincare product. Plants Only, some of my favorite products. Chili Smith, instant mixes that you throw in the Instant Pot with water. Mama Says, my SOS-free bundle. California balsamic vinegar, Beet Boost, Laura Ann's jam, Well Beans, Primo's gourmet mustards, which are SOS free, Local Spicery, Tracy's Real Food, Date Lady, Kitchen, another one of my favorite skincare products, Kaylin Harwell and Tress Spa and Joy Foods. So please be sure to check out the prize page so that you can win one of these fantastic prizes. And we thank all of these generous small businesses who have donated their products. We very much appreciate it. And I'm seeing in the chat from Nancy, can a type 2 diabetic eat a high carb diet? Absolutely. Please stay with us in the summit, and you're going to learn about this from many of the experts, including 2 of the doctors who are diabetic themselves, Dr. Robbie Barbero and Dr. Cyrus Kambata of Mastering Diabetes, who eat a high carb, high fruit diet. So please know that you absolutely can. And let's see, Heather, Chef AJ is the best. I almost listen to her YouTube channel every day. So we're not doing YouTube during the summit. Maybe one day I'll pop in, but we thank you so much for that comment. And please be sure to follow me on YouTube so you don't miss any of the Forks Over Knives recipes that are going to be coming up every single day. And Cindy's talking about, well, I can overeat on healthy food. Well, I encourage you to watch the presentation by Justina Froese to see if that really is true. Because if you're eating whole natural food without sugar, oil, and salt, it's exceedingly difficult to overeat. So now my takeaways for the remarkable Dr. Deal, a man of compassion. So he talked about how Americans spend over $75 billion on weight loss products to manage a condition that's largely self-made. And again, this is not to blame anyone who is suffering with obesity or excess body fat. We know it's not your fault. I was fat till I was 52, obese, in fact. This is the problem that was created by an industry that wants your money. But it's not your fault. But now that you know better, it's your responsibility to do better. He mentioned that it's a condition that not only shortens lives, but it is linked to just about every single chronic disease. We talked about this interview with Dr. Furman, diabetes, hypertension, even cancer. And, you know, before 1970, we rarely saw this. Have you ever watched a movie on Turner Broadcasting or Turner Classic Network from the 50s? Do you notice that nobody, not even the extras, are overweight? And once in a while, you might see a character actor like, what's his name, Stubby K and Guys and Dolls. You might see one that's like a little bit heavy, but you just didn't see overweight people. He talked about how the chairs even change sizes. 1 out of every 4 people, only 1 out of every 4 people are even a normal weight now. But we have become so large in this country that we develop larger reference points. And, you know, when I have many of these doctors that you're seeing on the summit, I'll have them on my daily YouTube show, and people in the chat will say, oh my God, they're skeletal. Well, that's what's happening to people of a normal weight. We are considered underweight and skeletal because our reference has changed. You know, we develop our worldview by what we see. And there are so few people of normal weight now that it has become completely normal to see people that are overweight and obese. A 5-foot woman should weigh 100 pounds with about 5 pounds for every inch, and a man about 6 pounds for every inch. I don't know why I keep saying wrench, but it's inch. And if you think that's too strict, then I would encourage you to go to Dr. McDougall's website and look at the weight chart of Dr. Walter Kempner, who completely reversed diabetes in his patients by giving them white rice, sugar, and fruit juice. His is even more strict. And the thing is, it's not to make you feel bad if you don't achieve that, but it's to make you understand that for most of us, we're not too thin. So when people are saying you're too thin if you lost weight, no, we're not. He talked about the secret meeting of the processed food industry, about the obesity epidemic, and that you can learn more about that in an excellent book by Michael Moss called Fat, Sugar, and Salt, How the Food Giants Hooked Us, and also in his new book called Hooked. And I love his sayings about how the longer the waistline, the shorter the lifeline. And that is exactly what Dr. Furman said too. It's not just about aesthetics, it's that we actually live shorter lives. According to Harvard, every excess pound of weight shortens the life expectancy by 1 month. And that makes perfect sense why my morbidly obese brother died so young from complications of his obesity. And he was not a dum-dum. He was a very smart man, a medical doctor, #1 in his graduating class at Princeton, but he was a food addict. It shortens lives, excess body fat. And links to the diseases, including cancer. This is not genetics, Dr. Deal says, because it can take hundreds of years for our genes to change. What runs in families are the unhealthy eating habits and the unhealthy recipes. And for those of you saying, well, my family doesn't want to eat this way. Well, maybe that's true, but as long as you continue to feed these unhealthy foods, you are shortening their lives. This is the first generation, according to the Surgeon General, that will not live as long as their parents. You have to take this seriously. And even if you're not overweight, you can't be continuing to eat egregious amounts of animal products and processed food and expect to be healthy. So we've learned from epigenetics that we can override our genes. And again, another one of his wonderful sayings, the pause that refreshes. That, you don't remember that commercial, the pause that refreshes? Well, these commercials are the pause that refreshes. He said, be very careful what you put into your shopping cart, because he concurred what I've been saying for years. If it's in your house, it's in your mouth. And we learned from all the experts before Dr. Deal that just having it in the house is causing you to release dopamine, and you're never going to stop the cravings if you know it's in your house. When you eat for your health, your weight will take care of itself, and crash diets will always fail. The problem began when the food industry began industrializing food. We started processing potatoes into potato chips, corn into corn oil, beets into sugar, instead of eating, as Dr. Deal has always said, foods as grown, foods that come from a plant, not foods that are manufactured in a plant. The foods that we are supposed to eat do not need any nutritional labels. And he talked about you would have to walk 7 hours to burn off the calories in a Big Mac and Coke. You're going to learn a lot about exercise for a couple of the experts, Dr. Herman Poncer and Dr. Mark Hellerstein. And exercise is important, but not to lose weight. He talked about the magic 5, reduce empty calories like sugar and oil and alcohol, refined sugar, including fruit juice. And he mentioned how it takes 14 ears of corn. I heard it was 16, but to make a tablespoon of corn oil, you'd never eat that much corn. Because when you process food, you concentrate calories. It becomes more calorically dense and more nutritionally bereft. You can increase the calorie density by 40-fold when you process food. The caloric density of potatoes versus potato chips. Potatoes have about 3 grams of fat. Pringles have 63 grams of fat. Vegetables have 100 calories per pound. Oil has 4,000 calories a pound. You process the food, you make it nutrient poor and calorie rich. The second of the magic 5 is reduce animal products. We would say eliminate them entirely, but at least reduce them, because the thing is they have no fiber, just like processed food. Without fiber, you'll never experience satiety. With whole plants, you experience satiety with fewer calories and you fill your stomach up. Wait till you hear Dr. Barbara Rolls explain this. Eat more whole plants, not processed and refined plants, whole plants, fruits, vegetables, whole grains, legumes in their whole food form, because they're high in nutrients and fiber, they're low in caloric density, and they're affordable. Exercise regularly, not to lose weight, but for all the wonderful benefits it provides. And if necessary, get emotional and social support like you're getting here in the chat. So, we have one more speaker today, and the last speaker of every day will be a success story and usually also a cooking demo as well. This couple is just adorable, precious. If their cookbook existed when I was at my heaviest, I think it would have been a lot easier to lose weight, because nobody makes delicious whole food plant-based cooking like Jill and Jeffrey Dalton. That's the name of their show on YouTube, the name of their book. And they also reverse their diseases. You're going to hear from Jeffrey. He was quite ill, and eating this way, he lost 70 pounds and Jill lost 25 pounds. They're going to talk about their journey as well as do a cooking demo. Please welcome first timers to our summit, Jill and Jeffrey Dalton. Hi, Jill and Jeffrey, and welcome to the Truth About Weight Loss Summit. Thanks so much for being here.
Hi, AJ. Glad to be here.
Well, you know, I know you guys from your wonderful cookbook, Plant-Based Cooking Made Easy, and from your wonderful YouTube show. But until I actually heard you on another summit, I had no idea you had an incredible story of weight loss and transformation, and I would love to hear about it.
Sure. Yeah, I think I didn't lose as much weight as Jeff, but we both had a lot of other improvements on our health from doing what we did.
At the
You
same
want to go
time.
ahead and start? You can start.
Yeah, we started, we used Dr. Furman's book, Eat to Live. And I had just turned 40 and I actually hurt my back. We had just moved. So we kind of dove into doing this, and all I could do was walk. Couldn't really do any kind of exercise. So it was just eating and walking. And I lost 70 pounds in about 3 months. So we were living in New Zealand at the time, and we were on a visa, and their visa system can be very strict with health issues. So if you are on a visa there and you get sick and you're seen as a burden on the healthcare system, they can actually not renew your visa and invite you to go home.
Invite you to leave.
back to your, your home country. So there was a lot of pressure on us because we had to have physicals for our visa. So in getting the physical, I actually found out that I was stage 1 obese. So I was like just my BMI and like where I was at. And I was pre-diabetic. So I had all the indicators, and I was just turning 40, where, I think people our age, like 40 is kind of the new 50. It's like we're having I have friends that are my age that are facing heart conditions, and that typically were later. And I think it's because we grew up eating, the typical American diet from childhood. So we made the switch together. We kind of, dove in head first. And it was really remarkable, like how quickly I was losing weight. Like it just seemed like I was melting, and we were just walking. So we were very strict. So we weren't using the oil and all this stuff like we do on our show. We weren't eating out, which is kind of our weakness. When our weight does fluctuate, it's from eating out all the oil and stuff they use in the food. But it was remarkable how fast it just seemed like the weight melted off. I think we both felt, because Jill lost a good 25 pounds.
Yeah,
and she's pretty tiny already. But.
Yeah, we felt amazing. Even after the first couple days, really. I mean, I think we were surprised, and we were shocked because we were eating so much. I mean, that's our favorite pastime. We love to eat, but it gets you in trouble if you're not eating the right things. So we were eating, obviously, all of the right things because, the weight loss was effortless. I started out, I was, just having aches and pains and just waking up feeling terrible every morning. I was having heart palpitations, migraines. I grew up, probably a majority of my life with headaches every third day and a migraine every couple weeks. That's just been my life. And since day one, I think it wasn't until we were in for a few months that I realized I hadn't had a headache since we started, which is just unheard of for me. So I was happy just with that. The weight loss was great, of course.
So you're living in New Zealand, and Dr. Furman is one of the experts on this summit. How did you even hear about his work, and what made you decide to try it?
There's kind of a karmic thing. I had given a book probably 10 years prior to a friend of mine that I worked with on Paul Bragg on water fasting, because I was into water fasting at the time. So all these years later, just out of the blue, I got an email from him, and he said, "Hey, you gave me this book on fasting 10 years ago, and it started me down this journey of health and food. And I recently found this book, Eat to Live." I think he'd lost like 100 pounds. It was remarkable. And then his mom had lost a bunch of weight. She had gotten off her medication because she was diabetic. She had gotten off the insulin and Metformin and that. And he's like, "I just wanted to pass this along to you, send this back to you." So it was just like, it fell from the sky.
Right. And we both read it, and it just clicked, because we'd struggled with weight for many years. Just, the regular yo-yoing, we tried all these different ways of eating, but weight hadn't really been too bad of an issue until after we were 40, really. And once we read the book, it just clicked. We were like, wow, we've been doing all of the wrong things. We thought we were doing all of the right things. We were living on a farm. We raised chickens and ducks, and we had our own eggs. The neighbor had grass-fed beef that he ran them on our land, so we got half of beef for the year. It was all grass-fed, organic. We were drinking raw milk. All of these things. We didn't know that we were actually killing ourselves.
So we were very much like back to the land, local. Mm-hmm. We were trying to implement all that stuff, and the idea of grass-fed animals somehow being healthy, and we just kept gaining weight, just over the course of time. And it's worth saying, we did Furman's book We mostly followed it except for eggs the first time we did it.
I don't know why we did that. But.
So we both lost some weight initially, just like I think it was like 20 pounds I lost. But then we kind of went back. We started going out to eat again, and we didn't really stay with it. And when we finally did go back, because we had gained all the weight that we lost back,
Right.
when we went back and did it, when I turned 40, that's when we stayed with it. And that's when I lost significant weight, and those things happened. So it was kind of something that we hear a lot from our audience as well. It's like people try something, have a little bit of success, but then they go back to what they were doing before.
Right.
And then the weight comes back on, usually with more.
Right.
You do that whole yo-yo thing.
Yeah, you really have to stick with it.
Yeah.
But I mean, like he said, we were really strict in the beginning, and I think we're a lot looser now. But we know when we're overdoing it, we'll gain a little bit back, but we're like, oh, you know what? I know where I'm overdoing it in this one area. I'm eating too much, that's what we do. We have a cooking show, right? So I'm always experimenting and making cakes and baked goods, and our two daughters have moved out now, so it's just us. There's a lot of food to eat. And I hate throwing things out, so we end up eating too much. So you still have to be careful,
In all honesty, too, I think we know it's really packaged food and restaurant food.
This is true.
Like if we just ate what we show on our show all the time, which is probably like 90% of what we eat. But during the pandemic and that, it's like, we'll get chips, we'll get food delivered, and it's really easy for that to start creeping back in, and some weight to creep back on. So, but the nice thing is we know like
what to do to take care of that.
Yeah, your body responds.
It's good. And I'm guessing you don't let yourself backslide too much before you tighten the screws again.
Usually like 10 pounds in there for me.
Yeah, 5 to 10 pounds for me. And you just feel it. I just feel sluggish, and I just don't feel well. Yeah. I'm like, gosh, I know I'm doing this to myself.
I think for anyone watching it, anyone who has been really heavy to the point that it scared them, and then if you've ever lost that weight, the idea of going back is not something you want to do. Like how you feel, and how you feel about yourself, all of that stuff is sort of there waiting for you. So.
Did either of you try to lose weight at other points in your life, and how did you try to do that?
We did. It was interesting when we wrote our cookbook. I had to go back and kind of research our life amongst us, like what books we'd read, and we did kind of everything from South Beach diet to the Zone and that was just over the years of being parents and working, and it's like
through pregnancies and after pregnancies, trying to lose the weight.
I think I gained like 75 pounds when Jill got pregnant with our first daughter, and she had a baby, and I just stayed big. So, but we had tried all those over the years, and this was pre-internet, so it's like we remember that phase well, where you'd hear about something, be on the news or whatever.
Books, going to the library, looking for all the different weight loss books, and
and we know now
it's so confusing.
So many of those are just the same repackaged garbage, which you see like in keto and paleo. It's like they take the same information and just keep repackaging it as South Beach and Atkins, and it's all kind of the same story. It's like, hey, you can eat as much bacon wrapped pork chop as you want, and you're going to be healthy. And it never works.
It's the media too. I mean, it's really a struggle. I really feel for people, because it's like information overload. There's too much out there. And the media, feeds into that. Like if, my parents like to watch the local news, so they watch it morning and evening. And I hadn't watched it for a few years. And I went back to their house and I was just listening to them. And it's this thing, like, I think on Time Magazine at one point, they showed a picture of butter and they're like, oh, butter is good now, or bacon is good now. And then the next week, bacon's bad or butter's bad. So these poor people are out there and they're trying to trust what these news anchors are telling them, or some random doctor is telling them. But then the next week it'll be completely opposite. So I think it's just confusion. And I really feel for people, because that's got to be really difficult to, like, who do you trust? You
trust Jeffrey and Jill from the Whole Food Plant-Based Cooking Show. That's who I trust. Why do you think that the whole food plant-based diet without using oil and sugar was so successful for you guys, whereas other types of weight loss programs that you didn't work long term?
I know why it is for me.
Yeah, I think ultimately it's because our bodies are designed to eat this way.
Right.
So when we talk about this a lot on the show and when we do interviews, that when you find something that's true, that thing is a multiplier in your life if you implement it. So learning about plant-based and removing oil from our food, and as you do that, you see a multiple of the benefits of that because it's actually true. It's not just some theory that only works in certain circumstances. And we've seen this in our audience from people all over the world, all different cultures, all kinds of people write us and say, man, I just went plant-based a few months ago. I can't believe how I feel. I'm off my medication. So that kind of truth, I think, has a lot of power in your life. And once you sort of touch that and realize it, that's why you want to share it. That's why we make the show.
I think for me, it's the taste. I'm such a food junkie.
Yeah.
It has to taste good. So, when we started out, we focused on our favorite foods because those are the things that when you start out, they're going to be in your head and it's going to make you backslide. If you start delving into those again, or you have a cheat day or something, it's way too tempting to just backslide into those things. So we really focused on getting those down pat first, the foods that we know are our favorite, like vice foods.
The recipes. Yeah.
And get a recipe and just nail it so that we know if you're really craving something, we'll make that. We'll make that thing. And it takes care of that craving. So for me, it has to taste delicious. Eating is 4 parts of our day.
Yeah.
I mean,
5 parts.
Well,
we recommend to folks on our show that if you focus on, I think Dr. Greger at one point, one of his videos said that most people make between 5 and 7 recipes at all. They learn a handful of things to make if they're not cooks, and that's what they make. And if you focus on your 5 or 6 or 7 favorite foods and get a good whole food plant-based replacement for that, then the foods that were your stumbling block and the foods that caused you to backslide can become the foundation of being plant-based. Because like I can have my pizza, I can have my cheesecake or whatever it is.
Yeah.
And it's going to make me feel better instead of, make me sick again. So
I think one of the things that added to your huge success on YouTube is that you make not only delicious food, but familiar foods and comfort foods. You make hummingbird cake, you make hot dogs, you make macaroni and cheese. These are things that people love.
Exactly.
And a lot of those things in the difference between whole food plant-based and vegan is there are vegan options for a lot of those things, but they're usually filled with oil and a lot of times processed vegan food. So you're not eating animals, and that's awesome, but you're still eating something that's not necessarily making you healthy. And to get that straight and have whole food plant-based options for those things, that really becomes the foundation.
How long ago did you take this journey together?
I think the show in January will be our
7 years, almost
year.
7 years. Yeah.
And we started the show not too long after we did this because it hit us so hard.
Yeah.
Jill was teaching classes in the public library in New Zealand for free. And it was just a handful of people. And then we actually tried to do stuff in our home, which was really strange because we put it on Meetup and we had a lot of strange people.
Yeah, one funny thing, because we started out as doing raw food and I advertised it as a raw food because it was through Meetup. And Meetup is a little bit different in New Zealand than it is here. There's a lot of people that like to surf Meetup groups. So they just kind of
show up
randomly. They'll pick random ones and just show up just to see what it's about. But this older man came and he came with a big bowl full of raw fish. And he said, well, this is the raw food. I was like, oh, wow, I need to be way more specific.
What did you do? Did you send them away or just be great?
It's just like, oh, come on in. I'm like, anybody that, if you want, I'm not going to judge anyone for eating that, just whatever. But I was like, yeah, this is raw food. It's plant food.
Oh, that's hilarious. That is hilarious. I mean, like, was it sushi or was it just?
Yeah, it's like, what's the dish that's like lime juice and
sashimi, maybe?
Oh, ceviche.
No, ceviche.
Okay. Yeah. Oh boy, that is funny. Do you think the fact that you did it together made a difference? Because so many people watching, and it's usually the woman wants to lose weight, wants to get healthier, but often the spouse, which is often the husband, will not be supportive.
We hear that in the comments in our show
all the time. Yeah. All the time.
Yeah, definitely us doing it together and doing the show together. Like what we're doing right now uses so many of our life experiences between the two of us, between all the technology and the stuff I did in the past and Jill's family history with like the cooking and baking. And she had all this experience, even though in all reality, she didn't like to cook.
I don't like to cook.
It's kind of funny.
I love to bake. I love to bake.
But she, doing it together like that, having that support and being able to cook together and go through the experience together. We really feel for the folks who watch our show that are doing it alone.
Right.
And we hear that a lot. And we always tell people, like, just if you can stick with it, even for a few weeks, your spouse is probably going to notice because you're going to feel better.
They're going to see the change in you and want that too. But there's also things that I encourage people to do, like the spinach thing, adding it to the dish. I love to hide vegetables in the meal, even though our meals are all vegetable. But if they're making something that they are still trying to comply with their spouse and putting meat in something, if you're making like the tomato sauce or some like stews or anything, chop vegetables, greens, anything, mushrooms up really, really small and cook them into the things. So they'll be getting all of those nutrients and they won't even know it. And their taste buds will start to change and they won't even know it. And eventually they'll start trying a little bit of your dishes and they'll really like that one. So I say, focus on that one, make more of that. And then because they're going to start to trust those flavors, they're like, oh, well, the other thing you made was really good. Maybe I will try a little bit of your nice cream or your, whatever you're making. So it's just a slower, gradual process for people that are struggling with, a spouse that doesn't want to do it. But
we have a few recipes like the mushroom stroganoff. There's some things that people write in and say, they're like, hey, my family doesn't eat plant-based, but they asked me to make this again.
Right.
So we try to encourage folks to do that too. It's like, take some of these ones that we know are familiar sort of meat dishes and try them out on your family, or just make some and let them try it. Because a lot of times they'll ask for it again.
Yeah. And even don't tell them. I know I told this story a while ago about, I went home for a Thanksgiving and, the rest of my family is not plant-based. So the holidays are tough. I really struggle to find anything that I can eat. So I always go with the intent of, I'm going to make as much stuff as I can. So I know I can have something to eat. So my mom asked me, or I said, you know what, let me take the scalloped potatoes and I'll make the scalloped potatoes. And she was like, well, how do you make that vegan? I was like, oh, there's ways. So I made it. And that was the first thing on the whole big spread of table. That was the first thing that was completely gone and no one knew. I didn't label it vegan. No one knew. So there's a lot of things I don't think people can tell.
Yeah. And I love your idea of the stealth method of cutting vegetables small. That's also a great way to get children to eat vegetables, even if they're already vegan and maybe don't like them. And also what that does is lowers the overall caloric density of the dish.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's so cool. So Jeffrey, you're a tall guy. You're sitting down now, but I know you're really tall. So did the 70 pounds that you had on you, you said you were obese, did it show or did it come on so gradually you really didn't even notice?
I think when anyone who's gained weight, you kind of know internally. I definitely carried it relatively well, but seeing myself or people seeing me after I lost weight, I think that's where it became really obvious.
Yeah.
If you lose that much weight, no matter how tall you are, it's pretty clear. I mean, even just in my face and my neck.
But it's true.
I just kind of swelled up over time.
But it's true. Nobody really knew that he weighed that much. They were actually surprised when we said it. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
Because he's 6'5". That's a lot of height, and there's a lot of weight you can hold in those legs without knowing, because he wore baggy jeans and, baggy t-shirts and stuff. So yeah.
I definitely dressed.
It's not so easy to hide when you're short. I'm 5'4". Definitely not easy to hide 5 extra pounds, 10 extra pounds. No.
Are there before and afters of you guys anywhere? I maybe should have asked you to bring them, but I'm just curious because you guys look amazing.
We could send them to you if you want to include them.
Yeah, just
it's actually funny when we first were doing this. I went to Jill. I was like, we need to do your fat picture, and she was just mortified. And we're looking through all our pictures for the best one, like which is the one.
Which one makes you look the fattest? I was like,
I'm wearing a wetsuit, and I just look like an overstuffed sausage or something. Like it's not pretty. But those are the ones when you lose weight, it's like you feel good showing that because you can show people like, hey, and we didn't we didn't kill ourselves trying to lose the weight, which is the other thing. It's like,
Right.
just walking, and we encourage the folks who watch our show, walking is such a powerful thing.
Yep.
Walk 3 miles a day. If you can't do anything else,
Just
do
walk.
that, because it'll help you maintain your weight. How you feel.
Absolutely. You mentioned you were pre-diabetic. Up until you had to have that physical, did you have any symptoms?
Just crashing. I'd crash
Yeah.
during the day. And I think that you convince yourself, a lot of people do with food, I think, like you eat and then you crash. And that's like the post-lunch crash and the post-dinner crash and the holiday food crash. And you don't realize really what's happening could be as it becomes a pattern. It's like every day at 4 o'clock, I'm zonked, I have lunch and I crash. And when that stopped happening, that in itself was surprising, just to feel sort of consistent. I still have a little energy dip in the afternoon, depending on what time we're going to bed and that. But the difference of eating and feeling good, or eating and crashing, or getting a headache, or I think those things, it just kind of built over time. And I was pre-diabetic, so my body was still functioning. It was just struggling. So, and having that just completely reverse and go away, where my blood sugar is normal now. And I did a fast. I went to Dr. Goldhammer's clinic. It's affiliated with True North. And I had such an amazing experience there. My daughter and I stayed there for 30 days. I did a water fast with her. She fasted for 14 or 15 days. I think I did 17 days. And being there that long, there's nothing to do. Like, you have to stay. You can't leave because they don't want you to wander off and pass out or something. So you're just there. So we were there for 30 days. So we just made it a point to meet everyone. So we would sit in the lobby and meet people as they came in. And we'd meet the people, or see the people we had met as they left, because we were there long enough to see people come and go. It was remarkable to see in such a short time how much people would lose weight. They would get off all of their medications. People in their 80s, like the thing that I saw there was so profound. I used to joke with them. I was like, just set up a camera in the door and film people coming in and film them going out, because it's such a remarkable change in such a short time. So when you add water fasting with a whole food plant-based diet, that's like a whole other level of what it can do for you.
Well, Dr. Goldhammer is an expert on this summit. I agree with you. A documentary on True North would be amazing. Did you water fast before you lost the weight, after, during, at what point in your journey?
After. I had done water fasts on my own over the years. I had gotten up to about 10 days, and I was kind of scared to go any longer than that without supervision. And the more I learned about fasting, I realized you really want to have medical supervision. But I did the fast after I had lost the weight. I had been plant-based for, I think, 4 years. And it was interesting because they take your blood and do all this when you check in. And they came back with my results. And they're like, look, your blood work is what we want to see when someone's leaving here. And you're coming in the door that way. And Soji was so young, our daughter, and they're like, we don't normally have young people here. Typically it's older people. So they were, really interested to see someone who's coming in with really good blood work. And it was fascinating because they took my blood over 3 weeks, just, water fasting. And my blood work basically remained the same. So to see that without eating at all, just drinking water for 17 days, that my cells and the nutrition that was stored in my cells and my body's ability to manage that was so incredibly consistent. So looking at my blood work over these weeks, they come and we do the review and they're like, yeah, everything still looks great, which you don't normally hear from a doctor when you're getting blood work. So.
That is incredible. Even though you were already eating wonderfully before the fast, did anything happen like in your taste preference or taste change after the fast?
Oh, definitely. It was funny when you come off a water fast that long, you first start on juice, just like very, very fine watered down juice. And as you come back, everything you eat tastes so amazingly good. There was a grocery store right behind True North. There's like a small bodega grocery store, and they had a huge basket of heirloom tomatoes that someone locally was growing and selling in the store. And I would go in there once I could do solid food, I would go in there every day and just fill a grocery bag with them. And they also had these little beautiful mangoes. So we get 2 bags of these and go down the street. There's a 100-year-old cemetery. It's a beautiful cemetery. So my daughter and I would go down there and we just sit on the bench and eat this bag of tomatoes. They were so delicious. And so like something that simple could taste that amazingly good to you.
Right.
And, as you get away from the fast, if you start eating like a lot of salt or processed food, you kind of lose that sensitivity. But in a very short time water fasting, like you can definitely increase your sensitivity to enjoyment of simple
flavors,
foods. An apple.
Right.
So,
And that's why Dr. Goldhammer does it, not to lose weight, but to get those taste buds, reborn so that you can appreciate the taste of whole natural food.
Yeah,
that's something that people,
that's a great
I think people
point.
don't really believe when they hear someone say, like, the thought of eating meat kind of grosses me out now. And I used to eat brisket, and I actually carried a liver directly from a cow. We had it slaughtered in our yard. They do home slaughter in New Zealand. And I carried this giant liver down the hill and like sliced it up and put it in the pan. I was all in, meat. And even the smell of meat cooking now will make me somewhat nauseous. And that change that happens where your body knows, like, that isn't something that I want. A lot of people don't believe that until they experience it.
Right.
And I saw
and
a lot of
it's a
that.
surprise. Yeah, it's a surprise when you first, because I know,
Cheese.
I think we went to it was some live concert in the park or something, and they had a bunch of food trucks, and you have to walk past all these food trucks to get to the music venue. And we walked by, and of course, there wasn't anything vegan there. It was all just like meat stuff, and the smell, it was so overwhelming. I was just like, wow, oh, I feel like I'm going to throw up. I'm like, wow, I've never experienced that before. Just the smell of meat cooking. Yeah. It's bizarre.
Yeah, things can change. Was there anything from your previous way of eating that you missed that was difficult at first when you adopted a whole food plant-based diet, or that you haven't been able to recreate yet on your whole food plant-based cooking show?
Sugar.
That is a good sugar.
I mean,
for
we
you.
have sweets and stuff on our show, but I've definitely still, if I allow myself to eat processed food with sugar in it, it sets me off. I start craving sugar, and it's very quickly where I'm craving it, throughout the day. So if we're doing dates and doing the stuff from our show, it doesn't happen. But if I let myself, if we go out somewhere and have a dessert, vegan dessert or something, and there's sugar, that by far has been the most challenging thing for me.
I don't know what mine would be. Gosh, that's
chips.
Oh, I
Chips.
think, chips for sure. I still have
Chips.
not been able to crack that one. I think that I'm a cornbread, I'm a Nebraska corn-fed person, so that corn just speaks to my soul.
Hilarious. I just, I don't know if most of your viewers are women, but I mean, Jeffrey's story is so compelling. I wish more men would see this and give this a chance, or at least support their wives for a short period of time and give them a chance to succeed.
Absolutely.
I have a circle of friends, guys that are my age, that are married, and it's interesting because they've approached me for help to go plant-based, but it's only after they've gotten sick. They've gone to the doctor and had their blood work done. They've had some kind of cardiac scare, or their blood pressure. My one friend, his doctor was like, you are literally going to pop. Your blood pressure is so high. And then they get serious. Whether or not they stay with it, that's another story.
But it's completely flip-flop because their wives don't support eating that way.
Yeah, in those instances, they don't.
Like, what? It's such a surprise that both of these guys came to it first.
Well, I think addiction is very powerful, and it doesn't matter what the sex of the person is. People have a hard time letting go of, sugar, fat, and salt and animal products.
I do think too, for men, that there's an added element of just like weightlifting. If you watch plant-based stuff online or vegan stuff online, when the men are involved, there tends to always be that extra layer. It's like you got to be pumping iron and be jacked, and I think my story is somewhat different in that way. That I do yoga and we do exercise, but I'm not super jacked from
it's all about
weightlifting.
protein replacement.
Yeah, all into the protein. How much pea protein do I need to pound into my body every day? It was never about that for me. But I do see that in the plant-based world, and I think there is definitely space for just some sort of a normal guy that's like just want to be healthy.
Well, I think the one thing too with the spouses, most people that watch our show, I feel like, come to whole food plant-based because they already have a health issue or they're sick, and that even what he said before, that the 40s are the new 50 or. Did I say that backwards?
No, 40s.
Right. We're starting to have these health conditions earlier and earlier, but I think it's not until those things hit that most people make it to the whole, they may become vegan before that because, it's a little more trendy or it's a younger crowd because there's all this vegan junk food available and stuff. but it's not until you get older that you start having the health issues that are really life-changing type of health issues that you have to make a change. There's no choice.
And the same with True North. Many of the people that do come to whole food plant-based, especially when they're older, it's because they're so sick. And True North was the perfect example. People were facing, quadruple bypass surgery, and they're like, I'm going to go do this fast thing and just see if it's going to help me or not. Because I'm so scared of surgery. Yeah. So it's like, all that pressure just to get that extra step to change. And the young people, I think, that we see in our show in particular, they tend to have been ill or known someone, been close to someone who was really sick, and plant-based, did change their life in some way.
And that does seem to be the norm. And it's unfortunate that people wait until there's something happens, a diagnosis. It's sort of like, imagine if you waited until you went bankrupt to start saving money.
Exactly. It's the same.
Is also what we do.
But luckily it's so simple, and it can change so quickly.
We try to tell folks, like when we do interviews on the show, that if you go whole food plant-based for real, like we're talking about, you actually need to talk to your doctor if you're on medication, in particular like blood pressure medication and like metformin, because you'll end up with too much medication very quickly. You'll be over medicating yourself, and as your blood pressure drops from what you're eating. So a lot of folks are just like, yeah, I'm going to do this and I'll get off my medication. And it's like, you really have to be careful and step that down, have someone help you step it down to get off of that.
I don't think people realize that results are pretty typical on a whole food plant-based diet.
Right.
That's what Dr. Goldhammer used to joke. He's like, obesity, high blood pressure, heart disease, give me something hard.
Oh.
I
I appreciate what you said about restaurant eating, because if you just eat your own food, which I know is delicious, I've made some of your recipes, and you can eat as much as you want. You don't have to worry. You mentioned that it's always the restaurants that packs on the pounds. And I don't think people realize how much oil and sugar and salt restaurants use as opposed to what you would use at home.
Yeah, I think you're right. It's the oil, mainly the oil and the sodium. If you saw how much salt gets added, I mean, I watch other cooking shows and stuff, and I watch them do the fancy sprinkle with the salt, and I'm estimating how much they did that in the beginning when they were cooking the onions and the whatever, and then in the end they do it again. And I'm like, wow, that was like, that was a lot of salt, and on top of some of the ingredients already having salt in them. But the oil too.
For some reason,
so much oil.
The vegan food movement, there's not a lot of options where we live here, but when they come in, we'll see an announcement, there's a new vegan joint, and you go there and it is just loaded with, it's all deep fried, greasy, and they say, hey, it's vegan comfort food, and it's always that. It's like the idea of doing.
You definitely don't feel good after eating it. You still feel terrible.
It's such a misnomer, comfort food, because it doesn't really make you all that comfortable.
No, but I remember, because the way I used to eat, in our family, in the Midwest, it's a very heavy substance to the food. I think maybe part of it is just weight. And I grew up in a lot of baked goods. So I miss that feeling of the brick that you have in your stomach. It's just like you get really full, and it's just like that heavy, kind of makes you a little bit groggy. But I never related that to feeling terrible until we changed our diet. And I realized I had this light, energetic feeling. I never crashed after eating. I was like, oh, okay. I get it.
And I'd say sugar too. I know restaurant food, they tend to use a lot of sugar.
That's true.
in anything that they're making, in particular, I think in America.
That's right. Sugar, fat, and salt, what I call the evil trinity. What would you guys say to somebody that's given up hope that they could ever be successful at losing weight?
Oh, wow.
Has given up hope? We actually started doing interviews on our show instead of just the cooking show, because people's testimonials, what we found is anyone who's done this, no matter what they're doing, has such an extraordinary story. We were interviewing Terry and Angel. They started a cooking channel because they went plant-based, and Angel saved Terry's life. Really, he had heart disease, and now he's reversing his heart disease and documenting his story. And I think to watch some of those kind of interviews, because you see, I've seen people who are in their 80s and people who are in their 70s and people who are in their 30s, and like this huge range of all kinds of people.
And it works
they
for
make
everyone.
these changes, and it works for everyone. I have yet to see someone that actually implements these things that it doesn't have that kind of impact.
And I think too, because this is such a different method. Like say you're trying South Beach, or you're trying the Zone or Paleo. It's the kind of the same foods that you're used to eating. They implement, which is part of the problem. This is so different. You're changing almost everything about the way you eat. And I think once people really get into it and find foods that they absolutely love, they don't want to go back.
Yeah.
Like the desire goes away because
You
you're
realize you're not
feeling so
missing.
good.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think it's easier to stay on the path of the whole food plant-based thing. And even
the
if you're
fact that you-
super craving something and you're not finding that satiety is in the whole food plant-based stuff, you still have the vegan option. Like if you're really missing ice cream, you can have ice cream occasionally. You know, if you just can't get past it in your head, it's okay to have a little bit of that.
You mean vegan?
Yeah, vegan ice cream. Yeah. And know that it's not cheating.
I would say too, and this is just my own personal experience, you have to know that you're going to need to learn how to cook a little.
Right.
And it's funny, I started cooking my way through our cookbook because I'd always film the show, you know, I do other stuff, but Jill's always doing the recipes. And I had a few things that I would make, but I'm just eating. I'm enjoying all this food. And I saw there was a guitar. I play guitar, and I was taking lessons from online. And this guy had been teaching for like 25 years. And he said, you know, I had forgotten how hard it is to learn guitar. So in his course, he actually flipped the guitar over and learned to play guitar with the opposite hand and filmed himself so that he could remember, like, this is what people go through. Your fingers hurt and your coordination. And that really struck me. Like, I should do that. You know, here we are making the show, but Jill's doing all the cooking. And it's been such a cool experience to realize that I can walk into the kitchen and think of something of all the stuff we make that I like and make it. And every single time so far I've done that, it's just come out amazing. I measure, like, I follow the recipe. Unless now I'm starting to make
better
new stuff.
than me. I'm just
Yeah,
like,
Jill doesn't
glug,
measure
glug,
all
glug,
the
glug, glug,
But and then, like, I went and stayed with a friend of mine, and I cooked for him for like 5 days. We got a hotel, the kitchen and stuff, and because he was having some real serious health issues. And after 5 days, he was losing a pound a day. And it completely, we just watched documentaries and we cooked. And I taught him how to make these basic things. And I would definitely say if someone is struggling or having that feeling like this isn't going to work for me, you have to get your head around the fact that you're going to need to learn how to cook because there isn't anybody making this stuff that they're going to bring it to you.
Yes.
You're going to have to do it. Yeah.
Boy, we're hoping for those companies. I mean, there are some plant-based companies out there that they're getting close.
They're getting close.
There's still oil and salt, but yeah, Splendid Spoon is pretty decent.
They
I
have
know
some
there's a
oil-free
couple.
stuff,
There's
yeah.
a couple others. I can't think of the names of them right now. But
You mean like they deliver food to people?
Yeah.
Mama Says has a pretty good line because it's oil free, and there's one that's even sugar and salt free.
oh, that's
nice.
fantastic.
And then the Plant Pure folks, they have some stuff.
Right.
But you can't eat that all the time. It's like you're going to have to learn how to cook, but it doesn't have to be like an Instapot is
Doesn't
incredible.
have to be difficult.
You can just chop up a bunch of stuff and throw it in the Instapot, and you have this amazing soup or a broth or something.
And that's part of our focus with the show too, is to focus more on familiar foods with ingredients that most people, even if they haven't switched over to plant-based yet, that they already have in their cupboard. They can throw something together and it's going to be delicious. So yeah, it's
You
got
guys
to
definitely accomplished that with your book and your show. So I hope people will check it out. And one more question for you, Jeffrey and Jill. What's the real truth about weight loss?
the real truth about weight loss. Wow.
It's really, if you get the oil and the sugar and the processed foods out and you eat whole foods, you can cook them. You don't have to do raw and all that, but it's like eating whole foods and getting those added ingredients out and walking, I think.
Yeah,
just some form of basic.
Yeah, you have to have a little of both. You can't just do one or the other. They really go hand in hand. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Would you mind showing us how to make one of your delicious recipes?
Absolutely. Boy, you're in for a treat. This is so yummy.
All right. Well, let's head over to the kitchen.
All right, Chef AJ. So we're just going to get started. This is one of my newest recipes. It actually just went out on the show not that long ago. So this is an Italian tofu bake, and it's loosely based on, there's this fad that was going around for a while. It was, I think it was like a feta bake. And there was like a big chunk of feta in the middle, and they surrounded it with all of this sauce and these vegetables and stuff. And it just looks so good. But, you know, feta's out. So I'm like, what can I do in place of that? I'm like, let's just try tofu. And it works so well. We've eaten this so many times because we are in love with it. So that is what we're making.
It sounds delicious.
So we're just going to jump right in. Got my burner. I'm using this, you know, tabletop burner. They're not the greatest, but we're just going to roll with it here. So I'm going to start with a whole onion, just a red onion that I've diced pretty small. And I've got just a package of sliced, an 8-ounce package of sliced mushrooms. And a whole red bell pepper diced. And I like to cook them together because we don't use oil when we're stir frying. I hope you can still hear me over this burner. So we don't use oil, but when you cook mushrooms, as all of you probably know if you've cooked mushrooms before, as they cook, some of that liquid starts leaching out of it. So that is what keeps the onions from sticking or the red peppers from sticking. But if they do start to stick, I always have a little container of water close by. All you have to do is to sprinkle a couple tablespoons of water in there, and it comes right off. And that's good for deglazing the pan too. It's perfect. And it's also better for washing dishes. You don't have to have any of those oils. When you cook without oil, this stuff just comes right off. You soak it a little bit maybe, and it comes right off. All right.
You save so much, not only you save calories and time, but you save, it's so much easier to do the dishes when you go oil-free. And maybe you could talk a little bit about that, Jill, because a lot of people still don't understand calorie density and why one of the biggest secrets to weight loss is just ditching the oil.
Absolutely. And I can really attest to this because I still have a chip addiction. I love corn chips. I just can't. And I know that you can make them in the oven or in the dehydrator with just regular corn tortillas. But I'd never have them on hand. Or when you want chips, it's like, it's a quick thing. It's not something you want to go and prepare. I just never think that far ahead. But oil, oil, I think it's something like 120 or 190 calories per tablespoon. So you think about how much oil you put in that pan before you even start cooking. Usually 2 tablespoons at least. And while you're cooking, sometimes people add more because stuff gets stuck. So that's a lot of extra calories. And, you know, I like how Dr. Clapper explains it. He said you would have to drink like a gallon of olive oil to get any of the nutrients, really. And because so many people are like, oh, well, you know, what about coconut oil? What about olive oil? There's so many nutrients and trace minerals in there that you're going to get. But they're so small for all of that calorie load. So it's just not necessary. Get those minerals and vitamins in from your food, not from your oil. So
Agreed.
my take on it.
And people think that it tastes good, but it really has no taste, and it makes you just need so much more salt.
Right. I mean, I used to like the taste of olive oil a little bit, you know, when they put it on the top of hummus and stuff, but now I taste it and I'm like, all I taste is that coating. It just coats your whole mouth with that flavor and your teeth. And I'm just like, you know what? That's really not necessary. I'd rather have an olive, you know, just throw some olives on top there, cut the olive oil out. Hey, Jeff, can you get me a bag of spinach? I forgot my spinach to go in here.
Yeah, that's interesting that, you know, I'm learning something from you because I was always taught like you saute the onion first and then you add the other things. But I love what you said about how the mushrooms just release so much water. And that's such a great takeaway.
Right. And this dish is also going in the oven, so it's going to continue to cook. And it's in there for quite a while. But yeah, this really does. I've been doing this for a long time, and it really does so well. It saves a lot of time. Yeah, I need to open that.
You get the George block too.
Sorry, I forgot my spinach here. All right. So it is a tofu loaf. So we have an extra firm block of tofu here. It's the 14-ounce package. And what I like to do is I like to cut it, if you're seeing it like this, I like to cut it in half this way, so the top down. So you're going to see 2 slabs of that in your pan. And to get it to soak even better, I like to poke holes in it with a fork on both sides so that the sauce, because we're doing a tomato-based sauce that it's going to be baking in, so that it can soak up as much of that as possible. And there's also a tip too, if you really like a more firm tofu, you can freeze this a day ahead. And what happens is tofu has water in it, right? So when it freezes, those little pockets of water crystallize. And when you thaw it out, that water seeps out and leaves all of those little holes where the water was for other of your marinades to seep into. And it makes the tofu a little bit more firm. So if you like that, you can do that, or you can use, I usually use the extra firm, like the high protein tofu. All right, that looks like it's about ready. Okay. Yep, I've got that. So what I like to do too at this point, because the vegetables are all still really hot, I love using frozen spinach in a lot of dishes. I feel like it's a great way to add a ton of greens in there. And it's perfect because they're frozen. If you buy fresh spinach from the store, it doesn't last very long in the refrigerator. It gets really wet and gross and smelly, and you end up, I know I end up throwing away a lot of spinach. But the secret to this too is most frozen vegetables are flash frozen or picked and then flash frozen when they're ripe. So all of those nutrients get like held in that vegetable, rather than most vegetables that you find at the store or greens. They've been picked and they may have been on that shelf or in a freezer container for up to a week before you get it. So it's already, some of the nutrients have already been lost. So because there's so much residual heat here left, I use a half a package. So that's 8 ounces of frozen spinach. And turn my burner off. I don't need that anymore. And that residual heat will thaw out the spinach the rest of the way. I shot that big chunk there. So our tofu is ready. We already done that. And let's see. So this needs to be this big block in here. I usually have it out on the counter already. There we go. Okay, so we're just going to pour the rest of the things in there. So I have a can of crushed tomatoes. And this is a no salt tomatoes. I like to buy them with no salt added because that just lets you be the one in control of the sodium level in your food. Now, I know a lot of you out there are salt-free. We're almost salt-free. We use a little bit. I use a little bit of Bragg's liquid aminos or tamari sauce sometimes. But you still want to keep your foods a little bit lower in sodium. And with the canned stuff, there's a lot of hidden sodium in there. So it's a lot of extra sodium that you don't need.
Right. And you can taste it. That's the thing when you're cooking with it. I totally agree with you. If people want to use salt, let them add it at the table where they can really taste it.
Which ends up being, because you have multiple things that have added salt, it ends up being way too salty. And you can't do anything about that. Once that salt is all there, you can't take it out. All right. So I have a 6-ounce can of tomato paste. And I love using tomato paste in dishes. I think it's just because it's tomato concentrate, it just adds so much flavor to a dish. I just absolutely love it. And, it's all vegetable. Okay, so our spices here, I have a half teaspoon of tarragon. And if you haven't used tarragon, I would encourage you to experiment with it. I think it's such an unusual flavor. It usually is in Italian foods. I can't even describe the flavor. It's just really unique. But if you don't have it, it's not necessary. It just adds a little bit something different. We have a half teaspoon of thyme, a teaspoon of oregano, and a teaspoon of basil. And I forgot my garlic is still sitting here. I was going to throw that in there, but there's 3 cloves of garlic and 1/4 of a cup of Kalamata olives that are diced up really fine. So I'm just going to throw that in there. I'm not going to worry about the garlic because it's going in the oven. It's going to cook that the rest of the way. But it would have been better to cook that a little bit first. But we'll survive. We'll survive. Then I have a half a cup of vegetable broth. And this is a low sodium vegetable broth also. And then a half a cup of red wine. And the red wine, I like to use red wine in my red sauces just for another depth of flavor as it cooks. Because as it cooks in the oven, it's going to bake off any of that alcohol. So you don't have to worry about the alcohol part. But if you don't cook with red wine, you can always just use a little bit more vegetable broth and it'll work just the same. Okay, so this doesn't have to cook on your burner. I'm just using this pan to kind of get everything mixed up. I'm ready to go. I'm just stirring it together. And I already have my oven preheated to 400 degrees. Okay, and I have a pan already prepped here, a baking dish, a 9x13 casserole dish that we're going to put this in. So we're going to scoop a little bit of that sauce first into the bottom so that the tofu has something to sit on. So it can be soaking up those juices from the bottom too. And then we're going to put our tofu slabs on that. Nestle them down there a little bit. And then the rest of that sauce just goes on top. Boy, I tell you, you have to have some strong arms to do this stuff. Some of these pans, this is a stainless steel pan, and sometimes they are heavy. I don't know how people do it with cast iron. I love my cast iron, but boy, that thing.
Is stainless steel your favorite kind of cookware? Because a lot of people that are new to this idea of not using oil wonder what's the best kind of pan to saute with.
Absolutely. Yeah, I don't use nonstick at all. I have a nonstick griddle for making pancakes occasionally, but we really don't use it that much. I do prefer stainless steel. These are All Clad, which is a great brand. They are a little bit more expensive, but we've had these for, I don't know, 5, almost 6 years, and they're still amazing. There's hardly any wear on them. And I feel like by using just a little bit of the water sauteing, nothing sticks to these guys, really. You can't make pancakes in it, of course. You know, you can't. Pancakes are tough. Unless you're, yeah, you really got to use a nonstick or, I don't know, a lot of oil in a cast iron maybe. I don't know. I've never had any luck with that at all. Okay. So I'm going to set this aside for a second. And I'm going to move some stuff out of the way because there's another creamy sauce that's going to go on here. It's super delicious. Ooh, that's hot. When I do this show, I can edit this out, right? And I can move stuff around and I'm like, oh, and now I need my blender. So I just move everything around. But that's okay. So this, it is a creamy type of sauce, but we're not, typically the creamy sauces in vegan or plant-based foods are made with nuts, especially cashews. But we're not going to do that today. We're going to try to keep this pretty low fat so that, you know, it's a good thing if you're just starting out on your weight loss journey. This one's it's pretty low fat. I mean, the tofu still has some fat to it, but you're not going to be eating a whole bunch of tofu in one serving. So my creamy sauce, if you're trying to avoid nuts, oats are a great alternative because they have like a natural thickener in them. When you grind them up and blend them up, as it sits, it's going to start to thicken. And it's great for thickening like gravies or hotter sauces that, you know, like Alfredo sauces and things like that. If you want to cut back on the nuts, you can always replace half nuts and half oats. It works wonderfully. So that was 1/4 cup of oats, just regular rolled oats, 1/4 cup of nutritional yeast, 2 teaspoons of Dijon mustard, 3/4 of a cup of, this is unsweetened soy milk, but you can use whatever plant milk you like. But I would just stress that you look at the labels and you get the unsweetened kind, or the kinds that have as few ingredients as possible, because a lot of the plant milks today, if you look on those ingredient labels, they're loaded with all kinds of extra fillers and stabilizers and all kinds of things. So really just see what's in there, you know, and compare the different things, compare the calories to the cups. It's really a good educational thing to do. And a lot of them have added oils too, and that's what keeps them thick and creamy, and it keeps them from separating. Oops. Okay, and then I have a tablespoon. Where is my tablespoon? Of white wine vinegar, but you can also use apple cider vinegar. I just prefer the flavor of white wine vinegar. And then a 1 teaspoon of Bragg's liquid aminos. And I'm just going to guesstimate here. Okay, and now we're just going to blend this up. I'm just using my NutriBullet today because it's such a small amount. A regular blender sometimes has issues with that small of an amount. So it's really better if you have a smaller type of blender. So it's going to be loud. Okay, that's it. I'm going to bring my baking dish back over. I really love this dish because it's getting colder outside for almost everybody in this country. And you really want something comforting and warm, other than a soup. I love soups, but I get tired of soup. So this is a good thing that you can have. We're just going to pour it over the top. And I'm just going to kind of stir it in just a little bit, which you don't have to do. But if you don't, the top gets a little brown and it forms a little bit of a skin on the top, and it's not always quite so appealing. So I just kind of stir it in just a little bit, just so it can soak in more of that tomatoey flavor. Okay. And then we're going to pop it in the oven. So like I said before, I've got my oven on 400, and normally I would put this in for 20 minutes and then I would put the creamy sauce on the top, but you can do it either way. So I'm going to put it in for 30 minutes. Okay. All right, guys, it is out of the oven. I don't know if you can see that. I wish you could smell it because I know what we're having for dinner. Oh, it smells so good. Oh, and it tastes amazing too. I absolutely love it. And I had Jeff go check for me. I found some of our fat pictures. Maybe before pictures is a better word. This is me before I think it was right before actually. And then Jeff's in his wetsuit. Now you can see that.
Yeah, I mean, even though he carried it well, it's like it was all like right around his abdomen.
All around his stomach. But he's 6'5". I'm 5'4", so I can't hide it as well. But Jeff is 6'5". So, he can hide it until you put on a wetsuit.
That is just, you guys have such an incredible story. Now, Jill, that makes a lot. You're 2 people. Would you be able to freeze some of it?
I haven't tried freezing it, but we love leftovers because this reheats so well and it's so delicious. This will be dinner for one night and then probably 2 days of lunch leftovers. So, because I don't like being in the I do have a cooking show, but I don't love being in the kitchen all the time. So having stuff that's already ready in the fridge, or if you're working out of the home, this is a great thing to pack in your lunch. So yeah.
You maybe serve it with a salad or some vegetables.
Yeah, we actually eat this. You can eat it over pasta or baked potato or rice even. I love wild rice. And that's my favorite way to eat it, is over wild rice.
Nice. But will there be some green, like a
Oh yeah, you could, or you could, have a side of greens or a salad. Yeah.
That looks absolutely amazing. Do you do any batch cooking yourself, or just because of you having the show, you're always cooking anyway?
Yeah, there's always stuff cooking in here, so I don't do a whole lot of batch cooking. Yeah.
Yeah, but you have the tools to do it if you wanted to. I'm sure you have an Instant Pot, maybe in an air fryer.
Yes. Well, I guess maybe batch. I mean, we try to make a soup in the beginning of the week, so a big pot of soup, and usually I'll portion out half of it and freeze it. So I guess that's kind of batch cooking, right? Okay. And then you have that, 2 or 3 evenings or for lunches during the week.
Right. Any advice on just to get people to inspire them to just start cooking some of your delicious recipes?
Let's see. Yeah, I mean, just jump in. I would say some of our favorite meals are the peanut tofu sauce. It's a peanut sauce. Or the West African peanut sauce. It is just phenomenal. And I've fed this to so many people, whether they're plant-based or not, and they just fall in love with it. And of course, any of my baked goods are a true win. The Thin Mint cake is delicious, and the Oreo cake, even though there's no Oreos in it, there's no Thin Mint in it, but it tastes like that. And then Jeff is saying the mushroom stroganoff. It's absolutely delicious. And we probably had more people that weren't plant-based comment on it than were, that just are absolutely in love with it. So just try a couple. What do you got to lose?
Well, thank you, Jill and Jeffrey, for making whole food plant-based cooking not only easy, delicious, but weight loss friendly.
Great. Thank you, AJ.
Take care. Don't you love the Daltons? And for those of you that are commenting in the chat, oh, my family won't eat this way. Well, I don't think you've tried Jill's recipes, because they are absolutely delicious. Even regular people will eat them. So please, if you don't want to get their book, at least watch their show on YouTube, the Whole Food Plant-Based Cooking Show, because they not only make healthy taste delicious, but accessible and weight loss friendly. So she demonstrated her very popular dish, Italian tofu bake. And she used tofu instead of feta, which is a great idea. Kind of looks the same, really. And she talked about how she likes to cook her onion and her red bell pepper and mushroom together, because the mushroom gives up so much water. And if it were to stick, you just add a few tablespoons of water, or no sodium or low sodium vegetable broth at a time. It's very, very easy to saute without oil. You save so much money, so many calories, and the cleanup is so much easier. And you're going to learn in an upcoming talk from Dr. Nikki Davis, really what the problem is with oil, especially in terms of weight loss. She said people who cook don't realize the impact of using oil because of its high caloric density, 4,000 calories per pound to be exact. We want to get our calories and our nutrients from the whole food, like Dr. Furman talked about. Oil coats your tongue. It makes you need a lot more salt. So if you like olives, eat olives, but not the olive oil. Like Dr. Deal said, it takes 14 ears of corn to make a tablespoon of corn oil. Well, it takes about 44 olives to make a tablespoon of olive oil. I learned a new technique from her. She likes poking holes in the tofu to absorb more sauce. That was a great idea. And if you like your tofu firmer, you can freeze it first. It changes the texture. She mentioned how frozen fruits and vegetables are often more nutritious than even fresh, due to the fact that they're picked at their peak of ripeness and don't sit on a truck for a long time, and they're flash frozen. And she prefers to use no sodium tomato products and tomato pastes because of their intense tomato flavor. And she loves tarragon. That's not really a spice I've used a lot, but I think I'm going to give it a try. If you don't cook with wine, you can just use veggie broth. Of course, the alcohol will cook off. And she prefers stainless steel cookware, as many of the chefs that I interview mention. I always say, just get the best that you can afford. She talked about how cream sauces are usually made with nuts like cashews, but she uses oats as a low-fat alternative, as they are a great thickener. And oats still have a pretty high percentage of fat, at least when you compare it to other grains. She recommends smaller blenders for smaller amounts of food. It makes it easier to blend. and that the dish she makes, pretty much all the dishes she makes, have plenty of leftovers. And she's sure that it will freeze well, but who knows, because they eat it all. She likes to serve it over wild rice. You can also serve it with a salad or with greens. All of her baked recipes, like her thin mint and hummingbird cake, even carnivores love her recipes. Try the mushroom stroganoff if your family refuses to eat healthy, or do the stealth approach like she was talking about, where you cut the vegetables and the mushrooms and the greens really small in things they don't eat until their taste buds neuro-adapt. Her husband, Jeffrey, came across Eat to Live at the age of 40 after he hurt his back, and he lost 70 pounds in 3 months. That's quite an extraordinary amount of weight loss. And his only exercise was walking. He needed a physical to renew his visa, and he was pre-diabetic. Jill lost 25 pounds. They say that, well, her weakness is corn chips, but also eating out. And that's when they do see their weight go up. And it's because you really can't get an oil-free meal at a restaurant. It's pretty difficult. They thought they were eating healthy with their farm-raised eggs and grass-fed beef. And when they actually stopped following Eat to Live, they gained weight. So that just shows you, whatever you do, you must be willing to do it forever, or you won't see the results. If they just eat what they make for the show, they wouldn't fluctuate in their weight. But occasionally they'll go to restaurants or have packaged food, and they say that's always what puts the weight on. They tried South Beach Diet in the past, Zone. When they started out, they focused on getting their favorite foods down pat, healthier versions. And those of you who are struggling to feed your family healthier, you don't need hundreds of recipes. You need, 3 to 5 that you really, really like. And I think if you look at the recipes on YouTube of the speakers that we have on, like Will and Faith Scott and Shada Soleimani and Tammy Kramer and the Lajani family, and of course the Daltons, I think you're going to find really healthy versions of previously unhealthy food. They mentioned that it's important for you to find whole food plant-based replacements for your favorite 5 to 7 foods. And there's a big difference between vegan and whole food plant-based. She says she tries to bring as much food as possible to family gatherings, holiday dinners, and that when she does, like her scalloped potatoes, they're always the most popular and well-received dishes. Jeffrey went to True North Health Center for 30 days for a 17-day water fast. And I thought that was funny how they told him that the blood test that he had going in is what they want to see for people when they're going out. He was so healthy. We talked about how it made his taste buds even more sensitive. And now the smell of meat sickens them. I thought that was a very funny story about the raw food potluck and the gentleman bringing raw fish. And I liked the way she handled it. If he lets sugar in his diet, Jeffrey says he struggles, and his friends always seem to come to him for help after they're already sick. And that seems to be what most people do, is they wait until they get at a point in their weight that they can't stand it anymore, or get to a point in their health instead of being proactive. And we hope some of you will take this information and run with it, and maybe just try to implement one thing you learned from each speaker starting today. And if that's too much, maybe just one thing you learned from today in the summit and implement that. Restaurant eating equals oil and salt. If you've given up hope, watch some of these inspiring interviews. I think there's one every day. I know that's the last one of the day. And of course, many have been interviewed on my YouTube channel. They say it's easier to stay on the path. And that's the problem. When you slip and slide and have a foot in both worlds, you really don't enjoy either. So that's where the case for abstinence that Dr. Furman and Dr. Iflin talked about might be an option for you. Learn to cook. It's going to be very hard if you either don't learn to make a few delicious recipes or have someone do it for you, like Mama says, which is completely an option. Get an Instant Pot. That's always my recommendation. If you get the oil out, this is what they said when I asked them, what's the secret and what is the real truth about weight loss? They said, if you get out the oil, the sugar, and the processed food, and eat whole foods and take a walk. It really is that simple. We're not going to get into the diet wars here. I see in the chat, oh, white rice isn't good. White potatoes isn't good. This doctor says nuts. This doctor says no nuts. This doctor says beans. We don't care about that. We care that you eat whole foods. And if you like white rice, it was eaten by 3 billion Asians on the planet who didn't have diabetes or obesity. We want you to eat whole foods, not processed food and ultra processed food and animal products. And if you eat processed food and animal products, we want you to limit them to the degree that you can. Do the least restrictive program you can do that will get you the results you seek. And we're not going to get into comparing each doctor with another doctor, because the truth is all of these plans of all the doctors work. So find the one that you can do and are willing to do for the rest of your life, and keep your eye on your plate. So this has been an incredible start to a wonderful 9-day summit. Thank you, Toby, for all your help and support. Thank all of you guys for watching and your wonderful comments in the chat. We so appreciate this. And what we even appreciate more, especially if you're not able to upgrade to the summit package, is to just share this summit with your friends and loved ones. It's just a simple link you share. It's completely free. There's 8 more days. And if you catch them right now, they have about 20 hours to rewatch any of the talks that they might have missed today. When you do upgrade to the summit package, you do get a free buddy pass. So it's like a 2 for the price of 1, and you get an extraordinary amount of material and bonuses, including the takeaways that I give in between the sessions that were not available to people that didn't listen live. So tomorrow, come back bright and early, at least bright and early Pacific time, 8 a.m. That would be 11 a.m. Eastern time for day 2, where we talk about the science of permanent weight loss. And we start with my Shiro. I have such a fangirl crush on her. She is so hard to get. Google her, you'll see. She's maybe done 5 interviews. Her name is Dr. Barbara Rolls, and it is on her shoulders I stand, because she really taught me everything I needed to learn to lose weight deliciously and sustainably by using the science of calorie density. And she's going to be talking about the science of losing weight for life while still feeling full and satisfied. Dr. Jo Niflin alluded to her work at the end of her talk today. Then another one of my mentors, the co-founder of the True North Health Center, Dr. Alan Goldhammer, who will discuss why it's so hard to reach a healthy weight, even when you know what to do. First time to the summit, we welcome Dr. Nikki Davis, who is going to be talking about the ugly truth about oils. And also first time to the summit, Dr. William Lees, a New York Times bestselling author, a researcher, and he wrote an amazing book called Eat to Beat Disease. And he's going to be talking about how to eat to beat obesity, eating for health, and how our body's 5 defense systems are linked to our weight. We learned 5 systems from Dr. Deal today. We're going to learn 5 more from Dr. Lee tomorrow. And then we'll end tomorrow with another friend who's new to the summit, Shada Soleimani, who has lost 120 pounds now. That's exactly what I weigh, kept it off for over 10 years. And she's going to tell you about her journey and even show you some of the easy, delicious recipes she makes. So thank you guys so much. See if you can implement at least one thing you learned today in the summit. And don't forget, eat your veggies. We'll see you tomorrow. Thanks so much for watching.